Chapter 216. The Empress Dowager wanted to send the imperial edict to Morong Wanru's family, but Grand Concubine had already taken care of all of them. No, to be more precise, Morong Wanru's family was part of Tianning's imperial family. The Empress Dowager's actions went against common sense, putting Grand Concubine and Han Yunshi on guard. They exchanged glances, not daring to linger too long in tacit understanding. Could it be that the old Empress Dowager had discovered some clues? Was she here today to test Grand Concubine E? No one would be more flustered than Grand Concubine E in the face of such probing. Still, she wasn't someone easy to deal with. No matter how turbulent her heart was, her face didn't reveal any flaws. She didn't even avoid the question, but asked back. Wanru is already part of Marquis Pingbei's estate. It wouldn't be appropriate to send an imperial edict back to her family, would it? But the Empress Dowager's reply was even better. I thought so as well, but the Emperor must have his reasons for doing so. I don't have time to figure out his intentions. Emperor Tianhui's intentions? Han Yunshi grew even more stunned at these words. She was almost certain that the Empress Dowager and Emperor knew something about Morong Wanru's origins. Even if they didn't know, they must have suspected something. Otherwise, the Empress Dowager wouldn't have spoken so bluntly today. This wasn't a test at all, but a warning. Grand Concubine E was as steady as Mount Tai with a soft smile. Since it's the Emperor's intentions, then we'll do as he says. But I took Wanru from the Empress's hands in the past, so I don't know much about her family. Now that she's unconscious, it looks like we'll have to ask the Empress if we want to find her family. Han Yunshi silently admired Grand Concubine E. Even at this critical juncture, she still kept her cool and purposely brought up the Empress. This made the Empress Dowager's smug smile stiffen a few degrees. What? Wanru hasn't interacted with her family all these years, the Empress Dowager questioned. That's her business. It's not like you don't know that I hate those vulgar farmers and women who come to my house and claim to be relatives. The Duke of Qin's mansion has its own rules. Even if Wanru has dealings with the main family, she has to do it secretly. Grand Concubine Yi's face was full of disdain as she gracefully leaned back in her chair. Her careless attitude made it impossible for the Empress Dowager to ask any more questions. The Empress Dowager and Grand Concubine were both shrewd old people who could keep their cool. But Li Mama couldn't help but probe again. Since that's the case, then we'll have to have the Xiu Palace investigate. Grand Concubine nodded, indicating that she had no objections. The Empress Dowager's eyes flashed with a touch of complexity, but she did not ask any more questions. After chatting for a while, she got up and returned to the palace. But as soon as he left Grand Concubine, Yi's legs turned to jelly as soon as she stood up. She immediately fell back into her seat, her face ashen white as she stared blankly at Han Yunshi. It was a while before she spoke. Why did she suspect? Now isn't the time to investigate her suspicions. We need to figure out where Mama Su is. Han Yunshi could be considered calm. The Empress Dowager must have investigated Morong Wanru's family and found no one, so she came to sound them out. She must have gotten hold of some information to give such an arrogant warning. But that wasn't the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was that the Empress Dowager's words implied that Emperor Tianhui had his eyes on this matter as well. As soon as she thought of that cold and cruel emperor, Han Yunshi couldn't help but shiver. She and Long Fei Yi had already offended him to death. As soon as he got hold of something to use against them, the consequences would be unthinkable. Right now, Mama Su was the only one who knew what happened back then. This person was the proof. Have you found her? Grand Concubine asked hastily. She had no idea that it was Long Fei Yi who had done the searching instead of Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi hadn't seen Long Fei Yi for days, so she wasn't clear on the situation. After some hesitation, she comforted, "Don't be impatient. Even if they know of Mama Su's existence, they might not be able to find her." But Grand Concubine grew anxious. No, she has the daily records of the imperial harem in her hands, as well as the personnel records from the Jingshire department. Mama Su worked in the palace for so many years that she must have left behind plenty of information. It'll be much easier for her to find her than us. It wasn't that Grand Concubine he hadn't thought about the daily records of the imperial harem and personnel records, but these things were all under the Empress Dowager's control. She didn't dare to act rashly and startle the snake. Moreover, after the late emperor passed away, these records had been kept by the Empress Dowager. She couldn't get her hands on them even if she wanted to. She always assumed that no one had ever suspected Wanru's origins. After all these years, she assumed that everything would sink like a stone into the sea. But who knew that man's schemes couldn't beat heaven's? Wanru had actually hooked up with the Empress Dowager. After thinking it over calmly, it wasn't strange for the Empress Dowager to suspect Wanru. With the Empress Dowager's suspicious personality, she'd naturally investigate Wanru's background before using her. Han Yunqi never thought of the daily records of the imperial harem and personnel records. Only now did she realize the severity of the situation. After comforting Grand Concubine with a few words, Han Yunqi didn't dare delay. She immediately went to the hibiscus courtyard to find Long Fei, but didn't see a single trace of him. Instead, she discovered that her leisurely cloud pavilion had been torn down. Han Yunqi thought that she'd be able to keep her cool, but her heart still clenched in pain. Was that fellow trying to draw a clear line between them and never let her move back? Was he telling her to give up on that heart of his? Since he didn't mean it, why did he let her know about the Tang clan secrets and let her get so close? Han Yunqi stood in front of the leisurely cloud pavilion for a while before ignoring everything and hurrying towards the solitary enclosure. A second late was too late, but a second early was too early. By the time Han Yunqi arrived, Long Fei was just about to leave the house. It had been a few days since she'd seen him, but he was still cold, aloof, and inviolable. She wasn't unfamiliar with him, but simply told him about the Empress Dowager's visit. They must have gotten hold of some clues, or else the Empress Dowager wouldn't act so rashly, she said anxiously. Still, he wasn't in a rush. Coldly, he said, "You're even more anxious than Grand Concubine Han Yunqi felt uncomfortable hearing those words. She admitted frankly, "Of course I'm anxious. Dozens of lives in the Duke of Qin's estate are tied to this matter, including me. I don't want to fall into Emperor Tianhui's hands. That's a reason." Long Fei nodded his head in satisfaction. He didn't explain, but said, "Go back and wait for news." "I'll wait for His Highness's good news." She didn't ask or waste words, but turned to leave, leaving behind a confident figure. But just as Han Yunqi was about to leave, Long Fei suddenly called after her. Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi turned to look at him. "Does your Highness have any other orders? Since you don't want to fall into Emperor Tianhui's hands, then take a trip with your lordship." Long Fei said, his emotions unreadable. Go with him to find Mama Su? He had news? Han Yunqi was still lost in thought when Long Fei mounted his horse and came to her side. He didn't explain a thing, but reached out his hand. "Fine, I'll go. Who's afraid of him?" Han Yunqi didn't hesitate to give her small hand to his. Her hand was very cold, slender, and boneless. His hand was even colder, the bones of his fingers distinct. When the two hands clasped together, there was a strange attraction between them that made both of them feel comfortable. As soon as she got on the horse, he let go of her hand, but kept an arm around her waist while the other pulled on the reins to spur the horse forward. Han Yunqi thought she could stay calm as she leaned against the familiar embrace. But in the end, she lost herself in the familiar scent of ambergris. Gradually, her thoughts wandered until she didn't even know how she arrived at Medicine City. Finally, Han Yunqi grew curious. "What are we doing here?" "We've received news that Mama Su is working as a servant in Medicine City's Mu clan. They'll come tonight to take her away," Long Fei said mildly as he hid in the shadows of the city gates. Han Yunqi was surprised. She never expected Mama Su to sneak into Medicine City, much less news of the Empress Dowager. No wonder she was so arrogant when she first arrived at the Duke of Qin's estate. But on second thought, she felt something was off. She wouldn't be so high profile before she got her hands on the person. Wasn't she afraid of beating the grass and startling the snake? Han Yunqi couldn't shake off the feeling that something was wrong. Just as she was about to ask for more details, the city gates opened and a carriage slowly drove out, followed by several black-clothed experts. It was obvious that the carriage belonged to the palace. "They're here." As soon as the carriage exited the city gates, it sped off. Long Fei Yi followed on horseback and soon left Medicine City's gates, entering a dark forest. If they made a move here, they wouldn't alert the people of Medicine City. Han Yunqi thought that Long Fei Yi was about to make his move. But who would have thought that the carriage in front of them would come to an abrupt stop? The black-clothed experts all turned around to look at them, as if they already knew they were following them. Han Yunqi was shocked, but Long Fei Yi was very calm and slowly came to a stop. What was going on? One of the black-clothed experts was kneeling beside the carriage. The person inside the carriage stepped on the expert's back and elegantly walked down. She was actually a cool and elegant beauty. She was a full head taller than Han Yunqi. She wore a fiery red qipao with a high collar that accentuated the beautiful curve of her neck. The opening almost reached the base of her thighs. As she walked, her well-proportioned and slender legs were faintly discernible, causing one's heart to flutter. Not only did she have a good figure, but she also had a beautiful face. Her facial features were well-defined, bright and moving. Some people said that qipaos were very tight and had openings lower than the knees. Those were the daughters of noble families who didn't step out of the house and had to take small, quick steps. Qipaos were loose and had openings that reached the knees. That was for ordinary housewives, purely for ease of work. But this type of qipao with openings that reached the thighs was for prostitutes. However, this red-clothed woman didn't have the slightest bit of a prostitute's aura. She was cool and moving, emitting an innate sense of superiority. The pride and confidence in her eyes let Han Yunqi know that this woman's background wasn't ordinary. She couldn't be Mother Su. Han Yunqi immediately understood that this was a trap. The Empress Dowager deliberately released the news to lure Long Fei Yi here. However, seeing Long Fei Ye's calm appearance, Han Yunqi didn't worry too much. The red-clothed woman disdainfully glanced at Han Yunqi. When her gaze fell on Long Fei Yi, her cold and arrogant expression became gentle. She joked, "Your Highness Duke of Qin is actually riding on the same horse as a woman. Is Shuang having a nightmare?" Han Yunqi originally planned to quietly watch how Long Fei Yi would deal with this trap. Who knew that the other party not only knew Long Fei Yi, but also pointed the spearhead at her. She could see the love and hatred in this woman's eyes. In reality, she and Long Fei Yi were just riding on the same horse. It didn't mean anything. However, since the other party had already said this, how could she back down? Chapter 217. Although she wasn't as tall as the woman, Han Yunqi was sitting on Long Fei Ye's exclusive horse. Her aura alone was enough to suppress the other woman. She looked down disdainfully and teased. This Wang Fei thought that all the women in the world had nightmares after this Wang Fei married His Highness. Miss Shuang, er's nightmares came a little too late, didn't they? All the women in the world. Han Yunqi wasn't exaggerating. Of Cloud Realm Continent's 3 princes, Tianing's Duke of Qin was the most adored by all the women in the world. But no woman in the world could win his favor. Han Yunqi knew she was no exception. But since she was sitting on Long Fei Ye's horse today, she wouldn't allow herself to back down. She still remembered Grand Concubine Yi's words. No matter what, she couldn't lose face for the Duke of Qin's household. So this is Qin Wang Fei. Shuang heard that on the day of the wedding, Lang Shuang trailed off with a meaningful smile and introduced herself. This one is Lang Shuang of the City of Daughters. There were 4 cities in the world: Medical City, Medicine City, Carefree City, and the City of Daughters. Medical City had its medical academy, Medicine City had its 3 great clans, while Carefree City and the City of Daughters both had their own city lord system. Carefree City was ruled by the Qi clan, while the City of Daughters was ruled by the Lung clan. Han Yunqi's guesses were right. This woman's origins weren't small. But what did that have to do with her? She was very honest. I don't know you. Lang Shuang assumed that the lowly Han Yunqi would feel ashamed after revealing her identity, but she ended up losing face instead. Of course, Lang Shuang didn't stop there. She acted as if she didn't mind and said, I'm the 4th young miss of the Lung clan, a contender for the future head of the Lung clan. I've known His Highness, Duke of Qin, for a long time. Qin Wangfei isn't a kindred spirit, so it's normal that you don't know me. These words were telling Han Yunqi that they were from different worlds, and that Han Yunqi wasn't worthy of His Highness, Duke of Qin. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi remained lofty and said lazily, Since you've stated your clan so clearly, this Wangfei will treat it as knowing someone like you. Her words made it sound like Lang Shuang was eager to introduce herself and hoped that Han Yunqi would remember her. On the social scene, only those who were of lower status but were eager to make friends with someone of a higher status would take the initiative to report their background in detail. Otherwise, once the name was thrown out, it would mean everything, and there would be no need for others to ask. Lang Shuang's background was indeed miles ahead of Han Yunqi's. But she just so happened to meet a Han Yunqi who didn't even care about her own background. If she didn't care about her own background, why would she care about someone else's? Showing off in front, TSS. Looking at the calm and composed Han Yunqi, the arrogant Lang Shuang couldn't understand where Han Yunqi's confidence came from. But this was the first time in her life that she felt inferior in front of a girl her age. She didn't want to admit it, but she wasn't willing. Killing intent flashed through her eyes. But seeing that Lang Feiyi was present, she didn't act out. She maintained her smile and calmly changed the topic. Isn't your Highness, Duke of Qin, curious why Shuang is in the palace sedan? Compared to the likes of Princess Chongping and Duanmu Yao, this woman was much more rational and cool-headed. She knew the big picture and wasn't the type to throw tantrums for no good reason. It was no wonder she was one of the candidates to succeed the City of Daughters. This prince isn't interested. Compared to Han Yunqi, Lang Feiyi was the real lofty one. Lang Shuang was famous for being cold and elegant, but unfortunately, she still couldn't enter his eyes. Cold as he finished speaking, he turned his horse around and prepared to leave. But at this time, the experts that Lang Shuang brought with her immediately spread out and surrounded them. Duke of Qin, someone in the City of Daughters, offered a sky-high price for 10 experts to buy your head. Shuang took on all of them. Shouldn't you properly thank Shuang? Lang Shuang smiled. Medicine City valued medicine. Medical City valued doctors. The City of Daughters and Carefree City were ruled by assassins and mercenaries. The City of Daughters valued women over men, while Carefree City valued men over women. There were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in these 2 cities. The Lung clan and the Qi clan were assassin clans with the longest histories. Han Yunqi glanced around and discovered that there were exactly 10 black-clothed experts. She was still shocked. She could ignore Lang Shuang's identity, but she couldn't ignore Lang Shuang's ability to actually come to the City of Daughters and offer a sky-high reward. The Empress Dowager's move was too ruthless. 1 against 10 wasn't something fun. Since Lang Shuang accepted the Empress Dowager's reward, how could she come here for nothing? Lang Fei, he swept his gaze over the 10 people and sneered, You think too highly of yourself. He, Lang Feiyi, hated owing people favors, especially to women. Lang Shuang wasn't angry. She actually pouted her delicate red lips and said coquettishly, "Your Highness Duke of Qin, this will make things difficult for Shuang. The reputation of the City of Daughters can't be destroyed. How many men in the world could resist a cold beauty like her when she lowered herself and acted coquettishly?" Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi didn't even look at Lung Shuang. He didn't even deign to speak to her. He grabbed Han Yunqi and rode away. With a glance from Lung Shuang, the 10 experts flew out like arrows. A few of them blocked Long Fei's path and brandished their swords to attack Long Fei's horse. Killing intent flashed past Long Fei's eyes as he grabbed Han Yunqi and took to the skies. At the same time, the horse's limbs were all chopped off, causing it to wail in anguish. Long Fei Yi landed on the ground, and the 10 experts surrounded them. They didn't take any further action, but Han Yunqi could clearly sense the killing intent emanating from their bodies. It was different from any of the experts she'd met before. These were professional assassins and the best of the best. Lung Shuang walked over with a sincere look in her eyes. "Duke of Qin, since Tianning's imperial clan can't tolerate you, why don't you come back to the City of Daughters with Shuang? Madame Lung won't treat you unfairly." Lung Shuang had been hired to rope in Long Fei Yi. It had to be said that this was wishful thinking on her part. It was also Long Fei Yi's charm. Han Yunqi assumed that Long Fei Yi would say no, but this man didn't even bother to say no. Cold, as he said, "Even if you chop off your lordship's horse, your lordship won't tolerate you." How domineering! Han Yunqi was awed, and so was Lung Shuang. Her eyes shone with fanatical worship. If not for her clan's mission, she wouldn't want to offend this man, no matter what. However, Tianning's Empress Dowager's bounty had been personally accepted by the Lung clan head. He wanted to use this as an excuse to rope in the Duke of Qin, so she couldn't disobey orders. She had to bring Long Fei Yi back. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, please instruct me." As soon as Lung Shuang finished speaking, the 10 experts all made their moves. For a moment, the glint of blades and the shadow of swords filled the air with killing intent. Long Fei Yi held onto Han Yunqi with one hand and held his sword with the other as he fought against the 10 swords. The shadows of his sword flashed like lightning as they clashed fiercely. The 10 experts' swords were very fast, but Long Fei Yi's was even faster. Han Yunqi wanted to use her hidden weapons to help, but she couldn't find a chance. She only felt the shadows of swords flickering in front of her. She couldn't even tell who they belonged to, and was afraid that she'd be more of a hindrance than a help. Han Yunqi had seen Long Fei Yi's swordsmanship many times before. His skills were cold and severe, and his sword qi was domineering. Basically, his sword would slice the throat as soon as it left his hand, and he could eliminate a whole group of assassins with ease. After all, Long Fei Yi's swordsmanship was taught by Tian Kenzo and lived up to its reputation. However, this time, Long Fei Yi still couldn't gain the upper hand after more than 30 moves. Moreover, he was still standing in the same place, which was equivalent to being pinned down. The assassins carefully selected by the Lung family of the City of Daughters really couldn't be underestimated. Han Yunqi realized that there was always someone better than you. There were so many experts, and the world was so big. Of course, it was 10 against 1, and they still had to protect her. Although Long Fei Yi was pinned down, he was still able to fight freely. This was already considered very strong, and the 10 experts secretly admired him. If they were to fight Long Fei Yi one-on-one, Long Fei Yi would definitely win. Thus, even if Long Fei Yi couldn't win, he didn't show any signs of losing. They couldn't guarantee that Long Fei Yi didn't have any reinforcements. Once reinforcements arrived, things would be troublesome. When one of the assassins was dodging, he gave Lung Shuang a look. Lung Shuang immediately understood. Actually, even without the assassin's reminder, she knew that she had to take action. Moreover, her target was Han Yunqi. Although she didn't want to admit it, At this moment, Han Yunqi, who was in Long Fei Ye's arms, was indeed Long Fei Ye's only weakness. Very good. Take this opportunity to get rid of Han Yunqi. Lung Shuang immediately drew her sword and joined the 10 top assassins. The 10 top assassins were dealing with Long Fei Yi, and Lung Shuang's first move was aimed at Han Yunqi. Long Fei Yi was fighting 10 against 1. He couldn't free himself at all. If he wanted to deal with Lung Shuang, he would definitely be distracted. The 10 top assassins were waiting for him to be distracted. Who knew that just as Lung Shuang's first move was about to strike, Long Fei Yi suddenly pushed Han Yunqi away, causing her to fall to the ground at the side. Seeing this, Lung Shuang's eyes flashed with gratification. She thought, so what if Long Fei Yi protected Han Yunqi? At the critical moment of life and death, he would still treat this woman like dirt and push her away mercilessly. Lung Shuang only wanted to trap Long Fei Yi and didn't have any intention of hurting him. She immediately retreated from the 10 top assassins and turned to look at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi fell to the ground. Her buttocks were hurting all over. Long Fei Ye's push just now was really forceful. However, she knew that if he didn't use force, she probably wouldn't be able to safely avoid the assassin's blades. However, it was also good that Long Fei Yi pushed her away. He had less of a burden, and she... Thinking of this, Han Yunqi lowered her head and a sly look flashed across her eyes. Lung Shuang coldly looked at Han Yunqi and walked over step by step. Her footsteps were especially heavy. Her long sword dragged on the ground, drawing a long trail. Han Yunqi raised her head to look at her. She revealed a nervous expression and moved back. Her face was timid. What do you want to do? What do you think? Lung Shuang smiled especially elegantly. The Duke of Qin has already pushed me away. You can't use me to threaten him, Han Yunqi hurriedly explained. Lung Shuang laughed coldly. Qin Wangfei, so you still have some self-awareness. Although you can't threaten him, if you ruin this face of yours, won't he never bring you out in the future? Ah, save me. Don't come over. Han Yunqi screamed and continuously retreated. Long Fei Yi, who was dealing with the top 10 assassins, glanced over from the corner of his eyes. However, he quickly withdrew his gaze. It wasn't clear if he was worried about her or if he was looking down on her. Lung Shuang was already standing high up in front of Han Yunqi. She admired Han Yunqi's cowardice with great interest and slowly raised her long sword. Don't come over. Han Yunqi was so frightened that she covered her face with both hands. It was this action that she activated her hidden weapon. Several golden needles flew out from her wrist without warning. The advantage of close distance made up for the lack of strength and speed of the pear blossom teardrop rain. Even if Lung Shuang was an expert, she couldn't dodge in time. Only when the golden needles sank into her wrist did she realize it. She fell into a trap. Chapter 218. Lung Shuang had admired His Highness Duke of Qin for a long time. Of course, she had investigated Han Yunqi and knew that Han Yunqi knew how to use poison. However, she never thought that Han Yunqi knew how to use hidden weapons. By the time she reacted, it was already too late. Her right hand suddenly lost strength and the long sword fell to the ground with a clang. It was obvious that the hidden weapon was poisoned. However, she was still from a family of assassins. She still had the basic qualities to remain calm in the face of danger. She kicked the long sword and held it in her left hand, continuing to stab at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi, I didn't expect you to be so despicable. Han Yunqi dodged while shooting out needles. She took the opportunity to pull away from Lung Shuang and said sarcastically, "You're 10 against 1. Not only are you despicable, but you're also shameless? Cut the crap. Watch this." A numbing sensation spread from her right hand to her entire body. Lung Shuang didn't know what kind of poison it was, but her conviction as an assassin kept her going. Even if she was poisoned, She had to get rid of Han Yunqi before she collapsed. The tip of the sword changed directions. Every move was cold and ruthless. The blade stabbed past Han Yunqi's face many times. Just a slight deviation, and it almost ruined Han Yunqi's face. Han Yunqi secretly admired Lung Xuangshuang's perseverance. She dodged sideways while reminding her, "Fourth young Miss Lung, aren't you curious about what kind of poison you've been poisoned with? Hand over the antidote. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." Lung Xuangshuang chased after her relentlessly. If she wasn't afraid of Han Yunqi's hidden weapons and was poisoned, she wouldn't have been entangled with this woman for so long. "Fourth young Miss Lung, if you don't stop now, you'll be the one suffering a fate worse than death." Not only was Han Yunqi not afraid, she was even laughing. She rolled on the ground, and Lung Xuangshuang's sword followed closely behind. She kept stabbing, but she missed by a little each time. But all of a sudden, Han Yunqi stopped and lay on the ground. Lung Xuangshuang was stunned for a moment, but she quickly regained her senses and drew her sword. Who knew that at this critical moment, Han Yunqi suddenly shouted, "You've been poisoned with an aphrodisiac." As soon as he said that, Lung Xuangshuang's movements stopped abruptly. Even the killers and Long Fei Yi who were fighting fiercely around them stopped and looked over. The strange numbness had already spread throughout Lung Xuangshuang's entire body. It was teasing every nerve in Lung Xuangshuang's body. She had been trying very hard to ignore it and not think too much about what kind of poison it was. She only wanted to subdue Han Yunqi. But who knew that Han Yunqi would shout it out so loudly? Now, it was hard for her to ignore it. After all, she was a woman. Because of Han Yunqi's words, her willpower collapsed by more than half. She immediately felt a surge of heat in her abdomen. There was an indescribable feeling of dissatisfaction. It was so uncomfortable that she wanted to do something. Damn it! Lung Xuangshuang forced herself to endure it. The tip of her sword was close to Han Yunqi's neck. She gritted her teeth. "You despicable woman, take out the antidote. Otherwise, I'll immediately disfigure your face." Han Yunqi raised her face and giggled. "Do you believe that you'll be even more despicable than me very soon? Also, other than my antidote, no matter how many men there are, they won't be able to save you." Only a princess consort could say such words. However, not only did Han Yunqi say it, she even said it very loudly. She admitted that she didn't have much self-cultivation, but she had the ability to force all the well-cultivated young ladies to reveal their true colors. Lung Xuangshuang's face alternated between red and white. She did not care about her image at all. She was so angry that she was like a shrew. She stomped her feet and scolded, "Han Yunqi, you shameless bitch!" The killers at the side could not help but look over again. They had been in the Lung family for so long, but this was the first time they saw the fourth Miss fly into a rage. It was really unbelievable. A trace of contempt flashed across Long Fei Ye's lips. The Lung family's young Miss cultured manners were only SO. Han Yunqi allowed Lung Xuangshuang to curse and allowed her sword to tremble in front of her eyes. From beginning to end, she maintained a harmless smile. "Fourth Miss Lung, don't be agitated. Once you're agitated, the poison will flare up even faster." You, Lung Xuangshuang really wanted to skin Han Yunqi alive. However, she was also afraid. She was afraid that she would really do something unsightly in front of His Highness Duke of Qin. She could only compromise. "What do you want in order for you to hand over the antidote?" Han Yunqi did not speak. Her gaze drifted to the fierce battle at the side. Lung Xuangshuang naturally understood. "Give me the antidote, and I'll have them retreat immediately." "Have them retreat immediately. I still have a second condition." Han Yunqi said bluntly. "A second condition?" This woman was reaching for a yard after taking an inch. Lung Xuangshuang could only submit no matter how sullen she felt. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and ordered the top 10 assassins to stop. Who would have thought that even though the top 10 assassins had stopped, Long Fei Yi had no intention of stopping the battle. Unexpectedly, he pulled out a golden whip from his waist. With a sharp whoosh, he said coldly, "You killed this prince's horse. Either leave your lives behind, or this prince will take all 10 of your lives." As soon as he finished speaking, the long whip lashed out viciously. This man was reaching for a yard after taking an inch. Lang Shuang sucked in a breath of cold air. She simply could not believe her ears. However, Han Yunqi smiled even more happily. This was Long Fei Ye's domineering nature. As long as she did not drag him down, it was fine. He did not need her help at all. Long Fei Ye's whip not only lashed out viciously, but he also deliberately aimed it at the assassins furthest away, forcing them to continue fighting. "Duke of Qin, don't be too arrogant. If you want to touch any of the brothers, you have to ask if our 10 swords agree. Fourth young miss, forgive us for not being able to comply." The top 10 assassins and 10 sharp swords surrounded them once again. However, the situation this time was completely different from before. Long Fei Yi used a long whip, not a long sword. Every move, every swing, and every retraction, he quickly gained the upper hand among the 10 assassins. His whip was long and flexible, and the tip of the whip was cold and sharp. With a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sound, he actually knocked down 2 sharp swords. This time, even Han Yunqi was stunned. Only then did she realize that Long Fei Ye's true ability was actually not swordsmanship, but the whip technique. The golden soft whip hidden at his waist was his most lethal weapon. With his white clothes and golden whip, he moved freely among the 10 assassins. Every swing was luxurious, noble, and domineering. Whether it was Han Yunqi or Lang Shuang, they had never seen a man who could fight a battle so beautifully and luxuriously. Of course, the top 10 assassins were the most shocked. They had already secretly admired Long Fei Ye's swordsmanship, but now they realized that his most powerful skill was not swordsmanship, but something else. This time it was hard to stop halfway. They had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue fighting. In just a short while, another 2 long swords were knocked down, and the tip of the whip was raised, directly injuring an assassin's face. Han Yunqi was fascinated, but Lang Shuang couldn't stand it anymore. "Han Yunqi, where's the antidote?" It was Long Fei Yi who didn't want to fight, so she couldn't do anything about it. Han Yunqi stared at Long Fei Ye's figure without blinking and asked casually, "Where's Mother Su?" Long Fei Yi received news that this carriage was supposed to pick up Mother Su. If Lang Shuang was here, then where was Mother Su? Seeing Han Yunqi's indifferent attitude, Lang Shuang was unable to restrain her anger. "I don't know what Mother Su or Motherly. That person in the palace only told me that if I took this carriage out of the city, the Duke of Qin would chase after me. Han Yunqi, don't go back on your words. Where's the antidote?" No matter how good her willpower was, she couldn't resist the effects of the drug. At this time, she had already unconsciously rolled up her sleeves. She felt so uncomfortable. Han Yunqi wasn't anxious with her. She smiled and said, "When the Duke of Qin is done, I will definitely give you the antidote. Don't worry, the drug won't take effect so quickly." She thought that she wasn't strong enough to be Long Fei Ye's solid backing, but at least she could let him have no worries. You. Lang Shuang was so angry that she almost vomited blood. "Han Yunqi, who do you think I am? My Lung family has always kept their word. Give me the antidote. If I say I won't hurt you, then I won't hurt you." Han Yunqi was in a good mood. She leisurely glanced over. "In any case, I don't believe you." Lang Shuang was so angry that she wanted to commit suicide. However, at this time, a squeaking sound similar to that of a mouse suddenly came from the surroundings. Very quickly, from the darkness in all directions, pairs of scarlet eyes appeared. Han Yunqi suddenly stood up. "What are those things?" The moment she said that, in an instant, Countless huge bats flew out from all directions. They ignored everyone else present and actually rushed towards Han Yunqi alone. These beasts were clearly being controlled by someone's mistress to attack her. What kind of person did she offend? Han Yunqi turned to escape, but she didn't dare to run too far. She continuously shot out gold needles to kill the huge bats. However, the number of huge bats was really too big. There were at least a few hundred of them, and her pear-blossom teardrop rain could only shoot out 33 gold needles at one time. Of all the martial arts in the world, only speed was invincible, and all kinds of attacks in the world were won by quantity. In just a short while, a few scratches appeared on the back of Han Yunqi's hand. Just when Han Yunqi was overwhelmed by the attacks, Long Fei Yi suddenly lashed out with his whip, sweeping down a large number of huge bats for her. The people of Liberty City also want a share of the loot? Long Fei Yi was as cold as ice. With a flash, he broke through the encirclement of the killers and landed beside Han Yunqi. With a cool wave of his hand, more than half of the huge bats retreated. Although these huge bats were beasts, they also understood human nature. They seemed to have been intimidated by Long Fei Ye's powerful aura. They hovered around the surroundings, not daring to move forward. And right at this time, a man in white clothes flew out from the darkness. He looked elegant and noble, extraordinarily handsome like a scholar. The huge bats hovered around him. He opened his folding fan, and a huge bat landed gracefully on his folding fan like a butterfly. Such an evil and filthy creature had been trained to be so obedient. This scholar seemed to be a combination of evil and righteousness. This person was none other than the famous eldest young master of Liberty City, Qi Yaotian. Lung Shuang was only one of the candidates for the position of City Lord of the City of Daughters, while Qi Yaotian was the only candidate for the position of City Lord of Liberty City. In the Qi family of Liberty City, he was the most outstanding person. Qi Yaotian glanced at Han Yunqi and chuckled. "Your Highness King of Qin, you are mistaken. The City of Daughters is offering a sky-high bounty for your life, while Liberty City is offering a sky-high bounty for the head of the Princess Consort." While speaking, he nodded politely at Lung Shuang, who was standing to the side. "Fourth Miss Lung, Liberty City is not stealing your business, is it?" Carefree City and the City of Daughters were neck and neck in terms of reputation, but in terms of strength, Carefree City had the upper hand. At the very least, eldest young Master Qi Yaotian's strength was enough to raise Long Fei's guard. This time, Liberty City had sent their eldest young master, and the eldest young master had even brought a swarm of huge bats. He must be determined to get Han Yunqi's head. Chapter 219. Besieged by two cities, the situation was very unfavorable to Long Fei Ye's group. Lung Shuang was a smart person. Even if the City of Daughters withdrew and watched from the sidelines, Long Fei Yi might not be able to take Han Yunqi into consideration. How could Han Yunqi's little tricks deal with the giant bats? She resisted the heat in her body and didn't immediately state her position. Instead, she waited silently for Han Yunqi to give her the antidote of her own accord and beg her for help. The City of Daughters and Carefree City had never cooperated before. Moreover, she'd already made it very clear that although the City of Daughters had accepted the astronomical bounty, their main goal was to rope in Long Fei Yi. As long as Long Fei Yi nodded, the City of Daughters would be willing to compensate that person in Tianning Palace with double the price. If Han Yunqi had any brains, she should know what to do. With her and the 10 assassins' help, it would be easy to beat back Qi Yaotian. Seeing that Lung Shuang wasn't speaking, Qi Yaotian didn't ask any more questions. He politely cupped his hands and bowed to Long Fei. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, I have offended you." But before he could make a move, Long Fei Yi moved first. He grabbed Han Yunqi with one hand and held a whip with the other. Powerful internal energy flowed into the whip, causing it to be as sharp as a sword's wind blade. Like a hot knife, through butter. It shot towards Chi Yaotian. Chi Yaotian wasn't easy to deal with either. He immediately retreated. In a flash, countless giant bats swarmed over, blocking Long Fei Ye's line of sight. They were so densely packed that it was like a wall of bats. If anyone with a phobia of fear saw this scene, they'd definitely go crazy. The wall of bats fell towards Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. Long Fei Yi broke through the wall with his whip and scattered the bats. But it was at this moment that Chi Yaotian suddenly appeared behind them and swept his fan towards Han Yunqi's head. Sensing the flow of air behind him, Long Fei Yi shielded Han Yunqi and turned to the side. He kicked out and forced Chi Yaotian to retreat. However, the swarm of giant bats swarmed over from behind almost at the same time, looking like they were about to swallow them whole. Chi Yaotian wasn't willing to be outdone. He took the initiative to attack again. With a wave of his fan, countless illusory images of the fan appeared. It was hard to tell which of the illusory images was the real attack. Gradually, Han Yunqi, who was protecting Long Fei Yi, began to feel overwhelmed. However, he never loosened his grip on Han Yunqi's waist. Suddenly, an especially large bat scuttled out from under their feet and bit towards Han Yunqi's arm with its ferocious mouth. Long Fei Yi dealt with Chi Yaotian while dodging. After a few rounds, the large bat was enraged and bit down viciously on the arm that Long Fei Yi was holding onto Han Yunqi. It didn't let go. Only God knew how sharp the fangs of this kind of bat were. Long Fei Ye's arm immediately bled. 2 lines of blood flowed non-stop like a faucet that wasn't closed properly. Seeing this, Han Yunqi was shocked. Just as she was about to speak, Lung Shuang finally couldn't take it anymore. She angrily said, "Han Yunqi, you stupid woman. Why aren't you giving me the antidote? Do you want to kill Duke of Qin?" Of course. Lung Shuang knew that Long Fei Yi wouldn't lower himself to ask for help. She had been waiting for Han Yunqi to speak. Han Yunqi could even threaten her with the antidote. However, Han Yunqi still hadn't made a move. Didn't she know that, as a woman, she had to step forward when a man couldn't lower himself? Did she have to lower herself and lower herself for the man? If this continued, Long Fei Yi would be in danger. Lung Shuang couldn't take it anymore and could only take the initiative to speak up. However, who knew that Han Yunqi would look at her coldly and disdain her suggestion? Instead, she unexpectedly grabbed the large bat that was biting onto Long Fei Yi and pulled it down fiercely. The large bat let go and there were 2 deep wounds on Long Fei Ye's arm. Fresh blood splattered onto her face. Was it painful? Long Fei Ye's brows didn't even crease as his attention was focused on Chi Yaotian's folding fan attack. Han Yunqi knew that he would be in a lot of pain, but she had to do this. Actually, she wasn't idling around. She wasn't cowardly enough to hide in Long Fei Ye's arms and become his burden. She had been looking for opportunities and ways to deal with these large bats. Of course, she wasn't stupid. Earlier, when Lung Shuang didn't reply to Chi Yaotian, she knew what Lung Shuang meant. However, not to mention asking for Lung Shuang's help. Even if she threatened Lung Shuang to help, she wouldn't be bothered. Earlier, Long Fei Ye's attitude towards the top 10 exponents was very obvious. No matter what method, he didn't need any help, and he didn't have any intention to be on good terms with the City of Daughters. Perhaps some women were indeed sensible and knew when to advance and retreat. They would be able to step down for their man at the most appropriate time. Han Yunqi could also be such a woman. However, the man beside her didn't need her to do so. He was the proudest man in the world and the man who wouldn't compromise the most. What she needed to do was to take care of herself. Even if the large bat in her hand struggled fiercely with its bloody mouth wide open and its fangs malevolent, Han Yunqi didn't even blink. 2 poisonous needles accurately pierced into the bat, and very soon, the large bat stopped moving. Han Yunqi casually tossed the bat aside and flung it to the ground. Seeing this, Chi Yaotian's movement stiffened. A killer from the City of Daughters couldn't help but exclaim, "That's the Bat King!" The Bat King was the leader of this group of large bats. Once the Bat King was killed, based on the habits of the large bats, they would definitely seek revenge. Moreover, they would seek revenge crazily at all costs. Even the controller wouldn't be able to control them anymore. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were in danger. Indeed, as soon as the Bat King landed on the ground, the large bats that were flying chaotically in the air suddenly flapped their wings and stopped. Qi Yaotian immediately retreated far away, a flash of ridicule in his eyes. He was planning to compete with Long Fei Yi for a while longer, but never expected that stupid woman Han Yunqi would actually make a move against the Bat King. How could such a stupid woman be worth such a high price from Tianning's Empress Dowager? How could she be worth Long Fei Ye's protection? Silence reigned around them. Only the fluttering of the bat's wings could be heard. The atmosphere suddenly turned very strange, even more Ningjing than before a storm. Han Yunqi, you're such an idiotic woman. Someone come. All of you attack together. Lung Shuang couldn't take it anymore. She threw away all of her face and self-respect, even ignoring the heat in her body that was gradually subsiding. She suddenly raised her sword and soared into the air to stand by Long Fei Ye's side. Together with her 10 assassins, she was going to face the revenge of the large bats together with Long Fei Yi. Fourth young Miss Lung, what do you mean by this? Qi Yaotian laughed coldly. That's exactly what I mean. The Duke of Qin is an honored guest of my city of daughters. Lung Shuang replied icily. Fourth young Miss Lung, you'd better think it over. You can't afford to ruin my carefree city's plans. Qi Yaotian warned Lung Shuang. Although the city of daughters and carefree city weren't on good terms, they'd always coexisted peacefully and minded their own business. I've said it before, His Highness Duke of Qin is an honored guest of my city of daughters. As long as my city of daughters is here today, no one is allowed to act presumptuously. Lung Shuang was so agitated that she grew bolder and bolder as she spoke. Qi Yaotian retorted with every word, his attitude growing more and more unyielding. However, even though the two of them were speaking, the parties involved, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi, didn't even listen to them, let alone take them to heart. Long Fei Yi vigilantly stared at the giant bats that could attack them at any time, while Han Yunqi was completely focused on the dead giant Bat King on the ground, as if she was waiting for something. Lung Shuang spoke agitatedly, but Long Fei Yi didn't say anything for a long time. She thought that if she stood out at this time, Long Fei Yi would at least have a whole new level of respect for her. She couldn't help but look back, only to discover that Long Fei Yi had completely ignored her existence. At this moment, Lung Shuang felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head, extinguishing all her enthusiasm. What exactly should she do for this man to place her in his eyes? What exactly should she do for this man to be willing to be on good terms with City of Daughters? Looking at Long Fei Ye's hand around Han Yunqi's waist, the usually calm Lung Shuang couldn't control her jealousy for the first time. At this moment, all the bats in the surroundings suddenly flapped their wings violently, and the sound of their wings flapping became noisy all of a sudden. The swarm of giant bats was indeed about to launch a crazy revenge attack. A trace of anticipation flashed past Lung Shuang's eyes. She was looking forward to letting Long Fei Yi see what kind of woman could be of help to him. Qi Yaotian, who was at the side, was even more impatient to see Long Fei Ye's performance. One had to know that he had raised giant bats for so long, but he had never seen the giant bat's terrifying revenge attack. The sound of flapping wings became louder and louder, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. Take care of your face, Long Fei Yi said in a low voice as he hugged Han Yunqi even tighter. Han Yunqi could feel his nervousness. However, Han Yunqi wasn't nervous at all. She felt the warmth of his palm on her waist, and a trace of warmth flowed through her heart. Long Fei Yi, Even if you two are only husband and wife in name and only need to use each other, as long as you sincerely protect me at this moment, then I will also sincerely protect you at the same time." Suddenly, a giant bat launched an attack. It retracted its wings and shot towards Han Yunqi, like an arrow released from a bow. Han Yunqi's lips curled into a ruthless smile. She shot out a golden needle and accurately shot the leading giant bat backwards, landing on the giant bat king's body. "Ungrateful little bastard!" She snorted disdainfully. Hearing this, Qi Yaotian, Lung Shuang, and even the top 10 assassins were all in disbelief. Lung Shuang couldn't help but roar. "Han Yunqi, do you still not understand the seriousness of the situation? You ignorant woman!" "Hee. I didn't think that Qin Wangfei was such an interesting woman. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill her?" Qi Yaotian also couldn't help but laugh mockingly. A complicated look flashed through Long Fei Ye's eyes. Just as he was feeling suspicious, the countless giant bats floating in the air all retracted their wings and attacked as a group. It was a moment of imminent peril. It was about to start. They were about to attack. Nervous, Qi Yaotian didn't have time to smile as he excitedly held his breath. Lung Shuang hurriedly pulled out her long sword, and the top 10 assassins immediately followed suit. At this moment, the atmosphere had truly reached its peak. Suddenly, nearly 100 giant bats all gathered together. But Chapter 220. All the giant bats had gathered together. Once they attacked in a frenzy, the consequences would be unimaginable and impossible to guard against. However, just as everyone thought that the vengeful attack was about to begin, the large group of giant bats actually gave up on attacking Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. They actually swarmed towards the giant bat king's corpse on the ground like crazy. For a moment, everyone was stunned. How could this be? No one was more shocked than Lung Shuang and Qi Yaotian. Both of them were flabbergasted and couldn't believe what they were seeing with their own eyes. They saw the giant bat king's corpse on the ground. It was unknown whether it was due to the impact of the leading bat or some other reason, but the blood seemed to be flowing out from the pores all over its body. It was extremely terrifying. Of course, everyone only took a glance at this scene because very quickly, the group of giant bats drowned the giant bat king's corpse. The dense mass of bats blocked everyone's line of sight. Why was this happening? Weren't they supposed to attack the culprits, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi? What were they doing? What were they trying to do by surrounding the giant bat king? And what happened to the giant bat king's corpse? Why did it suddenly burst with blood? Qi Yaotian was very unwilling to suspect this, but he couldn't help but suspect that these giant bats were being controlled by someone else. This was simply too unexpected. All sorts of questions made everyone look at Han Yunqi in disbelief. At this moment, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had already landed on the ground. Of course, Long Fei Yi didn't let go of Han Yunqi. That embrace wasn't just to protect her. It was more like a declaration of ownership. Without asking further, Long Fei Yi also understood that this woman must have used poison. She only knew how to use poison. However, just this poison alone was enough to give him endless surprises and surprises. Although they looked at Han Yunqi in disbelief, whether it was Qi Yaotian or Lung Shuang, they didn't believe that the giant bat's strange behavior had anything to do with Han Yunqi. So what if this woman could use poison? At most, she could poison 1 or 2 giant bats to death. How could she control the giant bats? They'd rather believe that Long Fei had done something behind the scenes. The swarm of bats surrounded the giant bat king's corpse. They were so dense that it was impossible to see what they were doing. Qi Yaotian didn't dare to act rashly. Judging from their exchange just then, he was very clear that he couldn't do anything to Long Fei without the bat swarm. Lung Shuang didn't bat an eyelid either. She stared fixedly at Han Yunqi, desperate for an answer. It didn't take long for the stench of blood to spread out from within the swarm of bats. At first, it was just 1 or 2, but soon there were more and more of them. Soon the ground was littered with corpses, and they were all covered in blood, just like King Colossal Bat. Their expressions were gruesome, and it wasn't long before the corpses were all covered in blood. This, Qi Yaotian finally revealed a shocked expression. He had raised giant bats as pets since he was young, so he had a deep understanding of them. However, he couldn't explain the scene. Lung Shuang didn't dare to look any longer, afraid that she would vomit. Soon, nearly 100 giant bats were all dead. The ground was covered in black corpses, and every one of them was dripping with blood. The sight of it made one's scalp tingle. Where the giant Bat King's corpse had been, there was only a pile of bones left. The black bones were gone, and there wasn't even a trace of blood on the ground. Heavens! The giant bat swarm was completely annihilated. Qi Yaotian couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. He looked at Han Yunqi, but Lung Shuang couldn't move her eyes away. Poison! It must be poison. That was why the black bones appeared. It was this woman's doing. Under the shocked gaze, Han Yunqi was calm and collected. She wanted to walk over, but Long Fei held her tightly. She couldn't help but whisper, "Your Highness, it's fine now. Can you let go?" At her words, Long Fei realized that he'd made a move. He didn't say a word, but immediately released her. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Han Yunqi gracefully walked over and took out a needle to collect the blood from the giant bats. She sniffed lightly, then turned back to smile at Long Fei. "Your Highness, the giant bat poison has been cultivated." She'd never seen giant bats before, but she'd read about them in ancient poison texts. They were a type of raw material used to make poisons. She'd just poisoned the giant bat king to death and used its blood to attract other giant bats to fight over it. Poison on top of poison. She'd really managed to cultivate giant bat poison. Usually, the poison produced by killing each other in a group was highly toxic. Han Yunqi. Qi Yaotian finally realized how frightening this woman was. He also understood why Tianning's Empress Dowager had offered such a high price for her head. Unfortunately, it was too late. He originally thought that Tianning's Empress Dowager's true target was the Duke of Qin, but now it seemed that this woman was no less frightening than the Duke of Qin himself. Han Yunqi glanced at him and imitated his polite tone. "Eldest young Master Qi, what other instructions do you have to bestow upon me?" Qi Yaotian was momentarily at a loss for words. He didn't know how to reply. The giant bats were his only pets, but now they were all gone. To Long Fei, all of this was within reason, but also beyond his expectations. He was very satisfied and nodded towards Han Yunqi. "Come here then." Han Yunqi was too lazy to pay attention to Qi Yaotian. She hid the needle she'd used to collect the giant bat poison in her wrist and obediently walked back to Long Fei's side. Long Fei immediately wrapped an arm around her waist again. Anyone who saw him would be jealous. Even if there was nothing between them now, and there wouldn't be anything between them in the future, she was still someone under his name. He was always this domineering, especially in front of outsiders. Han Yunqi had long gotten used to it. She only knew that there was nothing left for her to do after this. As expected, Long Fei didn't waste words. He suddenly raised his whip and swept it past the blood-stained bodies of the giant bats before swinging it towards Qi Yaotian. Now that the giant bat's poison had been nurtured, it was time for its master to have a taste. Qi Yaotian recovered his wits and immediately dodged out of the way. Long Fei's whip seemed to have eyes of its own as it chased after him, refusing to let him go. Without the giant bats to help him, Qi Yaotian couldn't afford to be arrogant. He was forced into a passive position as he dodged again and again. Several times he tried to escape but failed. Of course, if this stalemate continued, he still had the skills to protect himself from Long Fei. But once again, Han Yunqi surprised him. While he was focused on dodging Long Fei's whip, Han Yunqi silently aimed for his neck. "You think you're amazing for raising giant bats as pets? I'll give them back to you." Swoosh! The sharp sound of the whip echoed. Before Qi Yaotian could react, the poison needle had already pierced his neck. He casually wiped it, and a pool of black blood appeared. Han Yunqi laughed. Young Master Qi, the poison produced by the giant bats biting each other is a rare item. I'll give them back to you. Qi Yaotian was greatly alarmed. At this moment, Long Fei Ye's whip ruthlessly swung over. This time, Qi Yaotian didn't dodge and took the full brunt of the whip. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. There was a lacerated whip mark on his body, and even the blood was black. Long Fei Yi wasn't stupid enough to kill him. After all, killing the young master of Carefree City would cause a lot of trouble. He was busy and didn't want to stir up trouble. The life of this king's woman is priceless. If Carefree City wants to accept another bounty, you might as well try, he warned coldly. Priceless life. Han Yunqi liked this word. As if she was used to his tyranny, she directly ignored the first 5 words. She smiled brilliantly and magnificently. Young Master Qi, if you want the antidote, come to King Qin's residence in 3 days and buy it. Your life will be at the price of the employer. All the bounties Qi Yaotian had accepted over the years were big ones. It was normal for him to fail. However, he had never been in such a difficult situation. He stood up and took a deep look at Han Yunqi. How many people in the martial arts world knew that Long Fei Yi was good at whips and had amazing martial arts? How many people knew that Han Yunqi was not only good at detoxification, but also that poison could be used as martial arts? He thought that when he returned this time, he had to remind his father to blacklist Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi in Carefree City and not accept any more bounties easily. Long Fei wouldn't kill him, but the antidote to save his life was still in Han Yunqi's hands. He had no choice but to be polite. He stood up and made a graceful bow with clasped hands. Farewell, both of you. After saying that, he wanted to leave gracefully. However, after a few steps, he spat out a mouthful of black blood and almost fainted. In the end, he had to be supported by his guards to leave. Seeing this, Han Yunqi could not help but burst into laughter. This was the first time that she had beaten her enemy so badly. It was so beautiful. As it turned out, there were many ways to use poison. She could adapt to the situation at any time. Han Yunqi found that she was getting more and more proficient in the art of poison. Han Yunqi thought that this was the end of the matter. However, Long Fei Yi did not put away his whip. He slowly raised his hand and looked coldly at the top 10 killers of the City of Daughters. At this time, Han Yunqi finally remembered that there were still people from the City of Daughters. All right, how could she forget about this woman who had scolded her twice for being stupid? The top 10 killers looked at Long Fei Ye's whip that was stained with giant bats' poison and were all frightened. They did not have the courage from before and retreated behind Lung Shuang Shuang. Lung Shuang Shuang did not know what to say. At this moment, she wished that she could find a hole to hide in. She had scolded Han Yunqi so loudly, but she did not know that she was the one who was truly stupid and ignorant. Had Long Fei long been mocking her in his heart? She had actually argued with him so confidently and even pulled out her sword to help him. It turned out that her wishful thinking was so laughable. What did he want to do when he raised his whip? Lung Shuang Shuang was about to speak when Long Fei Yi suddenly swung his whip. He did not hurt anyone. Instead, he swung his whip fiercely in the air as a warning. After that, he turned around and left. He did not even bother to make a move. Lung Shuang Shuang was stunned for a long time before she chased after him. Han Yunqi, where's the antidote? She still had the aphrodisiac in her body. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi turned around and smiled generously. I was lying. That's just a normal poison. It will disappear after a long time. Lung Shuang Shuang froze on the spot. She had never been humiliated as much as she had been today in her entire life. Han Yunqi, although I don't want to admit it, I, Lung Shuang Shuang, have indeed underestimated you. From now on, I will not underestimate you again." Although Long Fei Yi did not smile, Han Yunqi had a feeling that this guy was in a good mood. He did not let go of her hand, so she could only obediently follow him. She realized that this guy was actually heading in the direction of Medicine City. This is obviously the Empress Dowager's ambush. "Aren't you going to look for Mother Su?" she asked in a low voice. At the very least, she had to interrogate Lung Shuang about Mother Su's whereabouts. If she said that she did not know, would she really not know? Shuangqing was nothing. Mother Su was the most important thing. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi said, "Tang Li should have succeeded." What did he mean? Chapter 221. Should Tang Li have succeeded? Han Yunqi was surprised as she followed Long Fei Yi back to Medicine City's Wang clan. But even after they left, Lung Shuang was still frozen in place. The 10 assassins exchanged glances, but no one dared to speak. To their left, Gu was leaning lazily against a large tree, the lush foliage covering his body. He didn't care who was chasing after Long Fei Yi. All he wanted was for the various factions of Cloud Realm Continent to join forces and wipe out the Duke of Qin's estate. He only cared about Han Yunqi. That poison needle had clearly come from the Tang clan, and a giant bat's poison wasn't simple at all. Just what had Han Yunqi done to the giant Bat King in such a short time to cause internal strife? Gu waited until Lung Shuang and the rest had left before flying down to carefully examine the giant Bat King. Unbeknownst to him, someone was still lurking on the right side of the forest, watching everything. This person was none other than the head of Tianning's Imperial Physician Courtyard, Gu Beiyue. His attention seemed to be focused on the giant bat corpses as well. When he saw Gu looting all of the giant bat corpses, a complicated look flashed through Gu Beiyue's eyes. Then he turned around and vanished into thin air. Even top experts would be flabbergasted at such speed. This man had hidden his strength well. By the time Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi arrived at Medicine City's Wang clan, it was already daybreak. As for Mama Su, she had long been kidnapped by Tang Li and brought to the Wang clan. Han Yunqi realized in hindsight that the Empress Dowager had indeed found Mama Su at Medicine City's Mu estate. She'd purposely released news to test Long Fei Yi while offering bounties to the City of Daughters and Carefree City to surround and attack Long Fei Yi. On the other hand, she'd sent a group of palace experts to secretly pick up Mama Su. But as it turned out, Long Fei Yi played along and distracted the people of the City of Daughters and Liberty City so that Tang Li could kidnap Mother Su easily. In fact, before the people of the City of Daughters and Liberty City retreated, Tang Li had already kidnapped Mother Su very smoothly. It had to be said that when she saw Tang Li standing in the garden in his snow-white clothes from afar, Han Yunqi once again had a beautiful illusion. However, when he opened his mouth, all the beautiful thoughts were destroyed. A long time later, Han Yunqi told Tang Li that every time she saw him, she wanted to poison him to make him mute. Tang Li broke out in a cold sweat. As soon as Long Fei Yi walked over, Tang Li immediately claimed credit. "I didn't use any hidden weapons. I killed all of them with my bare hands, leaving only one alive to report back to the Empress Dowager. I think the Empress Dowager will be so angry that she won't be able to sleep for a few nights." "Where is she?" Long Fei Yi asked. Han Yunqi's eyes lit up. Tang Li didn't kill Mother Su immediately because he wanted to wait for Long Fei Yi to come back and interrogate her. Could it be that she could use this opportunity to find out more about his background? She didn't want to know so much at first, but this fellow had already told her about the Tang clan. It'd be too fake if she wasn't curious. If this fellow's mother was a member of the Tang clan, then who was his father? The women of the Tang clan didn't marry outside the clan. So why was Long Fei Yi brought to the palace as soon as he was born? He wasn't someone who coveted glory, wealth, power, and status. Why did he continue to stay in Tianning's Imperial clan? "I was bored waiting for you guys, so I forced a confession out of her that, before Tang Li could finish, Wang Gong cut in unhappily from the side. She was accidentally forced to death. Long Fei Ye's gaze turned cold at these words. His gaze shot towards Tang Li like an arrow. Tang Li immediately raised his hand and swore, "I found out before she died. Mother Su never told anyone about this. Those palace experts secretly kidnapped her. The Mu clan didn't know anything either, so she can die." Can die. Han Yunqi's head was full of black lines. If this fellow wasn't the young head of the Tang clan and Long Fei Ye's close friend, she would definitely doubt his reliability. Seeing Long Fei Ye's cold expression, Tang Li quickly smiled apologetically and added, "The body's already been cleaned up. Don't worry." Duke of Qin, although the Empress Dowager didn't have any evidence, but the truth was revealed in the end. Wang Gong said sincerely, Mother Su's death didn't mean everything was over. It only meant that the Empress Dowager and Emperor Tianhui couldn't touch Long Fei Yi for now. Still, Long Fei Ye's origins had aroused their suspicions. Emperor Tianhui had always been on guard against Long Fei. Now that his suspicions had arisen, it was impossible for Emperor Tianhui to tolerate his unscrupulous ways of eliminating dissidents. He'd rather kill the wrong person than kill the wrong person. He'd never give Long Fei a chance to rest. In other words, Mother Su's death wasn't the end, but the beginning of a reign of blood. Long Fei Yi gave Wang Gong a meaningful look. Without a word, he walked towards the depths of the flower gardens. Wang Gong and Tang Li immediately followed. Han Yunqi hesitated a bit before following as well. She had many questions, but they all came to one conclusion. Long Fei Ye's ambitions. Emperor Tianhui wanted to protect Tianning's throne and country. But did Long Fei Yi want these things or more? It was impossible to estimate the breadth of this man's heart. Han Yunqi stared at his cold and lonely back. For the first time, she felt a strong desire to know more about him. When they reached the pavilion, there were only 3 seats at the stone table. All 3 of them sat down, leaving Han Yunqi forgotten on one side. Long Fei Yi seemed to only notice her presence now. He glanced at her before rising to his feet and speaking to Wang Gong. What's bound to come can't be avoided. He didn't intend to elaborate after that, but had Wang Gong arrange a carriage so they could return to the capital. Did he stop talking because she was here? Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with disappointment, but she remained silent. It wasn't until they bid farewell to Tang Li and Wang Gong and boarded the carriage that she spoke up. Lady Tianqin, how much have you found out? Long Fei Yi didn't expect Han Yunqi to ask such a question. What do you mean? I also want to know my mother's origins, as well as her relationship with Medicine City. I also want to know. Han Yunqi hesitated before she continued. I also want to know who my birth father is. She really couldn't see through this man. He told her about the Tang clan, but was also on guard against her knowing more. He'd nurtured her and given her assassination weapons, but sometimes drew a clear line between them. If her birth was the reason for his unease, then she didn't mind telling him everything to dispel his doubts. Not to mention that she only liked him a little. Even if she liked him a lot, she still had her own principles and wouldn't lose herself. She was very clear about her situation. Her status as Qin Wangfei meant that she had to hug this man's thigh in order to survive peacefully in the capital. She hoped that they could trust each other and treat each other honestly. She could help him a lot, and perhaps he could also uncover Lady Tianqin's secret. Long Fei Yi looked at her with a complicated gaze. He had already interrogated Hong Kongan, so of course he knew about Han Yunqi's birth. What he was surprised about was this woman's attitude. This wasn't a woman who would be swayed by emotions or led by the nose. What are you looking at? You already knew that I wasn't Hong Kongan's biological daughter, didn't you? Han Yunqi asked openly. So, Long Fei Yi still didn't bat an eyelid. So I'll make it clear to you today. If you think that I'm useful, please don't doubt me or be on guard against me. I've said it before, you're my boat. I have no need to trick you. If you have the slightest bit of doubt, Please don't disturb me in the future. I'll pretend that I didn't hear anything that I heard before. I'll know my place and be a respectable Qin Wangfei. I'll guard the Duke of Qin's manor and only be responsible for not embarrassing you." Han Yunqi looked at Long Fei Yi without blinking as she spoke very seriously. Actually, when she moved out of Hibiscus Courtyard that day, she had wanted to say these words to him. It had nothing to do with love or romance. It had to do with her position and even her fate. Long Fei Yi's complicated gaze deepened. He also looked at Han Yunqi, but didn't reply for a long time. Han Yunqi also didn't say much and waited. Time slowly passed between the two of them in silence until the carriage stopped in front of the Duke of Qin's manor. The carriage driver had already set up the footstool, but unfortunately neither Long Fei Yi nor Han Yunqi had any intention of dismounting. After a long time, Long Fei Yi finally opened his mouth. His voice was cold and even contained a hint of warning. "Quickly understand the perplexing butterfly illusion. This prince's other matters have nothing to do with you." He rejected her. In the end, he still had to be on guard against her. Her heart couldn't help but tighten. But Han Yunqi still maintained her calm. She said seriously, "So in the future, I'll have to trouble your highness to not let me know so much. This concubine's heart is small and timid. This concubine can't tolerate so many secrets. Keep your courage and heart in check. You don't know much." Long Fei Yi heartlessly stated the truth. She really didn't know much. Han Yunqi's heart felt stifled. In the end, she couldn't say anything in response. She could only watch as Long Fei Yi got off the carriage. Just like that, Han Yunqi was disappointed. Her self-confident and proud self even began to wonder if she'd thought too highly of herself. Han Yunqi didn't bring up the matter again. As for the perplexing butterfly illusion, she still couldn't figure out its toxicity, so she couldn't store it in her detox system. For now, she could only keep it to herself. After returning to the estate, Han Yunqi only told Grand Concubine Yi that Mama Su had died and told her not to worry. She didn't explain too much, and the palace was calm and peaceful. Over the past few days, Han Yunqi was in a gloomy mood. She was easily angered and explosive, but the people of Carefree City just had to come knocking on her door. They wanted the antidote at a high price, but Han Yunqi went back on her word and demanded 3 times the price for the antidote. She had no idea that her gloominess had thoroughly offended the people of Carefree City. Qi Yaotian personally swore that he'd make Han Yunqi spit out 3 times the price one day. The calm days only lasted for a few days. Soon enough, Han Yunqi heard that there was a transfer of personnel in the imperial court. All of the civil and military officials were in a state of panic. Without a doubt, Emperor Tianhui had made a move against Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi didn't meddle in the affairs of the imperial court, but he had plenty of people in the court. His influence was considerable, so Emperor Tianhui couldn't do anything to him. Naturally, he'd make a move against the people around him. Among them, the most unexpected was the young general Mu Qingguo. Nobody knew whether Mu Qingguo was one of Long Fei Yi's men, but everyone knew that Mu Qingguo was one of the crown prince's archenemy, the second imperial prince. He'd always been hated by the crown prince's faction. Emperor Tianhui's move against him this time proved that even if he wasn't one of Long Fei Yi's men, he still held an important position in the game of power. Rather than an important position, it was more accurate to say that he held an important position in the military. Emperor Tianhui ordered Mu Qingguo to gather 300,000 taels of pay and provisions for the troops and 200,000 dan of grain within half a year. Otherwise, he'd be demoted and investigated. 300,000 taels of pay and provisions was a matter of money, but 200,000 dan of grain was a problem that even money couldn't solve. When Han Yunqi heard the news, she felt that Mu Qingguo had gotten shot even when he was lying down. Unexpectedly, she was in trouble as well. This trouble was Chapter 222. Han Yunqi never would have thought that her problem would be the crown prince, Long Tianma. Long Tianma's old illness had flared up. In the middle of the night, she was sleeping soundly. She was so shocked by this news that she almost fell to the ground. After calming down, she asked many questions, but eunuch Luo who came to invite her didn't say anything. He only said that the crown prince's old illness had flared up and the emperor was furious, urgently summoning her to the palace. Han Yunqi immediately smelled the scent of a conspiracy. Long Tianma's old illness was a strange fetus in fetus. This illness was different from other illnesses. Once the surgery was successful, it would not flare up again. Moreover, she had already expelled all the poison from Long Tianma's body, so there would not be any side effects. Han Yunqi knew that it would not be easy to come out of the palace this time. If it was anyone else that was poisoned, she could just say that she didn't understand and refuse. She did not receive a salary from the Imperial Doctor's Hospital, so she had no obligation to treat anyone. However, Long Tianma's illness was something that she had personally overturned Han Kongan's diagnosis and cured, so she had no choice but to face it. It was not easy to peacefully live in a corner. Actually, ever since she was betrothed to Long Feiyi, she was destined to be restless. All right, since trouble had come knocking on her door, she'd go take a look. She wanted to see what kind of side effects Long Tianma had developed out of the blue. When she was about to leave, Zhao Mama quickly stopped her and asked in a low voice, "Princess Consort, His Highness, did not come back tonight. Should I send someone to inform him?" Han Yunqi hesitated a bit before refusing. No need. Zhao Mama wanted to persuade her, but Han Yunqi had already left. "There's no time to lose, let's go." Han Yunqi did not refuse, and calmly got into the carriage to urge eunuch Luo to set off. Upon arriving at the Eastern Palace, the first person Han Yunqi saw was none other than Imperial Physician Gu Beiwa. Han Yunqi had hidden the truth about Long Tianma's illness from the rest of the world. Only Gu Beiwa knew about it, and Gu Beiwa had been the one to assist her during her treatment. Gu Beiwa should know that there was no such thing as an old ailment under these circumstances. In other words, she hadn't left any clues for Emperor Tianhui to pick up on. But Gu Beiwa's expression was very unsightly. He was about to speak when Emperor Tianhui walked out from the inner rooms. Emperor Tianhui was dignified and cold, lofty and aloof. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he stared at Han Yunqi, as if she was his prey. Han Yunqi had seen those eyes before when she'd threatened him to save Long Feiyi. She'd be lying if she said she wasn't afraid. That time had been a fluke during the plague. Han Yunqi was very clear that she didn't have the right to threaten Emperor Tianhui. After all, even Long Feiyi had to deal with him step by step. Of course, being afraid didn't mean she'd submit. She bowed gracefully and bowed her head in greeting. 10,000 blessings to your majesty." Emperor Tianhui scrutinized Han Yunqi cold, not allowing her to rise. Back then, he'd only wanted to use this woman to humiliate Long Feiyi, but never expected a woman like her to stir up wave after wave and ruin his plans again and again. Emperor Tianhui didn't speak for a while. Han Yunqi bowed, her back aching terribly. She was about to speak up when Gu Beiwa beat her to it. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's illness is more important." Emperor Tianhui had always trusted Gu Beiwa, but his attitude had changed ever since Gu Beiwa came to the Han family clinic. He gave Gu Beiwa a meaningful look before saying cold, "Imperial Physician Gu, do you remember the consequences of Han Kongan's misdiagnosis?" "Your Majesty, it's still debatable whether esteemed Wang Fei made a misdiagnosis. His Highness's illness." Before Gu Beiwa could finish, a sharp and arbitrary voice came from the inner rooms. "It's a misdiagnosis. Imperial Physician Gu, you're the head of the Imperial Physician Courtyard, but you can't even see such an illness. If your grandfather's spirit is in heaven, he'll be grieving and hating. Didn't they say an old illness flared up? Now it's a misdiagnosis?" Who came to the conclusion? Han Yunqi looked towards the source of the voice, and saw an old man slowly walk out. He looked to be around 70 years of age, with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He had a long white beard, and his gait was dignified. He was even more spirited than a young man. Most old men like this would have the air of an immortal, but this one exuded an air of arrogance that was hard to ignore. If not for Emperor Tianhui's presence and his imperial aura, his aura would be even stronger. Who else dared to speak so loudly in this place? Director Shi, His Highness Crown Prince's illness still hasn't been determined. If you speak like this, it's rather lacking in the rigor of a doctor. Gu Beiyue's tone was flat, but it carried an air of authority. Director Shi? Han Yunqi was stunned. The director of Medical City's Medical Academy, Shi Yuba, who lived in Western Zhou for a long time. She never expected it to be him. Of the Medical Academy's directors, the youngest was Han Kongan, while the oldest was Shi Yuba. Lady Tianqin must have helped Han Kongan quite a bit to become a director of the Medical Academy. In terms of medical skills, Shi Yuba was enough to throw Han Kongan off the road. Although they were both directors, Han Kongan was only a divine doctor, while Shi Yuba was a primogenitor of medicine. The title of director wasn't a symbol of medical skills, but of one's status. Director, Council of Elders, Vice Academy Head, and Academy Head were the four major administrative ranks that held a certain amount of power in the Medical Academy. They were part of the management. The true symbol of medical skills was their medical ranks. There were 9 ranks in total: Medical Apprentice, Medical Scholar, Grand Medical Scholar, Divine Doctor, Primogenitor, Sage Doctor, Immortal Doctor, and Sovereign Doctor. Gu Beiyue's grandfather was a primogenitor of medicine. Of the current 10 directors of the Medical Academy, most were divine doctors. Only 2 of them were primogenitors of medicine. They had created their own schools of medical skills and were allowed to take in disciples independently. Shi Yuba was one of them. Although he was only a director, this old man was a 6th-ranked doctor. He held a pivotal position in the medical community, so it was no wonder he'd been so confident in his words. No wonder Gu Beiyue's expression had been so ugly just then. Heaven knows how Emperor Tianhui had managed to invite such an important figure, but Han Yunqi didn't care about that. She only wanted to know what basis director she had to say she'd made a mistake in her diagnosis. Han Yunqi might be bowed, but her aura wasn't weak. She stared straight at Director Shi and warned, "Director Shi, you should think it over clearly. Framing this Wang Fei is a very serious crime." As soon as these words came out, Shi Lisher, who had always thought of himself as superior, sucked in a breath of cold air. What an arrogant woman! Come with this old man. This old man will make you convinced. Han Yunqi didn't move, but looked towards Emperor Tianhui. "Rise." Emperor Tianhui reluctantly allowed her to rise. "Thanks to your majesty." Han Yunqi didn't lose any of her poise as she rose to her feet. Only then did she follow Director Shi into the inner rooms, with Emperor Tianhui and Gu Beiyue following closely behind. But as soon as they entered the room, Han Yunqi saw that Long Tianma was already unconscious on the bed. He was only wearing a white brocade robe, and his stomach was clearly bulging. So this was a relapse of his old ailment? That's impossible. Although they didn't have modern B-scan ultrasound technology, judging from the results of the fetus in fetus poisoning and the results of the excreted blood, Han Yunqi was willing to bet on her life that Long Tianma's ailment was a fetus in fetus. It was impossible for it to relapse. Even if she took 10,000 steps back and assumed that there was a second fetus in his body that hadn't been discovered yet, it couldn't have grown so suddenly in such a short time. Someone must have done something to his stomach. Han Yunqi, you said it was a malignant tumor in the past. Once the tumor was removed, all the toxins would be gone. How do you explain this now? Emperor Tianhui asked coldly. Han Yunqi didn't answer, but stepped forward to take his pulse. At the same time, she activated the detox system, which didn't give her any notifications. But the pulse was exactly the same as before, a slippery one. A pregnancy pulse was a type of slippery pulse, which was why Han Kongin had diagnosed it as a pregnancy pulse. But Han Yunqi had concealed the truth and said it was poison. Then what about now? What did Director Shi say? Han Yunqi didn't rush to ask, but pressed down on Long Tianma's stomach instead. She was so startled that she almost withdrew her hand. Heavens, the condition of his stomach was exactly the same as before. It was extremely similar to a pregnancy. After the examination, Han Yunqi looked suspiciously towards Gu Beiwei. Gu Beiwei furrowed his brows, his face full of worry as he reminded her that this wasn't an easy matter to deal with. It was obvious that someone had done something to the stomach, but they couldn't figure out what had happened. Director Shi, what's your diagnosis? Han Yunqi finally spoke. What? Are you admitting that you made a mistake? Director, she asked disdainfully, even if His Highness Crown Prince's current condition is the same as before, it doesn't mean anything. There are many diseases with similar symptoms. I'm sure Director She knows better than I do. It's very possible that the Crown Prince is suffering from another disease. Han Yunqi refused to budge an inch. Another illness? Then tell me, what illness is it this time? Director, she refused to let the matter go. I'm not sure yet, but it's definitely not the same cause as before. Han Yunqi was resolute. Of course, it's not the same cause as before. Your previous diagnosis was wrong. Director, she denied it outright. Qin Wangfei, listen well. The Crown Prince's illness is called ascites. Ascites? Han Yunqi almost spat out her saliva at those words. Actually, when she first heard that the Crown Prince's stomach was big, her first thought was that it was this illness. However, she rejected that thought when she took his pulse. This was a professional term. In layman's terms, it was a pathological accumulation of fluid in the body. The amount of fluid in the abdomen exceeded the normal value. There was a small amount of fluid in the abdomen that flowed out to lubricate the intestines. Under pathological conditions, the amount of fluid in the abdomen increased. When it exceeded 200 milliliters, it was called ascites. Ascites wasn't a primary disease. It was caused by other diseases in the body. Although Han Yunqi was a poison doctor, she worked in the hospital all year round and had seen many diseases. She had seen a child who was a few years old. He was all skin and bones, but his stomach was bigger than a pregnant woman's. She understood this illness. She believed that Gu Beiwei understood it even more. There was no reason for them not to be able to diagnose it, judging from Long Tianma's pulse. It didn't have anything to do with ascites. Besides, if it really was ascites, then it was impossible for his stomach to suddenly become so big in such a short period of time. A month ago, hadn't Long Tianma been hosting the spring hunt and was doing well? Judging from his pulse and the time of his illness's onset, it's not ascites. Han Yunqi refuted on the spot. At this time, Gu Beiwei also spoke up. Director Shi, let's not talk about the present. Let's talk about the past. The Crown Prince was bedridden for 7 years. If it was ascites, how could he not become thin? How could he survive 7 years? Chapter 223. Once a person had ascites, they'd lose weight. Moreover, most ascites were caused by malignant diseases. How could Long Tianma have endured for 7 years? Director Shi's diagnosis was full of doubtful points. In fact, it was completely baseless. But when faced with Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwei's questions, Director Shi dismissed them with a single sentence. He said, self-righteously, "You're talking about common ascites, but His Highness Crown Prince is suffering from a rare chronic form of ascites. The disease flares up slowly, similar to pregnancy. It was because of Qin Wangfei's misdiagnosis and careless use of poisons that caused the disease to flare up so suddenly. If old man hadn't arrived in time, His Highness Crown Prince's life would have been over." Director Shi's words were so convincing that they made it sound as if it were true. Han Yunqi couldn't help but laugh coldly. She'd heard that ascites was divided into 3 types. leaky, exudative, and bloody, but this was her first time hearing about chronic ascites. This fellow was a medical primogenitor, so he could create his own school of thought. What a bunch of nonsense. Who knew what he'd done to Long Tianma's body when Emperor Tianhui invited him here? That's why his abdomen was swollen and his pulse was slippery. A few days ago, when Emperor Tianhui made a move against young General Mu Qingguo, Han Yunqi assumed that he was seizing the chance to suppress the second imperial son's arrogance and push the crown prince down. Who knew that Emperor Tianhui was willing to use the crown prince to get rid of her? If Mu Qingguo couldn't gather enough provisions within half a year, his military authority would be revoked. The second imperial son would have lost half an arm, while the crown prince's mishap would have created a stalemate between the two factions in court. In the end, Emperor Tianhui would be the one to gain the most. This old fox was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Han Yunqi was about to explain herself when Emperor Tianhui suddenly issued a cold order. Han Yunqi's medical skills aren't good enough. She swindled and almost caused the crown prince to lose his life. Someone come. Lock her up in the prisons. As soon as he spoke, 2 imperial guards rushed in to detain Han Yunqi. I'm not convinced. Today, Han Yunqi finally understood what it meant to have power over justice, and what it meant to have the emperor above the sky in the world of imperial power. Your Majesty, I'm not convinced. Director, she doesn't have any evidence. He's wrongly accusing me. Han Yunqi angrily said. Emperor Tianhui didn't allow her to explain. Director, she is a director of the Medical Academy and a 6th rank primogenitor doctor. How could he make a mistake? Han Yunqi, if you still refuse to admit your mistakes, we will definitely not let you off easily. Men, take her away immediately. Han Yunqi gave a cold laugh. She didn't make any more futile attempts to explain herself, but her lips curved into a mocking smile as she narrowed her eyes at Director Shi. Her eyes were clear and bright, as if they could see through everything. A 6th grade medical grandmaster. Do the elders of the Medical Academy know that you are so capable? She left behind these words before the imperial guards took her away. Director Shi's face was ghastly white. Without a doubt, Han Yunqi's words were a warning to him. Emperor Tianhui might be able to protect him in Tianning, but the Medical Academy wasn't a place where Emperor Tianhui's words counted. He couldn't let the Medical Academy know about this. Gu Beiwei allowed Han Yunqi to be taken away without saying a word. He had long predicted this would happen before Han Yunqi entered the palace. All he wanted to know was Director Shi's diagnosis. In the silence of the room, Director Shi finally looked towards Gu Beiwei. I heard that Imperial Physician Gu approved of your previous diagnosis as well. Nonsense. Nonsense. If he didn't approve, why would he have argued with Han Yunqi just then? Director Shi's question was giving Gu Beiwei some leeway to argue. At his words, Emperor Tianhui looked over as well. He knew that Director Shi had been trying to rope in Gu Beiwei all this time. Gu Beiwei was still young, but his medical skills had long reached the level of a 5th rank divine doctor. His future prospects were immeasurable. Add that to Grandfather Gu's connections and his current position as head of the academy, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to apply for a director position in the Medical Academy. Moreover, Grandfather Gu was a 6th rank primogenitor doctor as well. When he was a director, he'd been kind to others and made friends with many people. He had a high reputation and earned the respect of many of his peers. Amongst the directors, he was a spiritual leader. If Grandfather Gu hadn't passed away, he might have entered the Council of Elders by now. In this line of work, reputation and seniority were important. Even after Grandfather Gu's death, many people would still give Gu Beiwei face and take care of him. This was also why Emperor Tianhui placed Gu Beiwei in an important position and didn't make a move against Gu Beiwei after the Han family's free clinic. Roping in Gu Beiwei would be a great help to Director Shi when he entered the Council of Elders in the future. But Gu Beiwe refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He didn't explain himself, but simply nodded. Yes. Moreover, this junior still agrees with esteemed Wang Fei's diagnosis. You. Director, she was caught off guard. His old face fell as he approached Gu Beiwe and said in a low voice, Imperial Physician Gu, a wise man submits to circumstances. Your grandfather has already passed away a long time ago. You have nothing to do with the medical academy now. In other words, Director, she admits to framing esteemed Wang Fei and has a guilty conscience. Are you afraid that the medical academy will pursue the matter? Gu Beiwe retorted seriously. He looked like a frail, gentle, and modest gentleman, but Gu Beiwe never gave anyone face when it was time to be blunt. Director, she had not only been rejected, but humiliated as well. A lofty man like him had always been respected and flattered by his juniors, so he'd never suffered such humiliation. His face alternated between red and white, but he couldn't speak. Emperor Tianhui didn't expect Gu Beiwe to be so insistent. After all, Gu Beiwe had been in the imperial physician courtyard for many years and had seen all sorts of infighting in the imperial harem. He'd faced plenty of temptations and roped in as well. He'd always been a loner, unmoved by anyone or anything. But now he was helping Han Yunqi because he had his heart set on the Duke of Qin. Or had Han Yunqi used some sort of bewitching spell on him? No matter what, Emperor Tianhui wasn't planning to keep him around any longer after what he'd said today. Someone come, Imperial Physician Gu neglected his duties and aided the tyrant in his tyranny. He knows his wrongs and refuses to mend them. Throw him into the prisons as well. Han Yunqi retorted a few more times, but Imperial Physician Gu didn't even say a single word of injustice. He only gave the unconscious Long Tianma a pitying look before allowing the Imperial guards to escort him out. Director, she watched Gu Beiwe's retreating form with a sigh despite his anger. Such a young man, what a waste. The medical academy. Emperor Tianhui trailed off. He was more concerned about that. Your Majesty, don't worry. His Highness Crown Prince's illness can't be cured by anyone besides this old official. Even if the Council of Elders came, they wouldn't have the right to speak. Director, she wouldn't have dared to do such a thing for Emperor Tianhui if he didn't have some skills. Emperor Tianhui nodded his head in satisfaction. But as soon as he left the Eastern Palace, he ran into the Empress Dowager, who'd hurried over after hearing the news. This meant that news of Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe's imprisonment had spread very quickly. The Empress Dowager was still brooding over Mama Su's death. Emperor Tianhui had told her to rest and recuperate, but she'd only rested for a few days before something happened to her most treasured grandson. Chongping had already passed away, so they'd lost a perfect marriage alliance. Meanwhile, the Empress's health was fluctuating. Now, she only had the Crown Prince left. Although the other imperial sons were her own grandchildren, the Crown Prince was still born of the Empress and the future of the imperial uncle's estate. Once he lost power, the imperial uncle's estate would fall. Your Majesty, just what happened? I was perfectly fine. So why did his illness suddenly act up again? The Empress Dowager asked. His old illness acted up again. Fortunately, Director, she was here, or else the consequences would have been unthinkable. Emperor Tianhui sighed with emotion. He wasn't telling the truth to his own mother. 20 years ago, this mother had wholeheartedly helped him fight for the throne, but now her heart was all on the Crown Prince. The heartless nature of the imperial family included husband and wife. Only the newlyweds laughed in the imperial harem, but not the old. Brothers and sisters were heartless as well. Countless brothers and sisters fought and killed each other. Parents were even more heartless as well. Father and son, mother and son, would fight for their own interests one day. Although Emperor Tianhui had made Long Tianma the crown prince and spent countless efforts to nurture him, Long Tianma could change. Times were changing as well. Emperor Tianhui wasn't even 50 years old yet, so he had his own plans. Isn't it a malignant tumor? Wouldn't everything be fine once the poison was treated? Why did it act up again? The Empress Dowager asked. If she couldn't sniff out the fishy details, then she'd be Emperor Tianhui's mother in vain. It really was a misdiagnosis. If Muhu doesn't believe me, then go take a look for yourself. Jeanne still has urgent business to attend to, so I won't accompany Muhu, Emperor Tianhui said respectfully. The Empress Dowager was an intelligent woman. A complicated look flickered past her eyes before she stopped doubting him. Then can Director she cure Tianmao? It'll take some time. Muhu doesn't need to worry. Emperor Tianhui's words were a heart-strengthening drug for the Empress Dowager. She nodded and said, Emperor, you can go busy yourself. I'll go take a look at that pitiful child. Naturally, the news spread out of the palace and caused an uproar as soon as daybreak. This wasn't the first time Han Yunqi had been imprisoned, but the fact that she'd been imprisoned for the sake of the crown prince wasn't the first time she'd been imprisoned. Even an idiot could tell that things were serious this time. At the Duke of Qin's estate, Zhao Mama had ignored Han Yunqi's orders to search for His Highness Duke of Qin after she left last night. Unfortunately, she couldn't find him. Currently, Long Fei Yi was at the solitary enclosure, so he knew the situation like the back of his hand. Tang Li was sitting by his side, looking over with a teasing smile. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, you've dragged esteemed Wang Fei down so badly. Why aren't you thinking of ways to save her? After witnessing Han Yunqi's abilities and courage, Tang Li quite liked her, but that woman's identity was still unknown. Long Fei Yi had been investigating Han Yunqi for a while now, but he couldn't do anything about it. He'd tried multiple times to ask him about Han Yunqi's origins, but this fellow always avoided the question. Thus, Tang Li could only keep his distance from her. Director, she insisted that it was a misdiagnosis, so the only people who could save her now were the medical academy's people. Long Fei Yi didn't have any connections in the medical academy, but he had people in Medicine City. Medicine City was medicine. Without medicine, there was nothing to be done. Without medicine, medicine was a pile of trash. Medicine City and Medical City had always been close family. On one side, Chu Shifeng had been waiting for His Highness Duke of Qin's orders as well. But Long Fei Yi wasn't in a rush. Instead, he said meaningfully, Your Lordship would like to see just how capable Gu Beiwa is. At these words, Chu Shifeng and Tang Li exchanged glances with tacit understanding. Neither of them said a word. Long Fei Yi wasn't in a rush to save her, but he made a high-profile appearance at the Justice Court's prisons that very afternoon to visit them. Chapter 224. When had His Highness Duke of Qin ever visited the Justice Courts, much less visited anyone in prison? News of Qin Wangfei's imprisonment had already spread like wildfire. The Crown Prince was still under treatment, and the Emperor had yet to convict anyone, so everyone was more interested in the Duke of Qin's movements. But who knew that he'd come directly to the prisons without even entering the palace? Official Ouyang of the Justice Courts was naturally one of Emperor Tianhui's men, but he didn't dare to slight His Highness Duke of Qin. With His Highness Duke of Qin's schemes and methods, he could easily remove his official hat at any time. Between Emperor Tianhui and His Highness Duke of Qin, even a third-rank official like him had to tread carefully as if he were treading on thin ice. Originally, Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwa had been separated into different prison cells and treated like normal prisoners. Official Ouyang had even prepared a torture chamber for them to await Emperor Tianhui's orders. As soon as he heard His Highness Duke of Qin's arrival, official Ouyang arranged for them to be placed in clean and comfortable cells in the prisons. Each of them had their own cell separated by an iron gate and treated with the highest standards. As for why Long Fei was visiting the prisons in a high-profile manner, that was because he'd ordered someone to report his intentions before he even arrived at the Justice Courts. This meant that the Justice Courts had to formally receive him. A carriage bearing the Duke of Qin's insignia stopped in front of the Justice Court's main gates. Long Fei Yi was dressed in fine robes as he stepped off the carriage on the back of a servant. He was handsome and aloof, noble and inviolable. All of the doors of the Justice Courts were wide open. Official Ouyang and all of the officials knelt at the foot of the steps to welcome him. It was a spectacular sight, so it was hard for the entire capital not to know that the Duke of Qin had come to visit. How was this a prison visit? Those who didn't know better might even think that His Highness Duke of Qin had come to inspect the Justice Courts. But Long Fei Yi didn't place any importance on their respect. He walked past official Ouyang and said, "Cold. Still not leading the way?" "Yes, yes." Official Ouyang hurriedly got up and personally led the way. This was his first time seeing His Highness Duke of Qin up close, but he was so intimidated by his cold and solemn aura that he didn't even dare to raise his head. Long Fei Yi did not ask anything along the way and went straight to the prison. Unfortunately, he bumped into Han Yunqi from afar. She was leaning against the iron gate and whispering to Gu Beiwe. The two of them were whispering to each other intimately. He stopped abruptly and watched without batting an eyelid. Even His Highness Duke of Qin would get jealous? Did this man, who made countless women go crazy, need to be jealous? Lord Ouyang and the rest, who were following by the side, didn't know what was going on and didn't dare to make a sound. Lord Ouyang mustered up his courage and carefully raised his head. When he glanced at Long Fei Yi, he immediately broke out in cold sweat and didn't dare to raise his head again. Heaven knows what a frosty face it was. Lord Ouyang began to doubt whether his arrangement of the prison cells was right or wrong. Amidst the silence, the air grew tense. It wasn't until Han Yunqi inadvertently turned her head and saw them that everyone let out a sigh of relief. It was as if something big would have happened if she hadn't looked over. Han Yunqi hadn't expected this. She'd only entered at dawn, but Long Fei Yi had arrived in just half a day. She knew that even if Xiao Mama didn't say anything, this guy would quickly find out about this matter. She just hadn't expected him to come here. She had just been discussing this matter with Gu Beiwe. Apart from the people of Medicine City, no one else would be able to help them. Long Fei Yi should be very clear about this. He was on good terms with the Wang clan of Medicine City. It shouldn't be difficult for Duke Wang to come forward and find the Council of Elders. Han Yunqi didn't mention any of this to Gu Beiwe. She was only puzzled. What was this guy doing here instead of going to the Wang clan? Of course, no matter what he was here for, she'd be safe now that he was here. Han Yunqi didn't hide the pleasant surprise in her eyes as they shone brightly. "Greetings to your Highness, Duke of Qin." Gu Beiwe bowed. Han Yunqi murmured, "Your Highness." Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. As soon as he approached, official Ouyang hurried forward to open the lock. Unexpectedly, not only did Long Fei Yi have no intention of entering, he even questioned him coldly. "Official Ouyang, who allowed you to open the lock of a criminal personally appointed by His Majesty?" Everyone was startled by these words. Even Han Yunqi was taken aback. She didn't understand what he meant. Gu Beiwe stood in the shadows, so his expression couldn't be seen. However, Long Fei Yi didn't allow him to rise. He maintained his salute from beginning to end. Official Ouyang was even more confused. He stepped back and said, Yes, your Highness is right. This official has failed in his duty." Long Fei Yi didn't enter, but he couldn't just stand there. Official Ouyang hurriedly ordered someone to bring a chair for him to sit outside the cell. Tea, pastries, and incense were all served. Long Fei Yi lazily sat down. He wasn't in a hurry to speak. If he didn't speak, Han Yunqi, who didn't understand the situation, wouldn't speak. This made official Ouyang very anxious. He was at a loss. What did His Highness Duke of Qin mean by this attitude? Should he tactfully step aside and let His Highness and esteemed Wang Fei speak alone? Or should he continue to stand guard here and listen to what they had to say? Official Ouyang, His Majesty has imprisoned the criminal in the justice courts. Are you in charge of this case? Long Fei Yi finally spoke. Yes. Official Ouyang didn't dare to reveal too much. He complained inwardly. How was His Highness Duke of Qin here to visit him? He was simply here to interrogate him. When will the trial begin? Long Fei Yi asked again. This official is also waiting for His Majesty's orders. Official Ouyang really didn't know. According to the law, can Qin Wangfei be bailed out until the trial begins? Long Fei Yi asked again. So Long Fei Yi had come to bail her out. At least this guy still had a bit of humanity. Han Yunqi's heart finally relaxed. Your Highness, according to the law, a criminal personally appointed by His Majesty cannot be bailed out unless, before official Ouyang could finish speaking, Long Fei Yi raised his hand to indicate that he didn't need to explain. His attitude had taken a 180-degree turn. The Son of Heaven is guilty of the same crime as the common people. Official Ouyang is an impartial person worthy of praise. Official Ouyang was overwhelmed by the favor and didn't know how to reply. Han Yunqi hadn't expected this at all. She creased her brows and stared at Long Fei Yi. Just why had he come? Long Fei Yi's eyes were calm as he prepared to continue speaking. But it was then that an announcement came in. Qin Wangrong has arrived. Qin Wangrong. Who was Qin Wangrong? Tianning's nobility was divided into 6 ranks. Wang, Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. Wang was a direct descendant of the imperial clan. In terms of status, Qin Wangrong and the Duke of Qin were both Qin Wang. But in terms of seniority, both the Duke of Qin and Emperor Tianhui had to call Qin Wangrong imperial uncle. Qin Wangrong was the late emperor's younger brother. Qin Wangrong was the #1 official who'd helped the late emperor conquer the country. After the late emperor ascended the throne, he'd retired from the scene and rarely interfered with court affairs. Although he had no power in name, he had a high reputation within the imperial clan. When the late emperor was still alive, he was the one who had the most say by his side. During the struggle for the throne, various factions had tried their best to rope him in, but Qin Wangrong had always remained neutral. He'd never favored any of the princes. Now that Tianning was under Emperor Tianhui's rule, this old Qin Wang who'd rejected him in the past still had the right to speak. Whether it was Emperor Tianhui or the Duke of Qin, they had to respectfully call him imperial uncle whenever they saw him. Who would have thought that Qin Wangrong would show up at a time like this? Why had he come? Had Emperor Tianhui invited him here to intimidate His Highness Duke of Qin? But that didn't seem likely. After all, Qin Wangrong hadn't shown his face during the struggle for the throne, but he still doted on His Highness Duke of Qin the most. Official Ouyang was about to go greet him when Qin Wangrong arrived. His thick eyebrows reached his temples, and his eyes were bright and spirited. Although he was old and his hair had turned white, he still looked luxurious and majestic. His scholarly robes couldn't hide the stern and dignified air of a man who'd spent half his life on the military. Han Yunqi had long heard of this Qin Wangrong's illustrious name. Besides Long Fei Yi, this old Qin Wang was the most respected of all the princes in Tianning. What kind of wind was blowing today to bring Tianning's most respected prince here? The justice courts were honored to shine with golden splendor. No one else knew why Qin Wangrong had shown up, but Han Yunqi had an inkling. It looked like news of Mama Su had reached this old Qin Wang's ears. Long Fei Yi rose to his feet and even said respectfully, "Imperial uncle, long time no see." Han Yunqi followed the others in making deep bows. Greetings to Qin Wangrong. May Qin Wangrong live thousands and thousands of years. Qin Wangrong didn't even consider Han Yunqi worthy of his attention. He didn't even spare her a glance as he sat down in Long Fei Yi's seat. "Fei, your lordship just heard about this and came to take a look. I'm not bothering you, am I?" Long Fei Yi didn't answer directly. Instead, he said cold, "Han Yunqi, why haven't you thanked Imperial Uncle for his concern?" Han Yunqi expressed her thanks, but Qin Wangrong didn't accept it. Instead, he laughed coldly. Your lordship came for the crown prince. I came specifically to see what kind of despicable woman dared to swindle her way into the palace and plot against the crown prince. Silence fell upon the crowd at his words. Han Yunqi clenched her fists and prepared to retort, but Long Feiyi said, "If she wasn't the daughter of the Empress Dowager's savior, would His Majesty have trusted her so easily? It's a pity." Long Feiyi didn't finish a sentence, but only gave a light, mocking laugh. Han Yunqi looked at him in disbelief. Belatedly, she realized that this guy hadn't come to bail her out at all, but to express his stance and draw a clear line between them. Because of Mama Su's matter, the great changes in the court, the crown prince's illness, and Qin Wangrong's appearance, he was going to abandon the rook to save the king? How could he be this kind of person? Han Yunqi tightly clenched her teeth. Her anger towards Long Feiyi overshadowed her dissatisfaction towards Qin Wangrong. She didn't want to believe it, because he already knew that he would throw her out one day. Was that why he refused to tell her all his secrets? She really had been willing all along. For the first time, Han Yunqi discovered that she was pitifully stupid. Long Feiyi's attitude also surprised Qin Wangrong. However, Qin Wangrong was a shrewd old man, not a calf that was easy to scare. Han Kongan has already misdiagnosed once, and now this kind of thing has happened. In your lordship's opinion, the Han family must be exterminated as a warning to others, he said coldly. The Han family was what Han Yunqi cared about the most. He didn't expect that Long Feiyi would actually agree. After the case is settled, severe punishment must be meted out. Your lordship came today specifically to inform official Ouyang that there's no need to have misgivings about this lordship's face. Everything must be done according to the law. As he spoke, he paused for a moment before continuing. Official Ouyang is a fair and just person. Your lordship was just praising him. Official Ouyang was already dumbfounded by His Highness the Duke of Qin's attitude. He thought that since Qin Wangrong had already made an appearance, the Duke of Qin would probably yield to His Majesty. It was just a woman, so what should be lost would still be lost. Your Highness is too kind. Impartiality is this official's duty. This official definitely won't disappoint Your Majesty. Chapter 225. Han Yunqi didn't hear what Long Feiyi and Qin Wangrong said after that. Until they left, she stood still with her head lowered. Her mood was very low. To be exact, it was disappointment. When she moved out of the hibiscus courtyard and was rejected in the carriage, she wasn't this disappointed. But this time, Long Feiyi, it turns out that you're nothing more than this. As soon as Long Feiyi left, official Ouyang came back and couldn't wait to switch Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwei back to their original cells. Gu Beiwei wanted to say something to Han Yunqi, but unfortunately, he didn't even have the chance. This woman had always been a source of light. Even in the darkest world, she had the power to illuminate herself. But now, she was like a dim, luminous pearl, lifeless. One of them was brought to the right and the other to the left. Although Gu Beiwei was silent, he looked back again and again, his eyes flashing with concern and distress. Unfortunately, Han Yunqi was completely immersed in her own world and forgot about Gu Beiwei's existence. Long Feiyi abandoned the rook to save the king, and Gu Beiwei was also in prison. At this time, who could find the higher-ups of the medical school to save them? Who would save the Han family? In fact, Han Yunqi had a trump card in her hand. Not only could she save herself, but she could also save many people. Unfortunately, she didn't think about Mother Su's matter at all. Back in the smelly and dirty little black prison, Han Yunqi leaned against the cold wall. Her eyes were dark and her heart was cold. Official Ouyang looked at her disdainfully and didn't avoid it. He actually ordered in front of her, "Come, from now on, 3 meals a day according to the standards of a condemned prisoner." Official Ouyang was recommended by Official Su of the Ministry of Appointments. When Han Yunqi bullied Madame Su and the Han family's eldest young master, Official Ouyang was the one who was most troubled. Now that the situation was clear, how could Lord Ouyang not take revenge? Of course, because of Han Yunqi's identity, official Ouyang didn't dare to torture her, but he could still torture her for a few days. Official Ouyang originally thought that Han Yunqi would be angry, but who knew that Han Yunqi was like a dead person, standing there without any reaction. Official Ouyang didn't feel any sense of accomplishment at all and was very dissatisfied. Just as he was about to walk over and humiliate him, the jailer hastily stopped him and whispered, "My lord, this subordinate feels that the question His Highness Duke of Qin asked before he left is very strange." Long Fei Yi left after seeing Prince Rong off. Before leaving, he asked official Ouyang one last question in a low voice. According to the law, can they live in the high-class prison? According to the law, Gu Beiyue's status didn't allow him to live there, but Han Yunqi's status definitely did. That's what official Ouyang had said. Actually, according to the law was a neutral term. Everything had to be done according to the law and handled according to the law. One couldn't ask for special privileges, nor could one use private punishment to avenge personal grudges. But people tended to overlook the latter. Official Ouyang wasn't an idiot, but he didn't think too much of it after seeing the Duke of Qin agree with Prince Rong. He only assumed that the Duke of Qin had asked casually before he left, "What's strange about it? She's already an abandoned chess piece. As this official sees it, His Majesty won't interrogate her, but just wait to convict her." Official Ouyang had no idea that his words had revealed the truth behind today's visit. Unfortunately, it was already too late by the time he realized the truth. As soon as Prince Rong left, he went straight to the palace. Emperor Tianhui had long set up a chessboard and been waiting for a long time. After Prince Rong went into seclusion, he'd become obsessed with chess. In the world, only he and Long Fei Yi dared to break Emperor Tianhui's chessboard, while Long Fei Yi was the only one capable of doing so. When it came to chess, Qin Wangrong preferred Long Fei. But today he was exceptionally patient. He sat down and played a few moves before speaking. "It looks like there's no need to interrogate this woman." Naturally, Emperor Tianhui was already aware of the situation at the justice courts. He'd schemed against Han Yunqi to give Long Fei Yi a hard time and threaten Han Yunqi to reveal the truth about Mama Su. Now, Long Fei Ye's attitude of abandoning the rook to save the king made it clear that the woman knew nothing about Mama Su. Otherwise, Long Fei Ye's strict personality wouldn't have thrown her away so easily. Han Yunqi wasn't an ordinary woman, so he had to be on guard against the possibility that Han Yunqi would expose Mama Su and bite him in the back. "It's a good thing that Zhen prepared 18 tortures for her," Emperor Tianhui said coldly. "If not for Long Fei Ye's trip today, Han Yunqi would have suffered a lot in the justice courts in the coming days." Prince Rong disdained Emperor Tianhui's cruelty to women. He gave a cold snort and said, "Instead of going to war against a little girl, it's better to spend more time on the Duke of Qin's origins. Our Tianning's imperial bloodline can't be sullied." Seeing Qin Wangrong's disdainful expression, Emperor Tianhui felt uncomfortable despite his deference to the man. He was the ruler of a nation who couldn't be looked down upon. Yes, Imperial Uncle's teachings are right. He didn't plan to continue the topic. Of course, he didn't plan to torture Han Yunqi either, lest Prince Rong look down on him again. In the end, dealing with women wasn't something a man should do, much less the demeanor of a nation's ruler. Although it was surprising, Prince Rong's appearance made the Duke of Qin's compromise reasonable. Han Yunqi's trial was the Duke of Qin's first step to compromise. Emperor Tianhui believed that the first step would lead to a second, then a third. Once the Duke of Qin's henchmen were taken care of, he refused to believe that the Duke of Qin had 3 heads and 6 arms to break free of his inescapable net. Long Fei Yi had just returned to the solitary enclosure when Tang Li rushed to meet him. "Long Fei Yi, have you gone mad?" he demanded. Long Fei Yi arched a brow at him, but didn't answer. Instead, he asked Chu Shifeng, "Have there been any movements from Medical City?" Chu Shifeng didn't even get a chance to reply before Tang Li grabbed Long Feiyi by the collar. "You've forced Han Yunxi into a corner. What if she reveals the truth? And don't forget that the perplexing butterfly illusion is in her hands too." Long Fei Yi shoved Tang Li's hand, but the latter refused to let go. Long Fei Yi shoved again without using any strength, but Tang Li was sent flying until he crashed against the door. He elegantly straightened out his collar and asked, "Isn't this the best chance to test her?" "That's too high of a price." Tang Li wasn't convinced. "Your lordship can afford to lose." Long Fei Yi was nonchalant. "You." Tang Li was infuriated, but had no words to retort. He simply sat on one side, too lazy to speak. Chu Shifeng was stunned as well, but if he had to seriously answer whether he believed Han Yunxi or not, he'd still believe her. That woman was different from other women, perhaps even better than men. She had her own principles and strength of character, as well as the confidence to do certain things. Of course, Chu Shifeng didn't dare to say too much. He only reported, "Your Highness, there's no news from Medical City for now, but the palace has found out that Director she needs 10 days to cure the Crown Prince. That means esteemed Wang Fei, and the rest still have 10 days. A complicated look flickered past Long Fei Ye's eyes before he muttered, "Continue to keep an eye on Medical City." Today's high-profile visit wasn't just a show for Emperor Tianhui, but Gu Beiwei as well. He was very curious as to why this genius divine doctor, who could have been like a fish in water in Medical City, had condescended to stay in Tianning's imperial physician courtyard for so many years. 3 days later, there was still no news from Medical City. Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwei were locked up in 2 separate cells with no chance to interact with each other. Their treatment as prisoners on death row made things difficult for them. Gu Beiwei didn't touch any of the spoiled food sent to them, but only drank water to maintain himself. It wasn't until the 4th day that an unfamiliar jailer used the excuse of delivering water to approach the bars. Gu Beiwei calmly walked over. "How is it?" Gu Beiwei asked in a low voice. "Someone beat us to it. Luo Zuishan's already asked for instructions from the Council of Elders. He'll reach Tianning's capital tonight," the jailer replied. "Long Fei Yi?" Gu Beiwei asked doubtfully. He had a way to get in touch with Medical City on the day of his capture, so he had his reasons for not moving immediately. "It's not the Duke of Qin. There's been no movement from him at all." "It's Gu," the jailer replied. Gu Beiwei's eyes lit up as he seemed to understand something. He smiled faintly. He's smart enough to know to find Luo Zuishan. Who was Luo Zuishan? Besides the late grandfather Gu, there were only 2 other 6th-ranked primogenitor doctors in the medical academy. One was Director Shi, and the other was Director Luo Zuishan. It wasn't easy to invite the elders of Medical City's Council of Elders. Moreover, they had their own misgivings, so they might not be as effective as Luo Zuishan. Luo Zuishan and Director Shi were sworn enemies. Neither of them could stand to see the other doing well. Once Luo Zuishan found Director Shi's weakness, he'd disregard all face and fight to the death without yielding an inch. "Master, this guy Gu's background." Before the jailer could finish speaking, Gu Beiwei motioned for him to shut up. Even after being imprisoned for so long, he was still dressed in snow-white robes and looked as graceful as an immortal. In the darkness, he made a shushing motion and pressed a white jade finger against his thin lips, giving off an indescribable sense of nobility and mystery. "Go, we'll wait and see." His voice was as light as a spring breeze. Then he disappeared into the darkness. Just who was Gu Qishao? At this moment, this evildoer was in Han Yunxi's cell. This was already his 3rd visit, and each time he came, he was carrying a large bag. She didn't know where he'd found the key, but he'd boldly opened the door and entered without alarming the jailers. It could be considered a miracle. Every time he came, he brought along a clean quilt, a bag of dry rations, and a bag of hot food. Although they were all wrapped up in a large bag, They were packed in an orderly fashion. Even the scents didn't affect each other. Every time Han Yunchi opened the bag, she had the illusion that Gu wasn't an evildoer at all, but a perfect man for traveling. He said that the quilt had to be changed every day so she could sleep soundly. The dry rations were her snacks, while the hot food was her main meal. Don't worry, he'd guarantee she'd be able to walk out of here within 10 days. Of course, even if Han Yunchi didn't pay him much attention, he still persisted in asking her 3 questions. Just what's your relationship with the Tang clan? Who taught you the poison arts? Who's your real father? As a matter of fact, he was helping Han Yunchi change her bed as he asked her questions. Meanwhile, Han Yunchi was crouching on one side with a bowl of fragrant white rice, gorging herself on it. Ever since Grand Concubine starved her for days and nights, she couldn't stand hunger. Without Gu, she'd have long fainted from hunger. Chapter 226. Gu tidied up the bed and saw that Han Yunchi was enjoying her meal. He did not question her further and just sat by the side to watch her eat. In the cold darkness, a man dressed in red with a devilish face appeared. He looked like a demon, noble and mysterious. His long and narrow eyes were slightly narrowed as he admired the prey in front of him. The more he looked, the more he liked her and the more satisfied he was. His smile grew wider and wider. Clearly, Han Yunchi was the one who was full, but he was the one who was satisfied. Han Yunchi was full. She turned back and could not help but roll her eyes. Did she look that good when she was eating? This was not the first time Gu had been mesmerized by her. I'm full. You can leave. She was very heartless as she drank the water. No matter how heartless she was, Gu was never angry. He muttered to himself, Poison girl, if you like someone, do you feel full when you look at her? Uft. Han Yunchi immediately spat. What kind of lousy analogy was that? Did he think that she was a man-eating fox demon? If you don't leave now, the prison guards will come to patrol. She kindly reminded him. Gu Qishao reined in his thoughts and said seriously, You still haven't answered my question. Han Yunchi did not use the saying, One has to be blinded by gifts. She asked self-righteously, You haven't answered my question either. Why are you asking so many questions? How do you know so much about the Tang sect? Why? Is this very important to you? The last time in the Han family courtyard, Gu had revealed a lot of information in a moment of impulse. Han Yunchi remembered all of it. Long Fei Yi had said that he had misunderstood. Could it be that this guy was looking for Long Fei Ye's secret? Han Yunchi had a feeling that there was a big secret here. Of course, even if she was in prison, she would not betray Long Fei Yi. This was a matter of her integrity. Gu raised his eyebrows and glanced at her. He leaned over and smiled meaningfully. Poison girl, if you follow me in the future, I'll tell you everything. How about that? With you? Han Yunchi really didn't understand what this word meant. Be my woman, Gu blurted out. Han Yunchi was stunned for a moment before she chuckled. This joke isn't funny at all. Gu wanted to say more, but Han Yunchi mimicked him and smiled innocently. If you don't leave now, I'll call for help. She was always like this when they were talking about the most important things. Gu took a deep breath, but he still left immediately. It was not that he was easily frightened, but Han Yunchi really knew how to scream. He had personally experienced it several times. After leaving the cell, Gu did not leave. He landed on the roof and lay down with his arms behind his head. He thought that it was not a good idea to continue asking. He had to think of a way to test this woman, but that would have to wait until she got out of the prison. Luo Zuishan had arrived at the capital tonight, so he should be making his move tomorrow morning. Who knew? Just as he was thinking this, the sound of drumming could be heard from the Supreme Court's entrance, not far away. Someone had come to the justice courts to sound their grievances? This was a rare occurrence, so it had to be a major case. Is there a need to be in such a rush in the middle of the night? Gu muttered doubtfully to himself. He plugged his ears and went to sleep on the roof of the prison. He never expected the person to sound the drums to be none other than the Medical Academy director he'd found. 6th rank Grand Master Dr. Luo Zuishin. They were both in their 60s, but unlike Director Shi's tall and domineering figure, Luo Zuishin was thin and small with a hunched back. He had a white goatee, rat eyes, and an aquiline nose. At a glance, one could tell he was a meticulous and troublesome old man. Despite his small stature, he had far more energy than a young man. He rushed to Tianning's capital city day and night without rest, his rigid and serious face showing no signs of fatigue. He didn't even stop to rest, but dragged a letter of complaint to the justice courts to beat the drums. Those who didn't know better might think he was being treated unjustly. In truth, he was here to cry out their grievances on behalf of Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe. His letter of complaint was against none other than Director Shi Yuba. The sound of drums broke through the quiet night of Tianning's capital city and woke up various figures. This person is a little interesting. Long Fei Yi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It was rare for him to give someone such an evaluation. He'd already waited for 4 days, but never expected Luo Zuishin to show up. Actually, Luo Zuishin didn't even need to be invited. With his relationship with Shi Yuba, he'd definitely show himself as long as he knew of this matter. Gu Beiwe had been under Long Fei Ye's surveillance this entire time, but hadn't made any moves. Luo Zuishin had lived in a border city of northern Li for a long time and had a stubborn temperament. His movements were also very secretive, but he'd managed to get here in 4 short days. Who told him about this? This person not only had to be familiar with the Crown Prince's misdiagnosis, but also the Medical Academy's directors. Most people wouldn't be able to contact Luo Zuishin in such a short time, even if they knew about the bad blood between him and Shi Yuba. After all, even Long Fei Yi didn't have such confidence. It has to be Director Luo's acquaintance. I'll ask Wang Gong about it. Tang Li was very proactive. It had to be said that his understanding of Han Yunqi had deepened over the past 4 days when she hadn't exposed Mama Su. Long Fei Ye's eyes couldn't be wrong, even if her origins were a little unclear. She was generally reliable. Long Fei Yi nodded, and Tang Li happily left. In his opinion, the crisis had basically been resolved with Luo Zuishin's arrival, but who knew that things were far from as simple as he'd imagined. The Supreme Court accepted Luo Zuishin's complaint that very night, but they didn't immediately start the trial. Luo Zuishin had to wait for news. Since ancient times, dealing with the government required procedures, and there was room for manipulation in the procedures. There was a university that asked about it. Luo Zuishin went to the Supreme Court the next day, but unfortunately he was still dismissed with a case has been accepted and is going through the process. In the palace, Director Shi was seizing the time to treat the Crown Prince, Long Tianma. Although Director Shi had a card up his sleeve, if he could cure the Crown Prince and then face Luo Zuishin, it would save him a lot of trouble. He wasn't afraid of the Medical Academy's elders' investigation. On the contrary, he was afraid of Luo Zuishin. Luo Zuishin was the best at nitpicking and pestering. If there was even the slightest dispute over the details, there would be no possibility of the case ending. Thus, he had to wake up the Crown Prince before the trial began and destroy all evidence. Then there wouldn't even be an egg left, and Luo Zuishin wouldn't be able to nitpick. It's not easy to find Luo Zuishin, is it? Who has the skills? Emperor Tianhui was surprised as well. It had taken him a lot of effort to find Shi Yuba, but in just a few short days, someone had managed to find Luo Zuishin. At the very least, this person had some connections with the Medical Academy. Emperor Tianhui's first suspect was Long Fei, followed by the Han clan, who had connections with the Medical Academy and knew of the Crown Prince's misdiagnosis. Han Kongan used to be a director of the Medical Academy, so the Han clan naturally had connections to the Medical Academy. But Han Kongan had already been removed from the list, so the possibility wasn't high. As for Long Fei Yi, although he'd never heard of him having connections with the Medical Academy, Emperor Tianhui felt that he was the only one with such skills in the capital. This fellow had abandoned the rook to save the king. Could it be? On the 6th day, Emperor Tianhui came to his senses, but it was already too late. After Luo Zuishan was dismissed by a minor official from the justice courts a second time, his irritable temper flared up. He actually took out the command token from the medical academy and questioned Shiyuba's diagnosis in the name of the Council of Elders, no matter whether the patient was the son of heaven or the crown prince. He demanded that Shiyuba bring along the patient and all relevant information and personnel to the medical academy for a public consultation. Shiyuba was so stunned by the news that it took him a while to recover. A command token from the Council of Elders? How is that possible? He couldn't believe it. Luo Zuishan's appearance in such a short time was already surprising enough. But he'd even brought a command token with him. The command token was the symbol of the Council of Elders. How did Luo Zuishan get his hands on it? Why would the Council of Elders believe his one-sided words and give him the command token so easily? After all, the Council of Elders had only given the command token to 2 directors in the history of the medical academy. One was 3rd elder, who'd already joined the Council of Elders, while the other was Gu Beiyue's grandfather. Leaving aside how Luo Zuishan had gained the Council of Elders' trust, he'd been living in seclusion in a border city of northern Li. For days was already very fast for him to reach Tianning's capital city. So how did he get the command token from the medical academy? If possible, Shiyuba would definitely suspect that Luo Zuishan's command token was fake. But Luo Zuishan didn't have the guts to do so. No matter how Shiyuba thought about it, he couldn't help but feel that there was something fishy going on. In the midst of his shock, Emperor Tianhui came to find him. He'd always respected Shiyuba, but this was the first time he'd questioned him so rudely. What's up with the Council of Elders command token? Did the Council of Elders question your diagnosis? Your Majesty, there's something fishy about this matter. The person who invited Luo Zuishan here can't be simple. Shiyuba was still relatively calm. Zhen only wants you to treat the crown prince immediately and close the case. Emperor Tianhui said angrily. Shiyuba could only shake his head. Your Majesty, we agreed on 10 days. Emperor Tianhui's eyes flashed with shrewd light before he said coldly, then Zhen will protect you for another 4 days. But in the end, Shiyuba tactfully refused. Your Majesty, you know what the Council of Elders command token is. According to Tianning's laws, Luo Zuishan couldn't do anything to Shiyuba, but the rules of the medical academy meant that Shiyuba had no choice but to comply. Even a 6th-rank primogenita doctor like him didn't dare to disobey or neglect in Council of Elders command token. Now that Luo Zuishan had brought out the command token, Shiyuba had no choice but to comply despite his unwillingness. He brought the patient all relevant information and personnel with him to the medical academy. Otherwise, he'd never be able to survive in Cloud Realm Continent's medical community again. Emperor Tianhui finally revealed a sinister expression. Shiyuba, do you think you can take away the crown prince and Zhen's 2 most wanted criminals? Shiyuba knew that Emperor Tianhui wouldn't agree, but things had already developed to this point. He had no choice but to brace himself and keep going. Moreover, he was very confident in his own medical skills. Your Majesty, this one once promised that only I could treat the crown prince's illness. Even the Council of Elders wouldn't dare to question me. Now they're only asking for a consultation, so why do we have to throw ourselves into confusion? Emperor Tianhui coldly looked at him without a word. Shiyuba added, If your Majesty doesn't allow this one to take away His Highness Crown Prince, then this one can only use the patient's family as an excuse to refuse the consultation. But once I refuse, this one's diagnosis will be deemed invalid by the medical community as well. If Shiyuba's diagnosis was invalid, then Han Yunqi and Gu Beiyue's crimes would be impossible to convict. Emperor Tianhui finally realized that he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Chapter 2:27. Rather than saying that Emperor Tianhui was stuck between a rock and a hard place, it was more accurate to say that he was riding a tiger and couldn't dismount. Luo Zuishan had already taken out the Council of Elders command token. Even if the justice courts wanted to open a trial for the crown prince's misdiagnosis, Luo Zuishan's personality would never agree. Emperor Tianhui looked gloomily at the crown prince on the bed. After some thought, he finally decided to agree to Shi Yuba's request to take the crown prince and Han Yunqi away. He didn't want to offend Medicine City's Council of Elders because of this. Of course, he had a condition. He wanted Qin Wang Rong to accompany him. He wanted Qin Wang Rong to travel with him so he could keep an eye on Long Fei. Emperor Tianhui couldn't tolerate Long Fei having any connections with Medicine City. But Luo Zuishan and Qin Wang Rong were about to set out, but Long Fei still hadn't shown up, nor did he express any opinions on the matter. Did his silence mean he agreed with Emperor Tianhui's decision? Who had invited Luo Zuishan was a mystery, as was Long Fei Ye's position. While Emperor Tianhui was pondering the matter, the various factions in the court were doing the same. Han Yunqi was currently being led out by the prison guards. She was filled with doubts as well, but she was trying to figure out Gu's origins. A few days ago, Gu had patted his chest to guarantee that she'd be released. She assumed that he'd break her out of prison, but he actually had the skills to invite Luo Zuishan over. Did he have a personal relationship with Luo Zuishan? Or was it related to Medical City's Council of Elders? Han Yunqi had investigated Medical City specifically for the sake of investigating Lady Tianqin. She had some understanding of the Council of Elders and the Council of Elders, so she naturally knew of Luo Zuishan as well. At the gates, Han Yunqi ran into Gu Beiwa, who'd been escorted out as well. The two of them smiled at each other before walking together. Esteemed Wang Fei, was it His Highness who invited Director Luo? Gu Beiwa probed in a low voice. Han Yunqi only smiled and retorted, "You were there when I visited the prison that day. Do you think that's possible?" Esteemed Wang Fei, to be able to invite Director Luo in such a short time, it's not simple. Gu Beiwa lowered his voice even more. In truth, as long as enough time passed and the news reached Luo Zuishan's ears, with Luo Zuishan's hostile relationship with Shi Yuba, Luo Zuishan would appear even without an invitation. However, the news couldn't have spread so quickly in such a short period of time. Therefore, there were only two possibilities for Luo Zuishan to appear. One was that someone had found Luo Zuishan through the Council of Elders, and the other was that someone had a personal relationship with Luo Zuishan and had directly found him. Han Yunqi hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything. She just shrugged and said, "I find it strange, too." Gu Qishao was a man who feared neither heaven nor earth. He'd never told her to keep a secret, but she still kept an eye out for him. As soon as they left the Supreme Court, they saw two groups of people. On one side was Luo Zuishan, and on the other was Qin Wang Rong and Shi Yuba. Luo Zuishan drove a large carriage himself, and the medicine boy drove another. On Qin Wang Rong's side, there was a large carriage and two prison carriages. As soon as he saw Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwa come out, Qin Wang Rong arrogantly ordered, "Come, take them to the prison carriages." Gu Beiwa was very calm, but Han Yunqi didn't obey. She had always yearned to go to Medical City. How could she sit in a prison carriage when it was her first time going there? Why should they sit in a prison carriage? Whether they were guilty or not was still undetermined. Han Yunqi was about to speak when an arrogant voice suddenly sounded, "Wait!" Following the voice, she saw that the one who spoke was Luo Zuishan. His chin was raised high and his goatee was sticking up as he spoke. He looked at everyone with disdain. He was so old, but he was even more arrogant than a young person. "Director Luo, is there anything else?" Qin Wang Rong was still very polite. Unexpectedly, Luo Zuishan didn't even give face to Qin Wang Rong. Stroking his goatee, his attitude was arrogant as he casually said, "Everything related to this case must be personally brought to the medical academy by this old man." Crown Prince Qin Wangfei, imperial physician Gu. Before he could finish, Qin Wangrong couldn't take it anymore and said angrily, "That doesn't make sense." Leaving aside the Crown Prince, even Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe need your lordship's personal escort. They're Tianning's prisoners. Although Emperor Tianhui didn't want to offend Medical City, Qin Wangrong couldn't tolerate a trifling director reaching for a yard after getting an inch. He was used to being respected by others, but this was his first time meeting such an arrogant and rude fellow. Prisoners? Luo Zuishan arched an eyebrow at Qin Wangrong, a mocking smile on his lips. He didn't try to explain himself, but asked the man beside Qin Wangrong, Shiyuba, according to Medical City's rules, "What do you think should be done?" Qin Wangrong found Luo Zuishan's mocking words especially glaring. He didn't care about Medical City's rules at all. His attitude was unyielding. "Someone come. What are you spacing out for? Take them all to the prison wagons immediately." The jailers were about to take them in, but Luo Zuishan wasn't in a rush. "Cold," he threatened. "Shiyuba, do as you see fit." Shiyuba's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Despite his reluctance, he endured it and acted like a peacemaker as he walked between Luo Zuishan and Qin Wangrong with a chuckle. "Director Luo, the journey to Medical City is very long. We'll have to rely on Tianning's guards to protect us. Everyone's going the same way, so why be so serious?" Luo Zuishan put on a fake smile. "Director Shi, if you think there's no difference between the prison wagons and horse carriages, then you and Qin Wangrong can sit in them." At these words, not only did Shiyuba's face turn black, but Qin Wangrong himself felt unwell. On the sidelines, Han Yunqi almost laughed out loud. Luo Zuishan was clearly shielding her, and Gu Beiwe. He might be a bit arrogant, but he was also a wonderful and amusing person. "Director Luo, your lordship won't bicker with you for the sake of the Council of Elders. You're already so old." "Don't." Seeing that Qin Wangrong was about to lose his temper, Shiyuba forced himself to stop him. After all, he'd experienced Luo Zuishan's temper many times before. This time he was quite confident in his own medical skills, so he'd let Luo Zuishan show off for a few more days. Long Tianma's illness was something that even the Council of Elders had no hope of curing, much less Luo Zuishan. This time, he not only wanted to earn merits in front of Emperor Tianhui, but also whittle away at Luo Zuishan's arrogance in front of the Council of Elders. "Qin Wangrong, Director Luo was only joking. You mustn't take it to heart. Since Medical City has its rules, then everything will be done according to them." As Shiyuba spoke, he gave Qin Wangrong a meaningful look. Qin Wangrong wasn't willing to compromise, but in the end he didn't say a word. Instead, he angrily flicked his sleeves and climbed into the carriage. Luo Zuishan had already gained the upper hand in their first meeting. He didn't stop while he was ahead, but arrogantly ordered Shiyuba to bring over the Crown Prince's carriage and have his own medical attendant drive it. If Luo Zuishan was a flamboyant peacock, then Shiyuba was a shrewd and calculating old fox. Seeing Shiyuba's yielding attitude, Han Yunqi began to worry. "You too. Why aren't you coming over yet?" At this moment, Luo Zuishan finally looked straight at her and Gu Beiwe. Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe quickly walked down the steps. "Junior Gu Beiwe greets Senior Luo." Junior Han Yunqi has long heard of Director Luo's great name. "Many thanks to Senior for saving us." Gu Beiwe was cultured and refined, while Han Yunqi was modest and courteous. But who would have thought that Luo Zuishan would glance at Han Yunqi and coldly snort, "Saving trash like you. Haha, don't think too highly of yourself." Old man was only acting according to the rules. Han Yunqi's smile suddenly froze on her face. Fine. Everything this old man did was purely to disgust Shiyuba. Sure enough, She was overthinking things. Luo Zuishan, seriously, sized up Gu Beiwe. Gu Yuandong's grandson? Gu Beiwe quickly replied, "That's this junior." When grandfather was alive, he often mentioned Senior Luo, but before he could finish speaking, Luo Zuishan coldly snorted and interrupted. "Your grandfather's medical skills are average. I think you're just SOZO." Gu Beiwe, who had the best temper, also froze. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. "You drive the carriage. Follow the carriage in front." Luo Zuishan threw down these words and boarded the carriage, leaving Gu Beiwe and Han Yunqi looking at each other in dismay. Soon, Luo Zuishan impatiently urged, "What are you standing around for? If you don't want to take the carriage, then run." This old man wasn't cute at all. Gu Beiwe obediently drove the carriage. Han Yunqi hesitated and inadvertently glanced around. She saw that the surroundings were empty, and there was no familiar figure. Well, in this situation, Long Fei Yi not showing up was the wisest choice. Han Yunqi lifted the corner of her skirt and decisively boarded the carriage. She didn't enter the carriage, but sat beside Gu Beiwe. The medical assistant drove the carriage in front to lead the way, while Qin Wangrong and Shi Yuba followed behind them. The group left the justice courts and traveled further and further away. At this moment, a figure gradually grew clearer on the rooftops of the justice courts. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his figure tall and slender. His inky black hair fluttered in the wind. He stood loftily in the shadows, his cold eyes glinting with a cold light. He was like a king looking down on the world. Soon enough, Chu Shifeng arrived and murmured, "Your Highness, Wangong's found out. It really is someone surnamed Gu, but it's Gu, not Gu Beiwe." Gu. Long Fei Yi was surprised. He always knew that Gu had significant origins, but never expected him to be involved with Medical City. Of Cloud Realm Continent's 4 cities, Medical City, Medicine City, Carefree City, and the City of Daughters, Medical City was the most powerful and the most difficult to deal with. Leaving aside Emperor Tianhui, even Long Fei Yi didn't want to offend Medical City lightly. What was the relationship between Gu and Medical City? Why did that fellow want to investigate Han Yunqi's background? When Long Fei Yi saw that the carriage was about to disappear, he silently chased after them without a word. It would take at least 10 days to reach Medical City. 5 or 6 days had already passed, but Luo Zuishan hadn't said a word to Han Yunqi or Gu Beiwe. No matter how much this old man despised them, he should at least ask about the crown prince's illness, right? After all, Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe were the clearest on the matter. That afternoon, Han Yunqi went to sit in the carriage of her own accord. She saw old man Luo sitting in the main seat with his arms crossed. Although his shrewd little eyes were closed, his expression was still stingy and unkind. This old man was so arrogant. Did he already have full confidence in dealing with Shi Yuba? Did he know that Long Tianma's previous illness was a fetus in the womb? Shi Yuba was so calm in the face of the Council of Elders consultation. This old man seemed to have a card up his sleeve. Han Yunqi didn't know whether to worry or set her mind at ease. She glanced at Luo Zuishan before probing Senior Luo. Chapter 228. Senior Luo. Han Yunqi was about to speak, but she retracted her words as soon as they left her mouth. She sighed softly and looked out the window. Things have already gotten to this point, she thought. Asking this old man is pointless. If I want to know everything, I might as well ask Gu. Who knows if he'll come along? Luo Zuishan had been treating Han Yunqi like air, but when he saw her stop in the middle of her question, he couldn't help but give Han Yunqi a few more looks. He assumed that Han Yunqi would speak again, but she simply walked out of the room, leaving Luo Zuishan feeling a little disappointed. After some hesitation, he opened his mouth of his own accord and said in a low voice, "Lass, if you had something to say, you might as well have said it directly." Hearing this, both Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe gave a start. Even the arrogant old man had times when he took the initiative. Han Yunshi gave Gu Beiwe a secret grin before diving into the carriage. She got straight to the point and said, "Regarding the Crown Prince's illness, this junior has a few things I don't understand and would like to ask senior for guidance." Unexpectedly, Luo Zuishin refused without a second thought. Before the consultation, "Old man won't discuss his illness with anyone, including you two." Han Yunshi couldn't help but want to roll her eyes. "We're in the same boat now, all right? Would I tell Shi Yuba about this?" "Senior Luo, this junior won't ask anything. I just want to confirm one thing. Whether my previous diagnosis was right or wrong," Han Yunshi said seriously. "Once Long Tianma's illness was brought to the Council of Elders, things would become much more complicated. Not only would it become a contest between her and Emperor Tianhui, but the various factions of the Medical Academy's Council of Elders as well. After all, Shiyuba and Luo Zuishin were representatives of different factions." At this point, Han Yunshi didn't want to cause any more trouble for herself. She just wanted to prove that she didn't misdiagnose. She didn't care about anything else. Luo Zuishin didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked meaningfully at Han Yunshi before lowering his voice. "Old man can give you a clear answer, but you have to answer old man's question first." "Senior, please speak," Han Yunshi said without hesitation. But unexpectedly, Luo Zuishin's question was completely unexpected. He said, "Han Yunshi, what's your relationship with Gu?" It really was Gu who had invited Luo Zuishin. "What's your relationship with Gu?" Han Yunshi blurted out. Who would have thought that at this moment the carriage would suddenly come to a stop? Then the horses raised their front hooves, and the cries of the horses soared into the sky. "Be careful, there's an assassin!" Gu Beiwe shouted as he tried to control the carriage. Han Yunshi wanted to come out and take a look, but it was too late. She followed Luo Zuishin and was tossed around in the carriage, completely out of control. Only the heavens knew how violently the carriage was jolting. Soon, the sounds of close combat could be heard from outside. The commotion was huge, and it seemed to be getting more and more intense. Qin Wangrong had brought many guards with him, so it was clear that there were also many assassins. Who were these assassins coming for? Almost everyone's first reaction was Han Yunshi. Who told her to be kidnapped so many times? Thus, most of the guards rushed towards her. But who would have thought that the assassins were actually coming for Crown Prince Long Tianma? In the chaos, the medicine boy was thrown off the carriage. 2 black-clothed assassins flew up and actually drove the carriage away. At this moment, everyone finally understood. "All guards, protect His Highness the Crown Prince!" Qin Wangrong shouted as he raised his sword and pushed aside the guards by his side to be the first to rush over. Unfortunately, there were too many black-robed assassins. Qin Wangrong was outnumbered and held back by a few of them. All he could do was watch as Long Tianma's carriage drove further and further away. As soon as the carriage was far away, the black-robed assassins began to retreat. How could Qin Wangrong be willing to give up? He cut off the carriage's reins and urged his horse to give chase. Seeing this, none of the guards dared to delay and followed closely behind. Soon enough, the scene was empty except for Han Yunshi's group. Luo Zuishin stroked his beard. Although he didn't say a word, his rapid movements betrayed his inner thoughts. It'd be best if Qin Wangrong could get the crown prince back. Otherwise, Emperor Tianhui had every reason to go to Medical City and demand the crown prince back. He was the one who'd started this, so he'd be in the most trouble then. Damn it! Just where did these assassins come from? Why did they kidnap Tianning's crown prince? Qin Wangrong didn't return for a long time. Even Shi Yuba's patience ran out. Coldly, he looked at Han Yunshi and Gu Beiwe and said in a strange tone, "This is simply a conspiracy." Han Yunshi and Gu Beiwe would be the ones to benefit the most from Long Tianma's kidnapping and death. In other words, it was very possible that Han Yunqi and the rest had directed and acted out the kidnapping. Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe naturally understood Shi Yuba's meaning, but they were too lazy to pay him any attention. Luo Zuishan only laughed coldly and ridiculed. Are Tianning's guards all good-for-nothings? They can't even protect a single carriage? In other words, Shi Yuba was afraid of the Council of Elders consultation and losing. It was very possible that Qin Wangrong and Shi Yuba had directed and acted out the kidnapping. Shi Yuba was enraged. He was full of self-confidence and couldn't wait for the consultation to kick Luo Zuishan under his feet. Humph. Luo Zuishan snorted. He was equally full of self-confidence and wanted to suppress Shi Yuba during the consultation. Very soon, the two old men began to quarrel. Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe sat in the carriage, exchanging glances. Besides waiting for news from Qin Wangrong, they didn't know what to do for now. Of course, they were certain that Luo Zuishan and Shi Yuba weren't the true culprits behind the scenes. Long Tianma had made plenty of enemies on a daily basis. Add that to the fact that he was the crown prince, and there were plenty of people in Tianning's court who wanted his life. Kidnapping the crown prince at a time like this is a bit interesting. Gu Beiwe chuckled in a low voice. Han Yunqi was still trying to figure it out when a group of black-robed assassins suddenly appeared from all directions and surrounded them. Luo Zuishan and Shi Yuba immediately stopped arguing and stared at each other in disbelief. How could there be more assassins? Who were they targeting this time? Are you guys in cahoots? Han Yunqi asked loudly as she subconsciously reached out to protect Gu Beiwe behind her. She didn't know martial arts either, but she knew poisons and hidden weapons. She could still give it a try. Gu Beiwe allowed Han Yunqi to protect him as a trace of warmth flitted through his eyes. The leader of the black-robed men didn't answer Han Yunqi, but raised his broadsword. Brothers, attack. Capture them alive. You don't have the skills yet. Han Yunqi gave a cold snort. She was about to release her hidden weapons when the situation exceeded her expectations once again. All of the black-robed assassins suddenly rushed towards Shi Yuba and Luo Zuishan. The leader seized Luo Zuishan at lightning speed and turned to leave. What kind of rhythm was this? So these assassins weren't here for Han Yunqi either? Halt! Han Yunqi reacted very quickly. As she shouted, her hidden needles flew out, several of them aimed at the back of the leader's head. But who would have thought that the black-robed man would suddenly turn around and use Luo Zuishan as a shield? Han Yunqi had used a lethal poison in a moment of desperation. He would die without a doubt and wouldn't even have time to detoxify the poison. It was over. If Luo Zuishan died, she and Gu Beiwe wouldn't be able to live either. Han Yunqi wished she could withdraw all of her needles, but it was already too late. Just as the needles were about to sink into Luo Zuishan's head, Gu Beiwe's hand peeked out of his sleeve. A small golden throwing knife was hidden in his gentle, jade-like hand. It seemed to be held lightly, but it gave off an inexplicable feeling of power. It was as if this throwing knife was an arrow on a fully loaded bow, about to explode at any moment. However, no one expected that there would be someone even faster than this throwing knife, and with even more explosive power. A red-robed man appeared out of thin air, his luxurious red robes fluttering in the wind. His ink-black hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was like that of a celestial being. With a glance in the air, he had already kicked out, sending Luo Zuishan and the black-robed assassin flying at the same time, dodging Han Yunqi's poison needles in the nick of time. The black-robed assassin wasn't someone easy to deal with. Even after falling to the ground, he didn't let go of Luo Zuishan. As soon as he landed, he grabbed Luo Zuishan and turned to flee without hesitation. At the same time, the other black-robed assassins surrounded the red-robed man. At this time, Han Yunqi came to her senses and immediately used her poison needles to help. Pear Blossom Teardrop rain burst out like a rain of needles, drowning the black-robed assassins and helping the red-robed man out of his predicament. The red-robed man immediately chased after Luo Zuishin and the others, but he didn't forget to glance back and smile at Han Yunqi. This smile made his long and narrow eyes narrow. Although he was wearing a mask, he was still devastatingly beautiful. A red-robed evildoer with a warm smile. Who could it be? Han Yunqi was very sure that it was him, Gu. Although the black-robed assassins were menacing and had extraordinary strength, with Gu chasing after them, Han Yunqi was completely at ease. This guy's martial arts were exceptional and his poison skills were mysterious. He would definitely be able to protect Luo Zuishin. In the face of Han Yunqi's poison needles, the other black-robed assassins didn't linger and quickly fled. This time, Shiyuba didn't make any sarcastic remarks. He looked at Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwa with an uneasy expression. Were these assassins from the same group or two? Why had they come for the crown prince? Why had they kidnapped Luo Zuishin? Was it a personal grudge, or was it related to the Council of Elders' consultation? The situation suddenly became somewhat incomprehensible. Would there be more assassins coming? If they did, who would they kidnap? In Old Man's opinion, we should leave first. Once we pass through the mountain in front, we'll reach Medical City. Let's see who dares to be arrogant then. Shiyuba spoke arrogantly, but he was actually afraid. Han Yunqi refused. Director Luo should be back soon. We'll wait here. If you're afraid, you can leave first. Afraid? What a joke, Old Man is afraid. Old Man. Humph. Shiyuba was filled with anger. As he spoke, he approached Han Yunqi. Wait. Could Han Yunqi wait for Luo Zuishin to return? At this time, Gu had already taken care of the black-robed assassin and rescued Luo Zuishin safely. However, they didn't immediately turn back. Luo Zuishin carefully examined the black-robed assassin's corpse. After a thorough examination, he was very certain that this black-robed assassin was from Northern Li and was a well-trained killer. Gu crossed his arms and leaned against a tree trunk, smiling. Aren't they all human? What's the difference? Their bones are different. Luo Zuishin thought back and forth. He hadn't offended anyone in Northern Li. However, Gu wasn't on the same wavelength as him. Gu smiled and asked, Hey, what do you think of that poison girl? At this time, Luo Zuishin looked up, disdain written all over his face. Not much. Chapter 229. Luo Zuishin looked disdainful, but his heart was filled with astonishment. If he hadn't been kidnapped, he'd probably be asking Han Yunqi, How's that kid Gu doing? He'd watched Gu grow up, so there was probably no one else in the world who understood Gu better than him, right? A woman who could make Gu talk so much couldn't be simple. Moreover, Gu not only called her Poison Lass, but did Han Yunqi a huge favor as well. If not for Gu, Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwa would have been sentenced to death by Emperor Tianhui long ago. What do you mean by not much? Gu's tone revealed a rare hint of anxiety. He always did things his own way and was unrestrained. Why did he suddenly care so much about other people's opinions? Seeing this, Luo Zuishin was even more incredulous. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Kid, do you fancy that girl's poison skills are her person? The simple-minded Gu spaced out for a second, but quickly gave Luo Zuishin a serious and definite answer. Of course, it's her poison skills. What's so good about her poison skills? Is she better than you? I saw her use those poison needles just then, but they were only SOSO. Luo Zuishin was deliberately belittling him. Although he didn't understand assassination weapons, he could tell that the strength and speed of those needles were extraordinary. SOSO. Actually, seriously speaking, they're not that great, Gu smiled. Of course, Luo Zuishin didn't believe him, but continued probing. Really? Gu finally caught on and rolled his eyes, his expression indifferent. It's up to you to believe it or not. If you don't, forget it. Humph. Luo Zuishin grew angry. He narrowed his eyes and drew closer to Gu. Stinking brat, you used Old Man's position as director to apply for an Elder's Command decree from the Council of Elders for the sake of a mere poison-using girl. Do you think that's fun? What do you see in that girl? Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe had only been locked up in the Supreme Court for 2 days before Luo Zuishan, who was far away in Northern Li, was able to rush over with the Elder's token. This speed was all thanks to Gu's help. Luo Zuishan was truly enraged. Not only had Gu told him about Shi Yuba's misdiagnosis, but he had also used his position as a director as a wager to apply for an elder's order to the Council of Elders for a consultation. No, to be more precise, Gu had acted first and reported later. He had first used Luo Zuishan's title as a director as a wager to apply for a consultation elder decree from the Council of Elders. Only then did he inform Luo Zuishan of Shi Yuba's misdiagnosis. As such, Luo Zuishan had no choice but to make an appearance. After all, if Luo Zuishan couldn't prove that Shi Yuba's diagnosis was wrong, then his position as director would be stripped. In reality, Luo Zuishan still hadn't figured out what was going on with Long Tianma's big belly. The reason he was so confident that he could defeat Shi Yuba at the Council of Elders was because Gu had promised to tell him the secret of Long Tianma's big belly as soon as they arrived at Medical City. Although Luo Zuishan believed that Gu was reliable in this kind of major matter, if Gu didn't have other motives and really was tormenting him like this for the sake of a girl, Luo Zuishan would still feel very sad. I took a fancy to her poison skills. Gu still gave the same answer. Luo Zuishan didn't say anything, but his gaze suddenly became sharp, as if it could penetrate everything. He stared at Gu, clearly still not believing him. Helpless, the more he stared, the more brilliant Gu's smile became. He, I also took a fancy to her in passing. Picking out the person he liked. How could this kind of thing be done conveniently? As he spoke, he lazily straightened his body from the tree trunk and walked back the way he came. Han Yunqi would probably be waiting for him to rescue Luo Zuishan and bring him back. He helped that girl again. Why did he like helping her so much? Luo Zuishan looked at his back, thinking back and forth, repeatedly pondering over his words. Suddenly he came to a realization and asked in surprise, "Boy, she can't be the person you've been looking for all this time, right?" Gu had always been looking for a person, a woman. In the whole world, only Luo Zuishan knew. Gu's footsteps paused for a moment, but he quickly recovered his original speed. What answered Luo Zuishan was a flirtatious and silent back. Gu seemed to be walking casually, but he was actually taking small steps in the air and moving very quickly. By the time Luo Zuishan caught up, they had already returned to the place where the caravan had stopped. Everything in front of him left Luo Zuishan, who was originally anxious to ask questions, dumbstruck, and Gu's expression instantly changed. How could this be? Han Yunqi and Shi Yuba's carriages had all flipped over, and it was a chaotic scene from a fierce battle. Shi Yuba and Gu Beiwe were both injured and had fallen to the side, but Han Yunqi had disappeared. "Where's Han Yunqi?" Gu angrily said, grabbing Gu Beiwe's collar. After you guys left, another group of assassins showed up. These 3 groups should be from the same group. Their target was Qin Wangfei, but esteemed Wangfei was outnumbered, Gu Beiwe said seriously. Gu finally understood and pushed Gu Beiwe away. This old man has been played. This group of assassins had moved in batches, taking Long Tianma and Luo Zuishan in turn. They had scattered their forces and lured the tiger away from the mountain. The third group of assassins is much more powerful than the first 2, and they all know how to use poison. Who did that damned girl Han Yunqi offend? The black-clothed man who took her away is definitely a top-level expert. The frightened Shi Yuba couldn't help speaking. The scene just now was as dangerous as it could be. They were all black, clothed masked men, and each of them had strong martial arts and powerful poison techniques. Han Yunqi couldn't deal with them all by herself, and in the end, she was taken away by the black-clothed man with the strongest martial arts. Top-level expert. Gu seemed to have guessed who it was and was very disdainful. That's right, they also know poison techniques. Shiyuba quickly added. A complicated look flashed in Gu Beiwa's eyes, but he didn't say anything. In the chaos just now, he had seen everything clearly, so he held back and didn't make a move. This group of black-clothed assassins knew poison techniques, but the black-clothed man who took away Han Yunqi didn't know poison techniques. It was a black-clothed man who had mixed in with the black-clothed assassins. Where did they go? Gu angrily looked at Shiyuba. Shiyuba didn't know why, but when he met Gu's long and narrow eyes filled with anger, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Many years ago, the youth who had been expelled from the medical academy, the foster son of the first elder of the Council of Elders who fed him medicine every day, had the same look in his eyes when he turned around and stepped out of the medical academy's gates. Those long and narrow eyes were as bright as the sun when he smiled. How could they hide such deep hostility? Could this red-robed, masked man be him, Gu Qisha? Gu Qisha was only 10 years old when he was expelled from the medical academy. Within a few years, he had established his own sect and founded the Medicine Ghost Valley. For the past few years, he had always been wearing a black cloak and a mask, and no one had ever seen his true face. Even his foster father, the first elder of the medical academy, didn't know what he looked like. Shiyuba was still immersed in his memories and didn't answer. Gu didn't have that much patience and kicked him. Where did they go? Speak. Only the heavens knew how heavy Gu's kick was. Shiyuba spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and couldn't answer. Fortunately, Gu Beiwa answered in time, the northern forest. Without another word, Gu chased after them. He had followed them all the way to ensure Han Yunqi's smooth journey to Medical City. Just which damned bastard had lured him away and ruined his plans. If Luo Zuishan hadn't been kidnapped, he wouldn't have made a move at all. After Gu left, Shiyuba ignored the blood at the corner of his mouth and anxiously looked at Luo Zuishan. You know him. Luo Zuishan sneered inwardly. How could they just know each other? However, he only shook his head and asked Gu Beiwa. Qin Wangfei knows him, right? Gu Beiwa naturally guessed that the person was Gu, but he played dumb and shook his head. This one isn't sure. Gu searched the northern forest for half a day, but didn't find any clues. At the same time, Han Yunqi was perched on top of a boulder by the edge of the forest, the last rays of the setting sun casting a long shadow over her back. The black-clothed man stood behind her. His figure was tall and proud. Han Yunqi wasn't short, but she only reached his chest. He was masked and dressed in black, his entire body exuding a mysterious and unfathomable aura. In the fading afterglow of the setting sun, he was like a god of the night descending to the mortal world. He had kidnapped Han Yunqi and had been silent the entire way here. They had just settled down. He was speechless. Han Yunqi was speechless. Her back was to him, and she didn't dare to turn around for a long time. In the beginning, when faced with so many black-clothed men who knew poison, Han Yunqi knew that they were the Sanfrewa prince Jun Yixie's men. However, when this black-clothed man suddenly appeared and kidnapped her, she began to doubt her own judgment. This guy wasn't Jun Yixie. He had mixed in with Jun Yixie's men and secretly took her away. Who was this guy? What was his goal in kidnapping her? Why hadn't he spoken yet? After hesitating for a long time, Han Yunqi was the first to speak. Those 3 groups of assassins are in cahoots. You're not. You're so sure? The black-clothed man asked indifferently. Jun Yixie first kidnapped Long Tianma, then kidnapped Luo Zuishan. He's just trying to lure. Han Yunqi said, but hesitated. Jun Yixie's kidnapping method couldn't be to lure out Long Feiyi, who was hiding nearby, and lure Long Feiyi away from the mountain. Besides Long Feiyi, who else could make Jun Yixie go to such lengths? Long Tianma was kidnapped. Long Feiyi didn't have to show up, but Luo Zuishan was kidnapped. If Long Feiyi was here, he would definitely show up to save him. Who knew that Long Feiyi wasn't here, but Gu would appear. After confirming that Long Feiyi wasn't here, it would be easy for Jun Yixie to kidnap her or even kill her. After suffering such a big loss last time, Jun Isya, who had always wanted to rope her in, probably already had the intention to kill her. He must have been waiting for an opportunity to make his move. Had Long Fei Yi ever considered this point for her? Han Yunqi realized that her mind had wandered. She took a deep breath. Han Yunqi smiled and didn't continue speaking. Instead, she turned around with a calm expression. Let's not talk nonsense and get straight to the point. What's your goal? Who knew that the black-clothed masked man would actually laugh softly? Who is he? Chapter 230. A smile could always close the distance between them. But even when the person in front of her smiled, he gave off an unapproachable feeling of loneliness and coldness. Han Yunqi mused that some people were just like that. They were born cold and arrogant, forming a world of their own that made them unapproachable. Even if you were standing right in front of them, you'd still feel like they were far away on the horizon. You'd never be able to enter their world. Just like Long Fei Yi. That's right. Right now she was experiencing the same feeling as standing in front of Long Fei Yi. For a moment, Han Yunqi was almost certain that this black-robed man was Long Fei Yi, but she quickly rejected the idea. Tianning's court was in turmoil, Mama Su's matter had been exposed, and Qin Wangrong had appeared. The situation wasn't looking good, and Long Fei Yi had already abandoned her to avoid arousing suspicion. How could he possibly come to her rescue? If he wanted to save her, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? That fellow never liked to drag things out. Even though there was still a trace of disappointment in her heart, Han Yunqi proudly ignored it. She raised her chin and asked cold, "What are you laughing at?" The black-robed man seemed to want to tear off his mask, but his hand twitched before he gave up. He didn't answer Han Yunqi, but said mildly, "Let's go. I'll send you to Medical City." Now Han Yunqi was bewildered. "Just who are you? Why are you taking me to Medical City?" The black-robed man didn't seem to like talking much. His slender finger lightly pressed against his lips, indicating that Han Yunqi didn't need to ask any more questions. He reached out with his other hand, intending to take her hand. Han Yunqi reflexively retreated, her face full of vigilance. The pear-blossom teardrop rain hidden in her sleeve immediately readied for action. A playful look flitted past the black-robed man's eyes. Suddenly, his figure flashed and landed behind Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi immediately turned around, but it was too late. The black-robed man had firmly grasped her hand with the pear-blossom teardrop rain, preventing her from using her concealed weapon. This was her Achilles heel. "Let go!" Han Yunqi shouted angrily. Her other elbow immediately stabbed backward. The poison needle hidden in her elbow protruded out. Unfortunately, the black-clothed man seemed to have known beforehand and easily avoided it. Han Yunqi didn't give up struggling. She stomped on the black-clothed man's foot. Unfortunately, the black-clothed man not only dodged, but also stepped on her foot to pin her down. She had so many poisonous needles hidden on her body. She didn't believe that she couldn't stab this guy with one. She kicked again with her other leg and struck with her other hand. She turned her head and spat out several needles. Even when she tilted her head, poisonous needles could fly out of her neck. She was really going all out. But soon, it was proven that Han Yunqi had underestimated the other party. She had used almost all her skills, but the man behind her had always grabbed her wrist with one hand and dealt with her with the other with ease. He was not injured at all. In the end, Han Yunqi, who had always been calm, almost broke down. She shouted angrily, "Bastard, let go of me. Who are you? Will you get pregnant if you speak?" However, the black-clothed man didn't make a sound. If this guy hadn't just spoken, she would have thought that he was a mute. How could he be so patient? How could he let her struggle and question him so many times without making a sound? In the end, it was the angry Han Yunqi who calmed down. She sighed deeply, turned her back to him, and didn't say anything. The black-clothed man still didn't say anything, but he stretched out one hand and wrapped it around Han Yunqi's small waist. This hug was so smooth and tight. She didn't know if it was because his hands were too big or because they were too cold, but when those slightly rough hands gently brushed against her clothes, she couldn't help but tremble a little. He pulled her into his arms and turned her to face him. Han Yunqi was a sensible person. Although she was angry, she had already given up struggling in her heart. No matter what this guy's background was, since he wanted to take her to Medical City, then she would go. She would take one step at a time. However, when she turned sideways and inadvertently met the black-clothed man's cold eyes, she actually saw the playfulness in his eyes. So this guy's actions were actually teasing her? Han Yunqi realized in hindsight. Her beautiful brows suddenly furrowed. She stared at the black-clothed man, wishing that she could kill him with her gaze. Seeing this, the black-clothed man, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. The playfulness in his eyes deepened. Han Yunqi didn't know if it was her imagination, but there seemed to be a faint smile hidden in his playfulness. She had to admit that when those eyes, which were as deep as the sea and as cold as ice, smiled, they were really beautiful. It was as if the snow had melted and the flowers had bloomed in the warmth of spring. The more Han Yunqi looked at him, the more familiar he seemed. She unconsciously looked more and more seriously. She was very sure that she had seen this guy somewhere before. She thought about it, but she couldn't remember where. The masked man also looked at her. She didn't know if it was because her dazed gaze had affected him or because he was serious. His cold eyes actually warmed up as he quietly looked at her. The two of them held each other as their eyes met. It was silent in all directions. At the peak of the forest, on the cliff, the entire world was silent. But suddenly, Han Yunqi suddenly raised her head and fiercely bit down on the black-clothed man's arm. The black-clothed man obviously didn't expect this, as he suddenly retracted his warm gaze. Not to mention his eyes, even his entire face became abnormally cold. Han Yunqi bit down on his arm tightly and didn't let go. Fresh blood flowed out, but the man only stared at her and didn't push her away. He didn't even make a sound. This fellow, what kind of person was he? In just a short moment, the blood turned black. Without a doubt, Han Yunqi had poisoned him. But even so, the masked man still didn't move. He withdrew his gaze and silently watched as the black blood flowed out from Han Yunqi's mouth. He didn't have any intention to move. To hide poison in one's mouth, unless one wanted to commit suicide, they would usually hide some ordinary poison. Otherwise, if they accidentally swallowed it or contaminated their mouth, it would be troublesome. Although ordinary poison wasn't strong, but as long as it penetrated deeper into the flesh and blood, the poison wouldn't be too weak. Hence Han Yunqi bit down with all her might, hoping that the poison would penetrate deeper and deeper. This masked man was an expert, so if the poison didn't penetrate deeper, Han Yunqi wouldn't be at ease. Hence, she tried her best to use up all the poison in her mouth before the masked man pushed her away. But who knew that as time slowly trickled by, the masked man still didn't move. Finally, Han Yunqi had used up all the poison in her mouth, but the black-clothed man still didn't move. Could it be that the poison had turned him into a retard? There wasn't any poison in this world which could poison a retard. What was going on? She had obviously succeeded in her plot, but such a silent reaction made the back of Han Yunqi's head feel a chill, and she felt extremely uneasy. She hesitated for a moment and carefully released her mouth. She raised her head and saw the masked man staring at her without moving. That gaze seemed to be deep in thought. This fellow didn't hurt? Could it be that the pain had turned him into a retard? If it was in the past, Han Yunqi would have suavely pushed the masked man away and at the same time stomped on him before escaping. But this time she didn't dare to move. Instead, she carefully said, "I can give you the antidote as long as you let me go." Finally, the masked man spoke. His voice was as cold as ice. "Han Yunqi, you could have killed me earlier. This isn't the first time. For over 20 years, no one had been able to get so close to him, not to mention injure or kill him. But this woman had done it more than once. Earlier, his life had once again fallen into her hands. He didn't like this feeling, but he had unknowingly fallen into her hands several times. To him, who had been cautious at every step since he was young and had set up defenses everywhere, this was undoubtedly handing his life over to her. He was sure that this woman was trustworthy, but was she that trustworthy? The masked man's words confused Han Yunqi. She was about to break free when a white figure suddenly flipped over from afar. The person who came was none other than the fake banished immortal, Tang Li. When Han Yunqi saw Tang Li, she was shocked and immediately blurted out, "Save me!" When Tang Li saw the masked man carrying Han Yunqi and the wound on his arm, he was also shocked and blurted out, "Long Fei Yi, you've been bitten?" Long Fei Yi? Long Fei Yi. It's him? Han Yunqi was so shocked that her face turned pale. She widened her eyes and stared at Long Fei Yi's masked face in disbelief. At the same time, Long Fei Yi finally retracted his thoughtful gaze and gently pushed Han Yunqi away. Thus, Han Yunqi, who was in a state of extreme shock, fell to the ground with a bang. Long Fei Yi, you! Han Yunqi couldn't regain her senses. She didn't expect that he would come to save her. She also didn't expect that after saving her, he would still have the leisure to tease her. Was this her dream or Long Fei Yi's dream? Han Yunqi was in a daze. "What are you guys doing?" Tang Li, who was still in shock, finally spoke. Han Yunqi was speechless. Long Fei Yi ignored her and turned around. He took off his mask and lowered his head to suck out the poisoned blood from his arm. Han Yunqi, you bit him and even poisoned him? You actually... Tang Li didn't know what to say. He really wanted to praise Han Yunqi. In this world, only this woman could torment Long Fei Yi like this. Han Yunqi didn't know that Tang Li was amazed in his heart. She only thought that he was angry. Well, Long Fei Yi came to save her. It was indeed wrong of her to bite Lu Dongbin like a dog. But who told Long Fei Yi to stay silent and not reveal his identity? If she didn't bite him, did he plan to take her to Medical City without saying anything? Did he plan to never reveal his identity? Han Yunqi found that she couldn't see through this guy more and more. Feeling wronged in her heart, Han Yunqi was too lazy to explain. She hurriedly walked to Long Fei Yi and said, "Sit down. I'll use acupuncture to detoxify you. There's too much poison. I can't suck it all out." Long Fei Yi didn't say anything, but when faced with Han Yunqi's direct gaze, his eyes were somewhat evasive. He sat down obediently. At this time, Han Yunqi tactfully didn't ask or say anything. She silently used acupuncture to detoxify him. However, the damn Tang Li didn't know how to save trouble. He watched from the side and couldn't help but ask, "Long Fei Yi, you just took off your mask. Were you playing with her? Playing with a woman? How could Long Fei Yi do such a thing?" Chapter 231. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had a tacit understanding of what kind of shady business Long Fei Yi had just done. Both of them were currently in an awkward situation, so Tang Li's question only made the atmosphere even stranger. Naturally, the taciturn Long Fei Yi wouldn't answer. Han Yunqi lowered her head as she silently applied acupuncture to detoxify Long Fei Yi. Her face was expressionless as she pretended not to hear anything. Tang Li rubbed his chin as he gave the two of them a suspicious look. He seemed to have noticed something amiss and snickered silently to himself. Tang Li had shut his mouth, but his words had already set off perilous waves that couldn't be quelled. She didn't know what Long Fei Yi's current state of mind was, but Han Yunqi's heart had long been turned upside down and thrown into disarray. Why was he playing with her? Did he have nothing better to do? Was he bored? Or was he in a good mood today? But even if he was bored or in a good mood, he still wouldn't do something like this. In Han Yunqi's impression, as well as everyone else's, Tianing's Duke of Qin was nothing but cold and indifferent. Forget joking around, he didn't even know how to smile. Or perhaps this was another side of Long Fei Yi that few people knew about. She just didn't know about it all this time. In any case, Han Yunqi couldn't find a reason. She quietly mulled things over in her mind until her thoughts wandered as she applied the needles. Abruptly, Long Fei's arm shuddered before he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Ah! It wasn't Long Fei Yi who cried out, but Han Yunqi's. She'd pricked the wrong acupuncture point. I'm sorry, I know it hurts a lot. With the wrong acupuncture point, the pain of the needle was comparable to a knife stabbing into one's heart. It was unbearable. As a doctor, Han Yunqi knew this best. I didn't do it on purpose. I know it hurts a lot, but it'll be better soon. Bear with it. She'd always been confident in detoxifying poisons, but this was probably the most flustered she'd ever been in her 2 lifetimes. He didn't seem like a doctor at all. She braced herself and looked over. Long Fei Yi happened to be looking over as well. He didn't cry out in pain, nor did he blame her. He just gave her a cold look before turning his head away. From the side, she could see that he was frowning. The curve of his face was so handsome that it angered both men and gods. One could only imagine how painful it was for him to frown. Han Yunqi really felt guilty. Facing his indifference, she didn't know what to say. She could only silently continue the acupuncture. However, after a while, she was distracted again. Should he question him? Long Fei Yi, is it fun to play with me like this? Long Fei Yi, you deserve to be bitten. Long Fei Yi, you're already an adult. Aren't you bored? Long Fei Yi, you have to apologize. Otherwise, I won't detoxify you. All kinds of self-righteous questions kept echoing in her mind. If it was any other time, even if she was facing him, she would still dare to question him. However, it was so awkward this time. When she thought of how Long Fei Yi had flirted with her just now, she didn't dare to ask. She even didn't dare to look him in the eye. Han Yunqi was so confused. In this confusion, Han Yunqi made a mistake again. She pricked the wrong acupoint again. This time, blood didn't spurt out. Instead, all the black blood stopped flowing. Han Yunqi actually didn't realize it until Tang Li reminded her. Has the poison blood been expelled so quickly? Ah! Han Yunqi looked up. Without waiting for Tang Li to answer, she immediately looked down at Long Fei Ye's wound. Only then did she realize that she was ridiculously wrong. Damn it! She despised herself in her heart, but didn't dare to talk nonsense. She buried her head and hurriedly changed the needles. Long Fei Yi didn't move, but his cold and handsome face was much paler. After a while, Han Yunqi finally managed to expel all the poison from Long Fei Ye's arm. She applied medicine and carefully bandaged the wound. Tang Li came over at this time. He rubbed his chin and glanced at Long Fei Ye's wound. He said slowly, Long Fei Yi, this is your first time being bitten by a woman, right? At this point, neither of them responded. Tang Li continued casually, You let her bite you on purpose, right? As soon as he said that, Han Yunqi suddenly tightened her grip on the bandage. She tightened her grip, and the bandage wrapped around the wound. Huh. Long Fei Yi groaned heavily and finally turned his head to look over. However, he seemed to want to act as if nothing had happened and directly avoided Han Yunqi. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Tang Li. Coldly, he asked, Where's Long Tianma? After Han Yunqi's group left the Supreme Court, he followed them and secretly protected them. When the black-clothed assassin kidnapped Long Tianma, Tang Li had already secretly chased after him. When Luo Zuishan was kidnapped, he also wanted to send people to track him down. He only gave up when he saw Gu appear. In this consultation, Long Tianma was very important. Luo Zuishan was also very important. However, as long as Han Yunqi was still around, he wouldn't appear for anyone. How could Jun Yixie's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain escape his eyes? When Long Fei Yi asked this, Tang Li remembered that he had rushed over for an urgent matter. He was taken away by Jun Yixie. His mother's poison skills are too powerful. I can't beat him. Tang Li quickly replied. He went to look for Long Tianma. Long Fei, Yi was a little surprised. Jun Yixia used the plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain, and Long Fei Yi beat him at his own game. As long as Jun Yixia didn't personally appear, it would be easy for Tang Li to deal with the black-clothed assassins and rescue Long Tianma. But who knew that Jun Yixia, who should have chased Long Fei Yi, didn't chase after him. Instead, he turned around to protect Long Tianma. It had to be admitted that if Long Tianma fell into Jun Yixia's hands, there would be a lot of trouble. This prince underestimated him. Long Fei Yi was a step behind. This made Long Fei Yi very unhappy. This guy's background is mysterious. I investigated for a long time in Northern Li, but I couldn't find anything about him. Tang Li said seriously. Han Yunqi listened silently on the side. She had a rough idea of what was going on. Just as she was about to ask, a black-clothed guard rushed over and reported in a panic. "Your Highness, Jun Yixia sent someone to pass on a message," he said. Although the black-clothed guard was anxious, he stuttered and didn't dare to continue speaking. "Is he seeking death? Hurry up and speak." Tang Li was anxious. The black-clothed guard glanced at Han Yunqi before continuing. "Jun Yixia sent someone to pass on a message. He wants your Highness to exchange esteemed Wang Fei for His Highness the Crown Prince." At this, Long Fei Yi suddenly looked straight at the black-clothed guard. His piercing gaze made the guard shiver uncontrollably, as if he'd committed some heinous crime. Han Yunqi wasn't surprised. Jun Yixia had kidnapped so many people for her sake. The Medical Academy's consultation had nothing to do with him at all. If she was exchanged for Long Tianma, the Medical Academy's consultation could still continue. Luo Zuishan could prove that she and Gu Beiwei weren't guilty, so the Duke of Qin's estate wouldn't be implicated, right? Moreover, if news of this reached Emperor Tianhui's ears, Long Fei Yi would be able to cut ties with her and express goodwill towards the emperor. It wasn't that Han Yunqi was looking down on Long Fei Yi, but that a wise man submits to circumstances. A man who tries to be brave isn't a hero. After all, Tianning was still Emperor Tianhui's world, while Long Fei Yi was only a king. Han Yunqi was still trying to figure out the intricacies of the situation when Long Fei Yi asked, "When and where?" 3 days from now, at noon at Xiankong Temple. If you're late, what? To silence! The black-clothed guard's voice trembled. Silence? Kill Tianning's crown prince? Tang Li's face paled a few shades as he looked at Long Fei Yi. He wanted to speak, but stopped himself. Jun Yixia was too insolent, wasn't he? With Long Fei Yi's personality, he'd definitely come to save the woman instead of swapping her out. He'd protect both Han Yunqi and Long Tianma. But this time, Jun Yixia wouldn't have dared to say such words unless he'd made sufficient preparations. Long Fei Yi wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand in this situation. In fact, it was highly possible that he'd be trapped in a tiger's den with no return. Han Yunqi understood the intricacies of the situation as well. Seeing Long Fei Yi's stern profile, she spoke without hesitation. "Go ahead and swap. When the time comes, you guys can leave. I have my own ways to deal with him." But Long Fei Yi's eyes immediately turned cold at her words. He said angrily, "Han Yunqi, do you think your lordship came here for nothing?" He'd gone to great lengths to save this woman, but she was going to deliver herself to his doorstep. Wouldn't everything he'd done be wasted? What kind of person did she take him for? Would he hand over the woman under his name so easily? Or did she take his act at the justice courts for real? Han Yunqi was rendered speechless by his fierce words. Sensing the change in the atmosphere, Tang Li hastened to smooth things over. "Of course you have to go. When the time comes, you two can work together to deal with Jun Yixia. Leave the rest to me." Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi tossed him 2 words. "I'm not going." "What?" Tang Li was frightened. After all, once Long Tianma died, there'd be no end to Emperor Tianhui's problems. Han Yunqi gave a start, wondering if she'd heard wrong. But Long Fei Ye's next words left her completely stupefied. He ordered the black-robed guards, "Go tell Jun Yixia that even if he has the skills to trade Northern Li's lands for her, your lordship won't do the exchange." He didn't need to trade for what he wanted. He'd never hand over what he had. Long Fei Yi turned to leave as soon as he finished speaking, leaving Han Yunqi frozen in place. She didn't know what to do. Who could tell her if those words just now could be considered as overbearing words of love? This man had actually given her the answer to a choice between a country and a woman. But who could tell her why she still felt distant and unfamiliar as she watched his retreating form? It was as if that icy kiss from the past had meant a lot, but it also felt like nothing. Han Yunqi stood there in a daze. Long Fei Yi had already walked far away, but he still turned back to look at her cold voice. "Han Yunqi, you're still not leaving? Where are we going?" Han Yunqi asked without a second thought. "I told you just then. Why aren't you leaving?" Long Fei Yi urged impatiently. "Just now. He'd said he'd take her to Medical City when he was teasing her. So he hadn't forgotten what happened just then." Han Yunqi was still a little confused, but she couldn't help but smile. There was no need to ask about what happened in the justice courts. No matter what, it was good that he'd come. She quickly caught up to him and walked by his side. Soon enough, Long Fei Yi took her into his arms and flew into the air towards Medical City. 3 days later, Jun Yixia waited for nothing at Xiankong Temple. Chapter 232. Jun Yixia sat cross-legged on the praying mat in front of the Buddha statue, mulling over Long Fei Ye's words. Exchanging Northern Li's empire for a woman, he looked calm, but his clenched fists betrayed him. He might be mad, but Long Fei Yi was even crazier. He assumed that Long Fei Yi would team up with Han Yunqi to kidnap Long Tianma, but that fellow didn't even show up. All of Xiankong Temple's inescapable net had been laid for naught. Today, Jun Yixia sat from noon until sunset. By the time the skies fell, he was certain that Long Fei Yi wouldn't show up. They'd agreed to silence him if he missed the deadline. But what was he supposed to do if he missed the deadline? Jun Yixia had to think it over carefully. If Han Yunqi hadn't taken off his mask in Medicine City and exposed his true face to Long Fei Yi, he would have been happier if Long Fei Yi didn't show up today. He would have chopped off Long Tianma's head without hesitation and delivered it to Emperor Tianhui, so he could bite off Long Fei Ye's head. Unfortunately, his identity had already been exposed. Northern Li's Duke of Kong represented the Northern Li imperial clan, so he couldn't help but have misgivings. He had to be on guard against Long Fei Yi using his identity to make a fuss. He wasn't of imperial blood, but he was the most favored duke. Plenty of Northern Li's imperial clan members would want to find fault with him. Seeing Jun Yixia rise to his feet, one of his attendants stepped forward. "Master, Long Fei, you wouldn't really care about that woman, would he?" Jun Yixia laughed coldly. "Long Fei Yi, does he have a heart?" The attendant was even more confused. Then he shouldn't. A single lie in exchange for a useful woman's heart. Jun Yixia paused as he spoke, then turned around with a serious expression. "It's worth it." Han Yunqi's poison skills were not only exquisite, but also mysterious. With the help of such a woman, how many surprises would there be? To Jun Yixia, one Han Yunqi was equivalent to a group of poison men that he had raised. Hence, even though Han Yunqi had ruined many of his plans and had even poisoned him, he had never really intended to kill her and still wanted to rope her in. Lying to a woman? The attendants didn't understand. In his impression, his lord had never been close to women. When facing women, let alone lying and coaxing, he wouldn't even greet them. Master, then, Tianning's crown prince. The attendant was more concerned about this matter. What should he do with Long Tianma now? They couldn't kill him, but they couldn't just let him go. Wouldn't that be too cowardly? His subordinates were alarmed and worried for their master. However, Jun Yixia already had a plan. He said in a low voice, Bring me the 100 leaves, purple jade grass. The attendant grew alarmed at his words and reminded him, Master, this poison, we still don't have an antidote. His lord wanted to poison Long Tianma before letting him go. He could let him go then, but he had to have a handle on him first. The 100 leaves purple jade grass was a poison that June Isia had named after Junisia because it was a completely new poison that had never been seen before. June Isia had been cultivating new poisons in Medicine City's medicine forest. Although Han Yunqi had interrupted his work, he still had some ingredients on hand. Over the past few months, he'd managed to cultivate 3 new poisons. The poisons had been cultivated, but the antidote was still missing. In other words, there was no cure for these 3 poisons. The 100 leaves purple jade grass's poison wasn't fatal, but it was extremely torturous. It made one's bones ache all over and made them immobile. It's precisely because we don't have an antidote that there's no chance of failure. June Isia laughed coldly as he walked towards the rear courtyard of the monastery. This time he'd like to see if Han Yunqi had the skills to deal with the 100 leaves purple jade grass. He wanted to make it impossible for Han Yunqi to survive in Tianing and force Long Fei Yi to give up on Han Yunqi. In the rear courtyard, Long Tianma was still lying in his carriage, completely unconscious and powerless. His body was covered in thick bedding, so anyone who didn't know better would think he was a normal person, sleeping peacefully. June Isia boarded the carriage and only glanced at Long Tianma's face before looking away. Forget about the Tianing crown prince. He didn't even care about the Tianing emperor. In all of Tianing, only Long Fei Yi could be considered a hindrance to him. He sat silently on one side until an attendant delivered the 100 leaves purple jade grass. Then he personally lifted Long Tianma's ink-black bedding and revealed Long Tianma's protruding belly. This is what's going on. June Isia revealed a rare expression of shock, while the surrounding attendants were caught off guard as well, their faces filled with surprise. A grown man actually had a big belly? Before June Isia could move, the attendants who'd recovered their wits rushed forward to take off Long Tianma's robes. Once they did, the truth was revealed. It really was a big belly, as if he was pregnant. Master, how is this possible? The attendants were stunned. Everyone knew that Tianing's crown prince had been ill for a long time. As for what illness he was suffering from, there were all sorts of different theories. No one knew the truth. This time, Luo Zuishan had beaten the drums in the justice courts to lodge a complaint, so everyone knew about it. Unfortunately, they still didn't publicize the crown prince's relapse. June Isia only knew about the medical academy's consultation, but he didn't know about Long Tianma's illness. He didn't care either. Ascites. This was June Isia's first reaction. Medicine and poisons were one family, and he was an expert in poisons. Naturally, he knew quite a bit about medicine as well. But when June Isia examined him carefully, his expression changed. His cold eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Seeing this, the attendants didn't dare to ask any questions. But June Isia continued to mutter to himself. It's not ascites, but June Isia didn't finish a sentence, as if he wasn't certain. He carefully examined him again, but this time his brows furrowed even more. He was absolutely certain that this wasn't ascites, but gu. Long Tianma wasn't suffering from any illness, nor was he suffering from a relapse. Someone had used gu on him. Gu was one of the most terrifying poisons in the world. Gu was a poison technique created by the poison sect of the Medical Academy. After the Medical Academy's poison sect was banned, Gu had disappeared from Cloud Realm continent for many years. Leaving aside Gu, very few people even knew about the poison sect's existence in the Medical Academy. There were 3 types of Gu: high, medium, and low. Grass as Gu, insects as Gu, and humans as Gu. Using humans as Gu was June Isia's ultimate goal in raising poison humans and poison corpses, human Gu. June Isia understood Gu. Shiyuba knows Gu arts. Luo Zuishan knows them too. He was puzzled. Long Tianma's illness had been caused by Emperor Tianhui using Shiyuba to frame Han Yunshi. So Shiyuba was the only one who'd used the gu. Meanwhile, Luo Zuishan had requested a decree from the Council of Elders to overturn Shiyuba's diagnosis and request a consultation. It looked like Luo Zuishan knew that Long Tianma had been afflicted with gu as well. With the qualifications of the two directors, it wasn't impossible for them to secretly learn some gu arts. But Jun Yixia couldn't figure out why Luo Zuishan dared to request a public consultation if it was gu. After all, gu is a huge taboo in the current medical academy. Leaving aside a public consultation, even private discussions about it were forbidden. Could Luo Zuishan have misdiagnosed it as some other illness? How could Luo Zuishan make a mistake when things had gotten so big? There was something fishy going on here that made Jun Yixia smell the scent of a conspiracy. Of course, he didn't have the leisure to care about the medical academy's affairs. His target had always been Han Yunshi. Thus, that very night, Jun Yixia cured Long Tianma of the gu and gave him the hypertoxic 100-leaf purple jade grass. In one night, Long Tianma's big belly disappeared, leaving his entire body in pain. Early in the morning, Jun Yixia didn't even spare Long Tianma a glance before ordering, coldly, send him to the medical academy before he wakes up. He thought that since he'd interfered like this, the consultation would definitely be splendid. Han Yunshi, if you can cure the gu this time, then your lordship will admire you. But if you can't, then just wait for Emperor Tianhui to punish you. Your lordship would like to see if Long Feiyi can still protect you. Long Tianma was on his way to the medical academy, while Qin Wangrong was still doing his best to track down Long Tianma's whereabouts. Luo Zuishan, Shiyuba, and Gu Beiwa had already arrived at the medical academy, but Gu was nowhere to be found. Long Tianma and Han Yunshi were both missing, so the consultation naturally couldn't proceed. Emperor Tianhui had spread word that the medical academy had to send Gu Beiwa back to Tianning's capital city in 5 days. Long Tianma and Han Yunshi's disappearance had to be explained to Tianning as well. The Council of Elders didn't express any opinions, but sent out plenty of men to search for the missing men. Everyone was waiting for news. Han Yunshi didn't go to the medical academy immediately after arriving in Medical City, but was taken to an inn by Long Feiyi. It was the best cloud auspicious in a Medical City, the Sky Room one. From the window of the room, one could see the main doors of the medical academy. Currently, Han Yunshi and Long Fei, you were standing side by side in front of the window. Has there been no news from Jun Yixia's side? Han Yunshi was rather worried, although there was no proof that Long Tianma hadn't been silenced. Who knew if Jun Yixia would let him go? 1 more day without news from Long Tianma means you can rest for 1 more day. What's the rush? Long Fei retorted. They hadn't stopped the entire way here, but the number of words they'd exchanged could be counted on one hand. There didn't seem to be anything more or less between them. However, when he hugged her and held her hand, his strength seemed to be a lot tighter than before. She also felt a lot more natural and was no longer awkward. Didn't His Majesty only give Medical City 5 days' time? Han Yunshi asked next. Long Fei Yi arched a brow at her with a cold smile. Aren't you overestimating Tianhui too much? The Medical Academy represented Medical City. Emperor Tianhui wouldn't be stupid enough to oppose Medical City for the sake of a deposed crown prince. Han Yunshi wasn't clear on the strength of Cloud Realm Continent's powers, but she was more concerned about Long Tianma's condition. Would he change after 5 days? After some hesitation, she said, I'd better not rest. Let's go to the medical academy. I have to see Gu Beiwa. Luo Zuishan wouldn't give her any answers, so she had to discuss things with Gu Beiwa first. Hearing this, Long Fei's eyes flashed with displeasure. Coldly he said, I have something to do tonight, so I won't be going. What is it? Han Yunshi was puzzled. Was there anything more important than a consultation in Medical City? But Long Fei Yi didn't answer her, but called for dinner instead. Chapter 233. The table was filled with delicacies and wine. Those who didn't know better would have thought that Long Fei Yi was entertaining someone in this room. Han Yunqi scanned the table of dishes and realized that many of them were dishes that she had never seen before. They looked, smelled, and tasted very tempting. However, there were at least 20 plates of dishes. Wasn't it a little too exaggerated for 2 people to eat? Is there anyone else coming? Tangli? She asked suspiciously. No. Long Fei Yi was really a man of few words. All right, this guy had been pampered since he was young. He was very particular about his food and clothing. Although he was out, he couldn't lower himself for a meal. Han Yunqi ignored this question and sat down opposite him. She ate casually and asked as she ate, "Is there anything else tonight? Will it take a long time?" It had been a few days, and there was no news from Long Tianma or her. Gu Beiwa would be worried, especially about Long Tianma's condition. He had to treat it carefully. After all, she and Gu Beiwa had made this trip for no other reason than to clear their names. Long Fei Yi looked up and glanced at the dishes in her bowl. He seemed a little unhappy, but he didn't show it. He rolled up his sleeves elegantly and poured wine casually. He didn't look like he had anything to do tonight. He only replied to Han Yunqi with 2 words, "Eat." Phew, the anxious Han Yunqi secretly sighed in her heart. He had time to enjoy delicious food and wine, but she didn't have time to accompany him. "If it's not urgent, I'll go to the medical school first." She was very serious. She ate a few mouthfuls of food, put down her bowl and chopsticks and stood up. Long Fei Ye's hand that was holding the wine cup suddenly tightened. If the porcelain cup wasn't hard enough, it would have cracked. Unfortunately, Han Yunqi didn't notice his hand. "I'm leaving." As she spoke, she turned around and left. Long Fei stared coldly at her retreating form, neither more nor less. Just as Han Yunqi was about to open the door, he opened his mouth. "Han Yunqi, how much do you know about the medical academy?" As soon as he said this, Han Yunqi immediately turned around. This was probably the first time that Long Fei Yi had talked to her about medical school. Could it be that this guy had something to do with the medical school? Since this guy who cherished his words as if they were gold had spoken, there must be something going on. Was he talking to her about the medical school because of Madame Tianqin? Otherwise, he had no reason to talk to her. She had always been investigating Madame Tianqin's background. She wanted to know why Madame Tianqin had concealed her identity and married Hong Kongan while pregnant. She wanted to know whether Madame Tianqin's difficult labor was an accident or if someone had plotted to kill her. She also wanted to know who her biological father was. From what she knew, Hong Kongan only had one clue. Madame Tianqin was related to the medical school and had the ability to get a director position for Hong Kongan. This matter was much more important than meeting Gu Beiwa. Not much. What do you want to say? Han Yunqi walked back and stood in front of Long Fei Yi, but Long Fei Yi was still as calm as ever. He wasn't anxious at all. "Have you heard of the medical school's poison sect?" Long Fei Yi asked. As expected, when this guy didn't talk about it, it was shocking. Medical school and poison sect. How could these 2 words be related? Han Yunqi was very surprised. Like a humble child, she quickly sat down and asked anxiously, "How can there be a poison sect?" Wasn't the medical school's only branch the medical sect? Didn't they only teach medical skills and train doctors to cure illnesses and save lives? Seeing Han Yunqi sit back down, Long Fei Ye's lips curved into a satisfied smile. The medical school once had 2 major sects, the medical sect and the poison sect. Their purpose was to save lives and do good deeds. Later on, the poison sect was destroyed and became a taboo in the medical school. Fewer and fewer people knew about it. Han Yunqi couldn't believe it. She'd always known that medicine and poison are one family, but never expected it to be true in the medical school. Why was it destroyed? Han Yunqi asked hastily. Someone who's good at treating poisons must also be good at using poisons. Long Fei said mildly. Han Yunqi was very familiar with these words. Once upon a time, Emperor Tianhui had taken note of her because of them. In the end, poison was a dangerous thing. Even if you didn't have the heart to use poison, others still wouldn't tolerate you. However, how could it be so easy to annihilate a sect? Since it was a sect, it had to have inviolable authority and powerful branches. For example, Medical City and Medicine City were both cities and sections. That was why even the imperial powers and empires feared them. How was the poison sect destroyed? Han Yunqi was very curious. It wasn't clear whether Long Fei really didn't know, or if he was faking it. In any case, he shook his head. Her curiosity was piqued, but it couldn't be satisfied. It was truly annoying. Han Yunqi pursed her lips and asked probingly, "Why are you telling me all this?" She'd lied and claimed that Lady Tianqin had taught her poison skills. This guy wouldn't take it seriously and track her down to the medical school's poison sect, right? Faced with Han Yunqi's question, Long Fei Yi fell silent. Why did he tell her all this? It seemed he didn't have any ulterior motives other than chatting and not letting her leave. Just what is it? Han Yunqi asked curiously. Long Fei Yi avoided her gaze and hesitated before saying, "There's a poison storehouse in the poison sect's forbidden grounds in Medical City. It's the most complete storehouse in the world. Perhaps you can find clues to unraveling the perplexing dreams there. That should be a reasonable explanation, right?" Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi's bright eyes dimmed at these words. Perplexing butterfly illusion was a poison that Han Yunqi had always carried with her. It was also the most troublesome poison that Han Yunqi had ever encountered. Even now, she hadn't been able to determine whether it was poisonous. After the last upgrade of the detoxification system, many new poisonous plants had grown out of the poison pool it had swallowed from Medicine City. Moreover, the detoxification system had also developed its own antidote. This was a huge leap forward for the detoxification system. Unfortunately, it wasn't of any help in unraveling the perplexing butterfly illusion. That small bottle of poison was just like its name, perplexing butterfly illusion. Han Yunqi took out the perplexing butterfly illusion from her medical pouch and sighed inwardly. She should have guessed that this guy wouldn't be so nice as to tell her about Lady Tianqin so frankly. Fine. She should have guessed that he wouldn't appear just to save her this time. He'd come from Medical City's poison storehouse. When would the relationship between her and this man become a little more pure? Was it because it wasn't pure that she always felt a sense of unfamiliarity when she was by his side? For a moment, Han Yunqi lost interest in the secrets of Medical City's poison sect. She stood up and smiled faintly. "Your Highness, no matter how urgent the matter of the perplexing butterfly illusion is, it'll have to wait until Gu Beiwe and I have cleared our names. I have to make a trip to the medical academy. Excuse me." Long Fei Yi hadn't expected Han Yunqi to react this way. He asked unhappily, "It's the middle of the night. What's so urgent?" Han Yunqi was delighted and her smile grew even brighter. "Your Highness, of course it's urgent. This concubine has to discuss the Crown Prince's condition with Imperial physician Gu to prevent any possibility of his illness developing. If that happens and there's trouble during the consultation, how can this concubine go to the poison storehouse with you with a guilty body?" Long Fei Ye's expression changed when he heard this. It was rare to see him lose control and panic. However, he hesitated to speak, his handsome face turning cold. He didn't say anything, so she took his silence as a tacit agreement. "I'm leaving." Han Yunqi elegantly turned to leave. "The medical academy isn't a place you can enter as you please." Long Fei Yi finally spoke up. "This concubine can enter as long as I tell you my name. Your Highness doesn't need to wait for this concubine to return." Han Yunqi didn't turn back. Her words meant that she wouldn't be returning to the inn after revealing her whereabouts. This prince said that you're not allowed to leave because I have something to do tonight, Long Fei Yi said in a low voice. What is it? Please speak, Your Highness. Han Yunqi finally turned around. What is it? What is it? Long Fei Yi's frosty expression turned even colder, but he didn't reply for a long time. Your Highness, please speak. Han Yunqi took a few steps forward and asked seriously. Although she was still angry, she still took his business seriously. However, Long Fei Yi just stared at her without saying a word. What does this guy want? Is he playing with me? If it's not something important, this concubine... Unexpectedly, before Han Yunqi could finish speaking, Long Fei Yi interrupted her. Yes, serve me in bed tonight. What? Han Yunqi didn't even have time to close her mouth. She was so shocked that she froze on the spot, flabbergasted and unmoving. Tonight, there's something. Serve him in bed tonight. Han Yunqi didn't know how long it took her to digest Long Fei Yi's words. In any case, when she came back to her senses, Long Fei Yi was still sitting in front of her, looking at her coldly. She tried very hard to move the corners of her mouth, trying to make herself smile. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't smile. She could only ask stiffly, Your Highness, this joke isn't funny at all. Does this prince look like he's joking with you? After Long Fei Yi finished speaking, he stood up. Looking at his proud and tall figure, Han Yunqi still felt oppressed even though they were 5 or 6 steps away. Your Highness, you really know how to joke. Han Yunqi unconsciously took a few steps back. Long Fei Yi raised his eyebrows and asked, You still want to leave? Your Highness, this concubine just happened to be unlucky these few days. It's not convenient for me to serve you in bed. How about... Han Yunqi herself felt that this excuse was very lame. Very soon, Long Fei cut him off. Then you can keep watch. Keep watch. This was the job of a maidservant or concubine. She had to guard under the bed and accompany him in bed at the door. She was the official consort. How could she do such a thing? At this moment, Han Yunqi didn't care so much. As long as it wasn't serving him in bed, she could accept it. Her wildly thumping heart finally slowed down. Han Yunqi also calmed down. What was this man trying to do? Was he deliberately looking for trouble? This didn't seem like his style at all. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere seemed to be less tense. Han Yunqi also calmed down. She gathered her courage and said very seriously and sincerely, Long Fei Yi, if you really don't have anything important to say, then let me go. I want to go see Luo Zuishan with Gu Beiwa. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi's icy expression didn't change. He threw her a sentence. This prince is sleepy. You can keep watch under the bed tonight. Chapter 234. It was late at night. Next to the bed was a quilt spread out on the floor. Han Yunqi hugged a pillow as she sat cross-legged with her back against the bed. When she heard the whistling of the wind outside, she really felt like she was in a moonless, windy place. There was only a small oil lamp in the room. The room was dark and silent. Han Yunqi knew that she couldn't leave tonight. She was just glad that the guy behind her didn't go overboard and let her keep watch at the door. She thought about it and couldn't figure out how she had offended Long Fei Yi. Why did he have to do this to her? Why was he forcing her to stay? Why? What was going on with him tonight? Under such circumstances, Han Yunqi couldn't fall asleep. After an hour, she finally couldn't help but ask, Hey, are you asleep? There was no response for a long time. Han Yunqi said again, Hey, let's talk. In her memory, they had never had a good chat before. They had never even been so quiet together. There was still no response. Could it be that he was asleep? On the bed, Long Fei hadn't even taken off his outer robes. His hands were behind his head as he lay on the bed, his long legs propped up. His deep eyes shone with a cold light in the darkness, sharp and clear. He stared at the top of his head and seemed to be thinking about something. He was full of energy. Hey, What's the matter with you tonight? Can we talk nicely? Han Yunqi asked again. At this moment, Long Fei Yi glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. But it was just a glance. He quickly looked away expressionlessly. As long as he was sure that this woman couldn't leave, he didn't have to bother with her. He had a lot of things to think about. Han Yunqi didn't want to keep watch for the whole night. Since she was going to stay, she should seize the opportunity to get closer to this guy. How do you think Jun Yixia will deal with Long Tianma? What's Jun Yixia's background? Why does the Northernly Emperor dote on him so much? Right? Why do you think Gu is investigating me? Rosemer, is it from the Tang sect? Han Yunqi tried very hard to find a topic that could pique Long Fei Ye's interest. Unfortunately, there was no response. All right, Han Yunqi fell silent as well, who knew that after a moment of silence, she would suddenly turn around. She hadn't slept because she was worried about bumping into Long Fei, but instead saw him propping up his head with one hand as he slept on his side. His black robes blended into the darkness of the night, making his chiseled features seem even colder and more mysterious. He gave off a feeling that he couldn't be profaned. It turned out that he looked so quiet with his eyes closed. So this was how he looked when he was asleep. It was as if the whole world had fallen asleep with him. Han Yunqi's breathing unconsciously lightened as she stared blankly. She wasn't sure if it was because they were too close, but she felt like she was dreaming in the middle of the night and turning her head to see the person next to her. Hey, she quietly probed. After waiting for a long time, she saw that Long Fei Yi didn't respond. Like a thief, she carefully moved closer to him and looked at his features. In the darkness, she could even see that his eyelashes were very long. She had the urge to reach out and touch them. Is he really asleep? She muttered to herself and moved back a little. She quietly leaned on the edge of the bed and looked at him. As she looked, her lips unconsciously curled. However, it didn't take long for her smile to fade away. It was replaced by a frown and a look of resentment. How much did it take to fall in love with someone and be so worried about personal gains and losses? How many out of 10 could there be? Long Fei Yi, is there anyone in this world that you can treat with sincerity without any ulterior motives? Long Fei Yi, do you know what love is? Han Yunqi asked faintly. She then turned around and sat back down. Forget it, let's sleep. At this moment, Long Fei Yi slowly opened his eyes. His deep eyes were filled with complex emotions. The next morning, Han Yunqi woke up in a daze and found that she was sleeping on the bed. Long Fei Yi was leaning on the rocking chair by the window, opening the secret letter. When did she fall asleep? When did this guy wake up? How did she end up on the bed? Seeing Long Fei Yi looking over, Han Yunqi pursed her lips. Morning. Long Fei Yi just nodded. The moment he opened his mouth, he gave her a piece of explosive news. Long Tianma was sent to the medical school. Really? Han Yunqi was so shocked that she almost fell. When did this happen? Last night. I personally went over and confirmed that it was him. Long Fei Yi answered truthfully. As soon as he said this, Han Yunqi was shocked again. Didn't you fall asleep last night? Long Fei Yi was unperturbed. It was as if he was talking about the weather. Who told you that I fell asleep? What did he mean by this? Could it be that he knew everything she did and said last night? He pretended to be asleep? Long Fei Yi, you're actually a bastard. Han Yunqi's originally cold face instantly turned red. She hurriedly avoided Long Fei Ye's gaze and got off the bed. I'm going to the medical school. Her clothes and hair were all messy. She didn't care about them and directly rushed out. Long Fei Yi stopped her in time. Long Tianma's stomach is gone. What? Han Yunqi exclaimed. Her red cheeks turned pale. His stomach was gone? Was it cured or was it diseased? If it was cured and there were no symptoms left for consultation, Shiyuba could say that it was the effect of his treatment. If it was diseased, then how confident was Luo Zuishan? She had never fought a battle that she wasn't sure of. This was the first time she didn't know anything about the patient's condition. Seeing Han Yunqi's anxious look, Long Fei said lightly, "It's very likely that Jun Yixia did something. Be careful. I will always be in Medical City." After he finished speaking, he left before Han Yunqi. He would always be in Medical City, so she didn't have to be afraid. The anxious Han Yunqi didn't realize how rare Long Fei Ye's words were. She also left in a hurry. At this time, there was another person who was even more anxious than Han Yunqi. It was none other than Luo Zuishan, who was previously full of confidence. Gu had promised him that he would tell him the truth about Long Tianma's big belly as soon as he arrived at the medical school, and that he would definitely help him defeat Shi Yuba. But now Long Tianma's disease had changed. Since the middle of the night last night, he had been looking for Gu like a madman. Finally, this morning, he found him on the roof of his courtyard. Luo Zuishan climbed up the ladder and personally pulled Gu down. "Stinking brat, old man's decades of reputation is about to be completely destroyed in your hands, and you're still sleeping." Gu let him pull him until he was about to fall. Then he turned over and flew down. Despite landing on the ground, Gu Qixiao's face was still drowsy. He stretched lazily and said, "It's just the title of director. If you like, I'll kill the Medical Academy's old academy head in the future, and you'll be the academy head." These words shocked Luo Zuishan so much that he hurriedly stepped forward to cover his mouth. "Ancestor, please spare my old bones, okay?" "Okay," Gu answered happily, but a gloomy coldness flashed across his lips, as if he was full of hatred for the medical school. "What do you think we should do now? Long Tianma's disease has changed, and his stomach is gone. Hurry up and take a look." How could Luo Zuishan not be worried? If Gu couldn't understand the disease, he would be done for in the consultation. That person must be a fake. Shi Yuba didn't do anything, so his stomach can't be gone. Gu was very sure. He didn't care whether Long Tianma came or not. What he cared about was where Han Yunqi was. They were both kidnapped, and since Long Tianma was sent here, he should at least send Han Yunqi here too. "How can you be sure it's a fake? Stinking brat, what's going on with Long Tianma's stomach? What did Shi Yuba do? Tell me," Luo Zuishan urged. Gu impatiently glanced at him, too lazy to answer. Just as he was about to leave, Luo Zuishan immediately grabbed him and said sternly, "Sure, if you don't tell me. Do you think I won't tell the head elder that you're back?" Gu suddenly narrowed his eyes, a dangerous expression on his face. "You wouldn't dare." "What's going on? Are you going to tell me or not?" Luo Zuishan was so angry that his beard was about to catch fire. At this time, the voice of a medical apprentice came from outside the courtyard. Luo Zuishan was still holding on to Gu tightly. Seeing that the people outside were about to come in, Gu whispered in Luo Zuishan's ear, "Gu! Shi Yuba planted a Gu." As soon as he said this, Luo Zuishan's hand went limp. Gu struggled free and disappeared in a flash. Luo Zuishan was so shocked that his heart raced. Gu. It had been a long, long time since anyone had mentioned it. He knew about Gu, but he didn't know how to do it. He didn't expect Shi Yuba to know. No wonder Gu was so sure that the Long Tianma sent here was a fake. Shi Yuba's Gu could generally only be removed by Shi Yuba himself, unless he encountered a Gu expert. And in this world, there shouldn't be any other Gu expert besides Gu, right? Gu clearly knew that Shi Yuba had planted Gu, but he actually wanted to have a public consultation. One had to know that Gu was the biggest taboo in medical school. This guy definitely had a scheme for returning to medical school this time. What did he want to do? Luo Zuishan's mind was a mess. He didn't know how to deal with it. At this time, a young medical apprentice came in. "Director Luo, Qin Wangfei has arrived. The Council of Elders has invited her in." What? Han Yunqi had also arrived? Why didn't this last appear earlier or later? Why did she have to appear now? The Long Tianma had arrived, and so had Han Yunqi. The consultation naturally had to begin immediately. "Director Luo, the Council of Elders doesn't wait for anyone. Please go ahead." the medical apprentice reminded in a low voice. Luo Zuishin looked in the direction Gu disappeared, his old tears running freely in his heart. Could this guy Gu be a bit more reliable? What should he do now? How could he prove that the long Tianma sent here was a fake? Director Luo! The medical apprentice urged again. Luo Zuishin had no choice but to brace himself and head to the Elders' Hall. At the Elders' Hall, Qin Wangrong, Shi Yuba, and Gu Beiwa had already arrived. As soon as they saw Han Yunqi come in, Qin Wangrong immediately stepped forward and questioned, Han Yunqi, who kidnapped you? How did you come back? Han Yunqi naturally wanted to expose Jun Yixie, but after thinking about it, she decided to leave Jun Yixie's weakness for future use. She sighed and replied, I fainted. When I woke up, I was already in Medical City. As she spoke, Luo Zuishin came in, and the other elders also came over. Chapter 235. As soon as he heard that the elders had arrived, Qin Wangrong was the first to rise and greet them. If these elders were to be placed in the empire, they would be first-rank officials. They were one level lower than the king, who was second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people. Han Yunqi smiled coldly in her heart. Long Fei Yi was right after all. Emperor Tianhui still didn't have the power to threaten Medical City. Long Tianma's disappearance had left Emperor Tianhui furious, demanding an explanation from Medical City. Now that Long Tianma had been sent back for no reason, the Medical Academy hadn't given them any explanation. Instead, the proud Qin Wangrong had lowered himself first. But after careful consideration, it wasn't that Qin Wangrong lacked backbone. After all, Medical City's power was truly frightening. The three great clans of the Medical Academy and Medicine City controlled all of Cloud Realm Continent's medical industry. They had the power to decide the life and death of any doctor. In other words, these two powers controlled the lives of all the people in the world. A single illness could claim a person's life, whether it was a lofty emperor or a lowly slave. A single plague could destroy a battalion of soldiers, a city, or even a country. If the three great empires of Cloud Realm Continent could win over Medical City and Medicine City, they'd surpass the other empires and become the true overlords of Cloud Realm Continent. From another perspective, the consequences of offending Medical City and Medicine City were easy to imagine. Of the 5 elders of the Medical Academy, only 3 had come this time. In Han Yunqi's impression, elders were usually old men with white hair and ruddy complexions. They had the air of a transcendent being, but of the 3 people who came in, 2 were men and 1 was a woman. Only one of them was an old man, while the other 2 could only be considered middle-aged. The old man had a white beard, and a white beard, his features benevolent, like an amiable old immortal. The middle-aged man had a stern expression and didn't smile at all. The middle-aged woman was dressed smartly and had good looks. It was obvious at a glance that she was a formidable woman. Why are their elders even younger than the directors? Han Yunqi asked in a low voice. That old man is 3rd Elder Shin Jueming, one of the 3 sage doctors of the Medical Academy. The other 2 are 4th Elder Li Tianxi, a member of the medical primogeniture like the 2 directors. The other is 5th Elder Lady Lianxin. When Gu Beiwa finished his introduction, he lowered his voice even more. Madame Lianxin is a godly doctor. In the Medical Academy, there were 2 major systems. One was the administrative management system, which consisted of directors, council of elders, vice deans, and academy deans. Different ranks held different levels of power in the Medical Academy. The second was the medical skill hierarchy, which was the basis of all of Cloud Realm Continent's medical community. From low to high, there were 9 ranks: medical apprentice, medical scholar, medical doctor, medical grand doctor, divine doctor, medical ancestor, medical sage, immortal doctor, and sovereign doctor. Luo Zuishin and Shiyuba were both medical ancestor level figures. They were both directors and belonged to the management. Gu Beiyue's medical skills were at the level of a divine doctor, but he had yet to enter a medical school. Generally speaking, those who were skilled in medicine also had high authority. However, there was actually an elder at the level of a godly doctor in the Elders' Guild. It seemed that the medical academy was not a place where strength was the only thing that mattered. This Lady Lianxin should be an exception. Looking at Lady Lianxin, Han Yunqi couldn't help but think of Han Kongan. Han Kongan's medical skills were at the level of a godly doctor, but he was also a director. This was the exception that Lady Tianxin had given him. Just what kind of exceptions were allowed in the medical academy's administrative system? Why was she able to enter the Council of Elders? Han Yunqi asked hastily. I'm not sure about that. I only know that she's the daughter of Medicine City's Mu clan. Gu Beiwei replied honestly. Han Yunqi was lost in thought. The Long Fei Yi had relied on Medicine City's Wang clan to find out much about the medical academy. It looked like the higher-ups of the medical academy still gave face to the three great clans of Medicine City. Aside from the three great clans of Medicine City, what other powers would the medical academy give face to? Could it be that Lady Tianxin came from Medicine City as well? Han Yunqi was lost in her thoughts when Lady Lianxin looked over. You're Lady Tianxin and Han Kongan's daughter? Han Yunqi was surprised. That's this junior. Fifth elder knows my mother? But Lady Lianxin was especially arrogant. I've only heard of her. She had no intention of continuing the topic, but simply went straight to the point. She explained the details of the consultation in a concise and comprehensive manner. This was a public consultation held in the consultation hall of the Council of Elders. The three elders would be in charge of the consultation, while Luo Zuishan and Xiu Ba could only watch from the sidelines. If they had any doubts, they could raise them for discussion after the consultation concluded. Although Lady Lianxin was the lowest-ranked elder, she seemed to be the one in charge. The other two elders hadn't opened their mouths since entering the room. Tianning's crown prince is already in the consultation hall. Everyone, please. Lady Lianxin rose to her feet as soon as she finished speaking. The other two elders and Qin Wang Rong rose at the same time, but no one else seemed to have any intention of leaving. Everyone knew that Long Tianma's stomach was gone. Han Yunqi had been discussing the matter with Gu Beiwei for a long time. She had no clue about Long Tianma's relapse to begin with. Now that they hadn't seen him or felt his pulse, they had no idea where to start. The two of them stared at Luo Zuishan, hoping to see the same self-confidence on his face. Unfortunately, Luo Zuishan wasn't his usual confident self. Instead, he was knitting his brows with a heavy heart. Xiu Ba, on the other hand, had his head bowed. His entire person seemed to have dimmed considerably. Director Shi, let's go, Qin Wang Rong urged in a low voice. He could tell that Xiu Ba was uneasy. Last night, he and Xiu Ba had gone to see Long Tianma's stomach. He'd asked him again and again about the state of the illness, whether it was cured or diseased. Xiu Ba hadn't given him a direct answer. Xiu Ba glanced at Qin Wang Rong as if he wanted to say something, but Qin Wang Rong didn't object and held back. The three elders and Qin Wang Rong remained standing while the others remained seated. The room was silent as the atmosphere suddenly turned strange. What? Do the two directors have something else to say? Lady Lianxin asked with a frown. Luo Zuishan was about to speak when Xiu Ba spoke up at the same time. Fifth elder! As soon as the others spoke, they all fell silent. Just what's going on? Lady Lianxin didn't have much patience, so the other two elders sat back down. Xiu Ba looked at Luo Zuishan and Luo Zuishan looked at Xiu Ba. Both of them had ulterior motives and didn't speak for a long time. Director Luo, you were the one who proposed the consultation. If you have something to say it first, Lady Lianxin ordered. Luo Zuishan's heart was filled with grievances. He hadn't proposed the consultation, okay? He'd been forced. Gu had said that Long Tianma was fake, so Long Tianma had to be fake. With a fake Long Tianma for a consultation, and a public one at that. Only the heavens knew what kind of trouble this matter would cause. No matter what kind of trouble it caused, not to mention the matter of the goo, even if it was a public consultation, the medical school's reputation might be damaged. As the person who proposed the consultation, he couldn't escape responsibility. Han Yunchi saw Luo Zuishan's hesitant appearance, and her heart grew cold. It seemed that Long Tianma's illness was out of Luo Zuishan's control. Shi Yuba was going to win. Luo Zuishan. Lady Lianqin was enraged. She was a full 30 years younger than Luo Zuishan and had inferior medical skills, but her status was still there. Her anger still intimidated Luo Zuishan. Elders, let's postpone the consultation. I suspect that Tianning's crown prince is a fake. Luo Zuishan finally spoke up. Everyone was stunned by his words, but Qin Wangrong was the most shocked. He grew anxious. What's going on? What right do you have to say that? Han Yunqi looked at Gu Beiwe in disbelief. Gu Beiwe was also looking at her, making the two of them even more confused. Luo Zuishan, what do you mean by those words? Third elder finally spoke up. His stomach, it's just that judging from the crown prince's condition, it's impossible for his stomach to go down in a few days. Luo Zuishan explained without much confidence. As long as he told them about the goo, third elder would definitely believe him. But he couldn't say it. For one thing, the real Long Tianma wasn't here, so he had no proof. For another, he didn't dare say it in public. Although he didn't have much confidence, Luo Zuishan's explanation was still acceptable. A fake. Han Yunqi finally began to think things over. Long Fei Yi had warned her that Jun Yixia would do something to the Long Tianma. Perhaps Jun Yixia hadn't done anything to the real thing, but sent over a fake instead. As Old Man sees it, whether or not the crown prince's stomach can go down in such a short time is a question we should discuss during the consultation, third elder said as he glanced at Shi Yuba. Logically speaking, Shi Yuba should have jumped out to refute Luo Zuishan's words. He had more right to speak about the Long Tianma's stomach. But Shi Yuba was very quiet right now. Unlike his calm exterior, his heart had long been restless. Why was Luo Zuishan so certain that the Long Tianma he'd sent over was a fake? Did he know he'd planted goo? Impossible. Luo Zuishan knew about the goo arts, but he definitely didn't know how to use them, nor could he tell. He'd only learned a bit of them by chance. Seeing Shi Yuba's silence, third elder lost his patience. Someone come, immediately arrange for a consultation. At these words, Shi Yuba couldn't sit still any longer. Hold it. I also suspect that the Tianning crown prince sent over is a fake. Director Luo's words are reasonable. There's no way the Tianning crown prince's stomach could go down in such a short time. Goo could only be dispelled by experts in the field of goo. Aside from himself, no one else could dispel the goo arts he'd planted. If he wanted to believe that a goo arts expert still existed in this world, he might as well believe that the Long Tianma lying in the consultation hall right now was an imposter. How could he have any chance of winning against a fake crown prince? Heaven knows if Han Yunqi and the rest were putting on a show to get an imposter to come in for the consultation? Shi Yuba's words shocked the crowd even more. Could it be that the Long Tianma really was a fake? How could it be a fake? That's clearly M.O. Qin Wangrong didn't believe it. For the sake of caution, why don't we postpone the consultation? Shi Yuba suggested. It was rare for him to be on the same side as Luo Zuishan. How do we test whether it's real or fake? Han Yunqi murmured. Gu Beiwe could only shake his head. Whether it was real or fake, this matter was completely beyond anyone's control. Should they postpone it or not? Was it real or fake? While everyone was exchanging glances in the silent room, a medical apprentice ran in to report. Third elder, Tianning's crown prince has woken up. The unconscious Long Tianma had finally woken up. Chapter 236. Long Tianma had woken up? It was not easy to determine if an unconscious person was real or fake, but now that he was awake, things became much simpler. Lead the way. This prince will know if he is real or fake after asking. Prince Rong was very anxious. The person present who understood Long Tianma the most was none other than Prince Rong, and whether Long Tianma was real or fake, he was the one who had the most say. Everyone hurried towards the consultation hall. The public consultation had been postponed, and Long Tianma was sent to a room in the rear courtyard of the consultation hall. Unexpectedly, before everyone reached the courtyard, they heard Long Tianma's mournful cries. Everyone was greatly alarmed and quickened their steps. However, Han Yunqi suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Gu Beiwei also stopped and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Han Yunqi did not speak. Her eyes drooped, looking very focused, but no one knew what was wrong with her. Nothing. She stopped for a while before continuing to walk. In the courtyard, Prince Rong had already anxiously pushed open the door and rushed in. Inside the room, Long Tianma was actually rolling on the bed, his brocade, white clothes soaked in sweat. His face was pale without any blood, and his expression was sinister and terrifying, as if he was enduring some unbearable pain. "Amor, Amor." Prince Rong strode to the bed. No matter how he called out, Long Tianma did not respond. He did not even notice that Prince Rong was beside him. He was actually not awake. His eyes opened and closed for a while, and he constantly let out meaningless wails. The wails gradually weakened, revealing an aura of powerlessness and despair. "What's going on?" Lady Lianxin sternly questioned the medical assistant. Not long after he woke up, he cried out in pain, and then he became like this. After a while, he was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. The medical assistant hurriedly replied. Pain? At this time, whether the person was real or fake was not the most important thing. Saving someone was more important. Everyone present, except for Prince Rong, was a doctor. Although they could not diagnose what was wrong, they could all see that Long Tianma's situation was not optimistic. There was a limit to how much pain a human body could endure. It was not unheard of for someone to die from pain. The third elder didn't say anything. He strode forward to check Long Tianma's pulse. With third elder's appearance, the people behind him could all rest. Third elder was a 7th-rank sage doctor, one of the only 3 in the medical academy, or even in Cloud Realm continent. Although there was only a single rank between them, that was enough to leave Luo Zuishan and Shi Yuba in the dust. Silence reigned in the room as everyone watched anxiously. Han Yunqi stood on the far right, her arms crossed as she leaned against the wall. Ever since she'd entered the room, her gaze had been sweeping over Long Tianma's body without stopping. However, she didn't know that when she stared at Long Tianma, Gu Beiyue's gaze never left her. Heaven knows how much pain Long Tianma was in. Just then he had been rolling and waving his arms non-stop, but now his movements were slowing down as if he didn't have much strength left. But just as third elder was about to take his hand, he suddenly flung it aside as if he was filled with energy again. He began to roll and struggle with all his might. Third elder clasped his hands together and stopped. Seeing this, Qin Wangrong hastily stepped forward and pressed down on Long Tianma's arm. Unexpectedly, his action seemed to hurt Long Tianma, who abruptly waved his hand with even more force and strength. He actually managed to grab Qin Wangrong's arm and force him to retreat a few steps. Prince Rong was a military general, so his hand strength wasn't weak. But Long Tianma was a martial arts practitioner, so his hand strength couldn't be underestimated either. Prince Rong was about to step forward when third elder ordered sternly, "Don't touch him again. Give him the anesthetic soup. A large dose, quickly." A medical sage was a medical sage. Even a medical apprentice wasn't qualified to be third elder's assistant. 5th-rank divine, Dr. Madame Lianxin, personally prepared medicine, who knew that at this moment Han Yunqi, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. "Third elder, you're wrong. You absolutely can't. Once these words came out, everyone looked over. Third elder, who was denied, didn't seem happy. But as a person of virtue and prestige, he didn't reveal any emotions. Instead, he looked at Han Yunqi thoughtfully. Madame Lianqin didn't have such a good temper. Her gaze was filled with disgust and impatience. Han Yunqi, what nonsense are you talking about? Can't you see that the situation is urgent? Why are you adding to the chaos? Han Yunqi walked over with a serious face. Even the anesthetic soup can't calm him down, let alone stop the pain. He's been poisoned a very strong poison. Due to her professional habit, her voice was always cold when facing an illness. Her entire person was like an authority, exuding a seriousness that couldn't be disobeyed. Gu Beiwa had long been used to Han Yunqi being like this. What he liked the most was her confident and solemn appearance. However, everyone in the medical academy was dumbfounded, including the medical apprentice at the side. What did this woman say? Was she denying third elder's judgment? Where did her confidence come from? Poisoned? You didn't even take his pulse. What nonsense are you talking about? Madame Lianqin immediately rebuked. The confidence in Han Yunqi's eyes was especially irksome to her. Madame Lianqin had only seen 2 situations where a diagnosis was made without even taking the pulse. The first was a very common illness, such as a cold, a fall, or an injury. Usually, an experienced doctor would be able to diagnose and prescribe medicine after asking a few questions. The second was when she saw the head of the medical academy. The head of the medical academy was an 8th rank divine doctor. He could diagnose many illnesses without taking the pulse, and he had never made a mistake. What was Han Yunqi's situation? Not to mention taking the pulse. She didn't even ask for a diagnosis. I'm not talking nonsense. Third elder, if you don't believe me, you can feel his wrist joints. Han Yunqi directly swept past Madame Lianqin and looked at third elder with clear eyes. It wasn't that she was arrogant, but this time it just so happened that they had bumped into her field of expertise. In terms of medical skills, she was at most a 3rd rank doctor, the lowest rank present. However, in terms of poison skills, she was an authority. Today, even if the head of the medical academy was present, she was still an authority. Just now, before she entered the courtyard, her detoxification system had already detected the poison. It had given her a big fright because the poison detected was bone poison. Bone poison was a poison that she had named herself. The reason why she had named it was because it was a completely new type of poison. It was grown from the poison pool in her detoxification system. The most frightening part of this poison was that it acted on a person's bones and joints. Once poisoned, all the joints, big and small, would not be spared. Thinking back to when she had first discovered this new poison, Han Yunqi had been so shocked that she broke out in a cold sweat. She hadn't expected that someone would be poisoned. The person who had poisoned him was ruthless enough, and the poison was strong enough. Before Han Yunqi had entered the room, she had already known that the person who had been poisoned was Long Tianma. She was also very certain that the Long Tianma in the room was real, because in this world, other than her, only Jun Yixie would be able to use this kind of poison. From the looks of it, Jun Yixie had fished up the poison materials from the poison pool in the medicinal herbs forest. Long Fei Ye's reminder was right. Jun Yixie would not let Long Tianma go for nothing. He had done something to Long Tianma's body. Third elder looked at Han Yunqi, but didn't pay attention to what she had said. After all, in his eyes, Han Yunqi couldn't even be considered a doctor. However, the aura of authority that Han Yunqi exuded made him hesitate. This kind of natural aura of a doctor and the aura of authority could only be seen on the head of the medical academy. Who would have thought that a woman like her would have it? Just now, Lady Lianqin had said that this girl's mother was Lady Tianqin. Why did he feel that the name Lady Tianqin sounded a little familiar? Seeing that third elder didn't respond, Han Yunqi added, "Third elder, just because he can't feel pain, it doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt anymore." For example, if a person was injured and the wound was inflamed and very painful, if the wound wasn't treated and the person's nerves were numbed so that he couldn't feel pain, the wound would still be inflamed and continue to worsen. Mefizin could make Long Tianma unconscious so that he wouldn't feel pain, but his joints would be in a constant state of pain. If it was just ordinary pain and inflammation, it wouldn't be a big deal. The key point was that Long Tianma had been poisoned, and it wasn't an ordinary poison. Just because he couldn't feel pain, it didn't mean that it didn't hurt anymore. Third Elder finally paid attention to Han Yunqi's words. He stroked his beard thoughtfully with a cautious expression, but still didn't say anything. At this time, Lady Lianxin couldn't bear it any longer. Han Yunqi, have you had enough? Can you bear the responsibility for delaying the treatment? The poison he's been poisoned with is called bone poison. Once he uses Mefizin, the medicine and poison will react and the poison will mutate. At that time, no one will be able to detoxify the poison. Can you bear the responsibility? Han Yunqi wasn't polite at all. You, hee, why are you so sure that he's been poisoned? Lady Lianxin was truly inconceivable. Heaven knew where this woman's confidence came from. At this time, Han Yunqi disliked paying attention to people like Lady Lianxin the most. Her attitude was serious and sincere. Third Elder, feel the Crown Prince's wrist. You'll understand the truth. Although Third Elder wasn't a poison doctor, he could still feel that something was wrong with such a deeply poisoned wrist. Helpless, Han Yunqi thought of the matter too simply. Although this wasn't a public consultation, there were still many people present. How could Third Elder easily listen to her? If by any chance he felt the wrist and confirmed that it was poisoned, where would Third Elder put his old face? Could it be that he had to admit that his previous decision was wrong? That he, a dignified medical sage, was inferior to a little girl who was still wet behind her ears? Of course, Third Elder still had medical ethics. Long Tianma's condition was urgent and couldn't be delayed for too long. Just as Third Elder was about to speak, Fourth Elder, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Second Elder is an authority in orthopedics. Why don't we invite Second Elder over? This Fourth Elder's words were undoubtedly questioning Third Elder. Moreover, Second Elder and Third Elder had always been at odds. If Second Elder was invited, wouldn't there be one more person to laugh at? Originally, Third Elder was about to give in. When he heard this, anger rose from his heart, and his displeasure appeared on his face. Ha! Old man has been practicing medicine for so many years and has never needed anyone to interrupt. Lianxin, why aren't you quickly bringing the Mefizin soup? You're not allowed. Han Yunqi was also angry, and her voice was as cold as ice.